Today, at the estate of the Kang family, one of the most insanely wealthy clans in the Dragon Kingdom, a lavish 60th birthday party was being held for the family patriarch. Needless to say, the place was packed to the gills with a who's who of the rich and famous, from business tycoons to celebrity heartthrobs, all flocking like fans waiting for an idol's comeback. Security was tighter than an airport. Anyone without an invitation was shooed away like a stray. A guard barked, "No invitation? Then get lost, and the farther the better." Some people tried to play dumb, pretending they'd taken a wrong turn. But one withering glare from the security team was enough to snap them out of it. The tension was so thick that even two of the guards let out a sigh. "Man, why are so many people trying to sneak in today?" His partner scoffed, his voice straight out of a mafia movie. "The Kangs are the richest family in the Dragon Kingdom. The old man is celebrating his 60th birthday today, so of course everyone wants to suck up. But keep your eyes peeled. Don't let a single person slip through." The guard standing nearby nodded. "Understood." Then, poof. A little girl, about 3.5 years old, appeared out of nowhere, her tiny hand tugging on the guard's pant leg. He looked down and, holy cow, it was an unbelievably cute little girl. She looked up and asked the guard, "Hello, mister. Is this Kang Dae-hyun's house?" The three words, Kang Dae-hyun, coming from her tiny mouth, made the guards freeze. How was this little pipsqueak addressing the master of the house by his full name? The head of security knelt. "Yes, it is. Whose child are you? Who brought you here? And you can't just say our master's name like that. You should call him Mr. Kang." The little girl didn't flinch. She tilted her head back and replied coolly, "You can't call him Mister. You've got the titles all wrong. I'm Mimi Kong, his grand aunt. I'm here for his birthday party. Could you please go let him know?" Hearing that, the guards nearly choked on their water. The internal security team's confusion levels hit 99. What? Grand aunt? This little girl, who probably didn't even know how to wipe her own butt, was claiming to be the elder of the great patriarch of the Kang family? The girl continued with innocent sincerity, "I forgot my invitation, though. Could you please go announce me?" The guard, thinking the kid was just playing make-believe, put on a serious face. "Little girl, don't make things up. No invitation, no entry. Please go play somewhere else. You can't come in, so you need to leave now." A kid still on a milk bottle claiming to be the master's grand aunt? That was impossible. "But I really am his grand aunt. My daddy told me so. I even have proof. Let me find it." Mimi wasn't discouraged. The little girl started digging in her bunny-shaped bag for her evidence, probably a drawing made with a pink crayon to prove she was telling the truth. But just as she stuck her head in the bag, she was pushed from behind. A light shove almost sent her tumbling to the ground. The culprit was an arrogant rich kid, accompanied by his mother, Jenna Lin, a classic side villain who specializes in looking down on people from start to finish. Her son had just pushed Mimi, scowling, "You little beggar, why are you blocking the entrance to my house?" Jenna Lin sneered and shouted, "Honey, why did you touch her? Get away from my son, you lowly child. Who knows if you have some contagious disease? Everyone, be careful. Don't let dirty kids like this sneak into the party." The guard, seeing this, said with absolute certainty, "Don't worry, ma'am. We won't let a child of unknown origin inside." Mimi stood before the Kang family gate, her brain feeling like a broken Google Translate, with question marks running wild. "Hello? That lady isn't even part of the Kang family, so what gives her the right to stop me from going in?" Before she could solve this puzzle of life, Jenna Lin narrowed her eyes, smirking like she'd just won the lottery. "You little beggar, let me tell you something. My younger sister is about to marry the eldest young master of the Kang family, which makes me the future sister-in-law of this household." The sister-in-law, got it? "I have every right to forbid you from entering. A beggar like you isn't worthy." Her son, meanwhile, was putting on a one-man show, sticking out his tongue and making faces while yelling, "Nya nya, the little beggar got kicked out." Mimi's eyes were now shooting daggers, her little fists clenched in anger as she shouted with impressive spirit, "You're talking nonsense. I'm going to get in." The boy suddenly switched to a one-on-one challenge mode. "You stinky beggar, get out of my way!" he yelled, charging forward like a shonen hero unleashing his ultimate move. Mimi stood her ground like a statue. As the boy's arm was about to reach her, she didn't hesitate. She channeled all her strength and bit down hard. The boy shrieked as if he'd been bitten by a shark. "Mommy, it hurts so much, save me!" Jenna Lin snapped out of her TV drama villain role and rushed over, screaming, "You little beggar, are you tired of living? Get her out of here!" Her hand rose, ready to unleash a slap with 80% of its power, when a voice as cold as ice cut through the air. "What are you all doing in front of my house?" Everyone turned in unison. Leo Kang, the 7th young master of the Kang family, stepped out of his car, looking as handsome and aloof as a movie star. The guards bowed their heads. Seventh young master, welcome back. Leo said nothing, his sharp gaze landing on Mimi, who looked like a small but surprisingly exquisite little dumpling. He pushed his sunglasses down slightly. Who is this child? Mimi's mind immediately did the math. Daddy said Kang Dae-hyun has 7 sons, so this must be the 7th one. She waved, her smile as bright as a flashlight. Hello, my dear great-grandnephew. The statement made Leo freeze like his operating system had just crashed. Mimi even introduced herself further. Hello, great-grandnephew. Your father is Kang Dae-hyun, right? Well, I'm your grand-aunt. Leo took off his sunglasses, staring at the little girl. What did you just call me? Mimi took out a jade pendant and a family registry scroll. Look closely, great-grandnephew. This is my proof. Leo forced a laugh. Kid, are you crazy? He thought to himself. Grand-aunt? That's a few generations apart. Leo thought he was being scammed. But when he saw the jade pendant in Mimi's hand, an exact match to the family heirloom his father kept locked in a safe, he started to feel a profound sense of confusion. Could this kid be telling the truth? But even if she was cute, there was no way she could be his grand-aunt. This was insane. Seeing him waver, Mimi tugged on his shirt and emphasized again. See? Mimi isn't crazy. Mimi is your great-grand-aunt. You are Mimi's great-grandnephew. Jenna Lynn cut in, ruining the mood. Leo, this little girl is a beggar, a dirty child. It's not surprising her mind is a little off. Don't let her fool you. Leo shot her an annoyed look, then scooped Mimi into his arms and delivered a cold verdict. Don't call me Leo like we're close. Get away from me, I don't know you. He turned to leave, not forgetting to drop a line like a mic drop. Your sister hasn't even married my brother yet, and you're already acting like you own the place? As an outsider, you have no right to give me orders. Jenna Lynn's face turned purple with rage. She gritted her teeth. On what grounds? Why would Leo Kang treat me like this? He's just a third-rate celebrity. She thought viciously. Just you wait. After my sister becomes the mistress of the Kang family, I'll make you lick my shoes every day and see if you can still be so arrogant. Inside the banquet hall, murmurs erupted when people saw Leo walk in carrying Mimi. Wow, isn't that the 7th young master? 7th master, it's been a while. You're looking more handsome than ever. 7th master, I bought 10 tickets to support you when your last movie premiered. Leo replied coolly. Move. Where's my father? Take me to him. Seeing his dismissive attitude, the guests started gossiping. Leo Kang really thinks he's a big shot. Without the Kang family, he'd probably be a nobody on the street. Exactly. He just got lucky with where he was born. But that little girl, whose kid is that? Is she his secret love child? It must be. A few days ago, there was news about him checking into a hotel with some woman. It was all over the trending charts. That's shocking. It was trending for so long and never got taken down. If it were me, I wouldn't dare bring my secret child home. So embarrassing. This is wrong. Mimi must teach these bad people a lesson. Hearing the malicious gossip behind his back, Mimi got angry and unleashed her petty person hex. She pulled out a shimmering golden talisman and blew on it lightly. Whoosh! The talisman flew straight to the gossiper's forehead. Thud. He fell flat on his face, breaking one of his front teeth. Ouch, what just happened? Oh God, my tooth is really broken, he wailed. This hex is really useful, Mimi thought, covering her mouth to hide a giggle. See, great-grandnephew? Your great-grandaunt helped you deal with the mean people. Leo forced a smile, complimenting her for the sake of it. Yeah, you're amazing. But inside, he was thinking, it's just a kid's nonsense, I can't take it seriously. Still, being cared for by such an adorable kid was heartwarming. If she's really my grand-aunt, I'll probably have to change my family name. The little girl beamed. Mimi has always been amazing. Arriving at a large room, Leo pushed the door open. Dad, I'm home. Inside, Kang Dae-hyun was sipping tea. The moment he heard his youngest son's voice, he erupted in fury. Are you an idiot? It's my birthday and you bring a kid home? Do you want to be on the trending charts again? Kang Dae-hyun, the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, thundered like a storm. Your brother just spent tens of millions a few days ago to bury that news and control the comments. And now you've just wasted all his hard-earned money and effort. Leo, flustered, placed Mimi on the table. Stay here! But as soon as he got a good look at Mimi, Kang Dae-hyun's attitude flipped faster than a pancake. Oh my, what a pretty girl. Just like a true Kang. Come here, sweetie, I'm your grandpa. Come call me grandpa and I'll give you a present. Leo could only sigh. His dad's double standards were something else. Mimi, however, coolly waved her hand. Nope, not right. You're not my grandpa. She patted his shoulder and declared loudly, Hello, my dear grandnephew. It's your Auntie Mimi. Kang Dae-hyun stammered. Auntie, Mimi... Mimi thought he was calling her young auntie, and cheekily winked. That's me, young auntie. What do you need, grandnephew? Old man Kang Dae-hyun nearly had a heart attack. His chest heaved like a blacksmith's bellows. He immediately launched a kick at his son's rear, roaring like thunder. "Look at yourself! You haven't even finished your studies, not even graduated, and you dive headfirst into that showbiz mess. And now look what you've taught your child. Bringing a child home and telling me to call her little aunt? Is our family's jade pendant just a prop for casting calls now?" Leo dodged the kick like a ninja and quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Dad, calm down. I swear I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't been messing around with women. I found this little girl at the gate holding a jade pendant identical to yours. She said she was our young auntie, so I brought her in." Hearing the words jade pendant, Mr. Kang's eyebrows twitched. "What? A jade pendant?" Mimi, sitting beside him, patted his shoulder again. "Grandnephew, don't hit my great-grandnephew. Mimi likes her great-grandnephew very much." Under the old man's dumbfounded gaze, Mimi pulled out the jade pendant and held it right under his nose. "Look, it's real jade. I'm your grand aunt right here. You don't believe me?" Mr. Kang Dae-hyun's hands trembled as he took the pendant, his eyes mesmerized. When he was a little boy, he had carelessly dropped this very pendant, leaving a crack right through the character for Kang. And now that same crack was still there. Was this little girl telling the truth? His mind raced faster than a TikTok video. Back then, his uncle was 20 when he got married and he was only 7. Now he's 60. How could his uncle have a daughter this young? If his uncle had a daughter, did that make this little girl his actual blood-related aunt? Trembling, he opened the accompanying letter, written in elegant calligraphic strokes. "By the time you read this, the Jong family and I will have fallen into a deep sleep. We haven't had a chance to tell Mimi about this. You must keep Mimi and take good care of her. The Kang family was once prosperous, its fortune abundant, but it has attracted the attention of evil forces. The Kangs will face a great calamity. Auntie Mimi is our last hope. Let her be loved by everyone to accumulate virtue, faith, likes, follows, and trust. Only then can everyone wake up sooner." After reading, Mr. Kang felt a lump in his throat, like he'd just finished a Korean drama. The whole family was asleep, and the little aunt probably didn't know. If she knew, she'd cry her eyes out. He folded the letter, looking at Mimi as if she were a national treasure. He thought to himself, even if she couldn't help the Kang family, he would still raise her. He immediately stood up straight and bowed respectfully. "Auntie Mimi, your grandnephew greets you." Seeing his politeness, Mimi grinned from ear to ear. Good, you're a good boy. Here's a welcome gift." She pulled out a birthday present that stunned him. "Auntie, this is a ginseng root from Old Man Ginseng himself. When he heard Mimi was coming home to celebrate her grandnephew's 60th birthday, he cut off his own root and told me to bring it as a gift." In the middle of their happy exchange, Mimi suddenly pointed to the bracelet on Mr. Kang's wrist, her voice serious like a shaman. "Grandnephew, you shouldn't wear this string of beads anymore. Take that bracelet off immediately. Little auntie, what do you see? This bracelet has a resentful aura. It's made from human bones. You haven't been sleeping well at night, have you?" He'd hit the nail on the head. Mr. Kang broke out in a cold sweat and took off the bracelet faster than peeling a banana. This string of beads was a gift from his eldest son's girlfriend, Nora Lin. He'd heard it was personally consecrated by a high monk, so he'd worn it ever since. Mimi held out her hand. "Let me hold on to it for you. Keeping it with you will only bring more bad luck." After that, Leo, the son who'd been kicked from the start, was still frozen in shock. Seeing him, the old man lifted his foot to kick him again. "What are you still standing there for? I've already bowed to our aunt and you haven't. Are you not going to kneel and pay your respects to your great-grandaunt? Do you want to get hexed?" Leo thought to himself, "Forget it. I can't argue with my own father. If he says kneel, I'll kneel. I'd better address her correctly, or I'll be in for it." Under intense spiritual pressure, Leo finally knelt. "Greetings, great-grandaunt Mimi. Your humble descendant, Leo Kang, pays his respects." Mimi was as thrilled as a kid unboxing a new toy. "Finally, someone is bowing to me." "Good boy. Here's a welcome gift for you." And just like that, another gift flew into Leo's hands. After the greetings, Kang Dae-hyun smiled obsequiously, asking as if inviting her on a 5-star vacation. "Auntie Mimi, you seem a bit dusty from the mortal world. How about I have the maids take you for a bath and a change of clothes?" Hearing the keyword bath, Mimi's eyes lit up and she nodded enthusiastically. "Let's go, no time to waste." In the bathroom, Mimi soaked in the hot water, her face filled with the contentment of a cat being petted. But life is full of surprises. As she was enjoying herself, a stray soap bubble floated up and landed right on her nose, causing her to let out a world-shaking sneeze. The 3 maids standing guard like imperial soldiers jumped. One of them quickly wrapped Mimi in a towel and picked her up like a precious porcelain doll. "Quick, call Dr. Liu!" The matriarch sneezed. She might have a cold. Mimi found this hilarious. She covered her nose and shook her head. It's not a cold. It means someone is talking bad about Mimi. My sneezes are always accurate. The three maids stared blankly for half a second before immediately surrounding her, showering her with praise as if they were on a live shopping channel. The young matriarch is so beautiful and cute, just like a little fairy. I wish my daughter could be as pretty as you. Too bad I only have sons. I wonder when I'll ever have a daughter. Hearing this, Mimi turned to the last speaker, her gaze profound as she enunciated each word like a fortune teller. You're about to have a daughter, don't worry. The maid was stunned, pointing at herself. Me? Her expression was one of disbelief, as if she'd just won the lottery but couldn't believe it. From outside the door, a respectful voice made Mimi turn her head. It was Mrs. Kang Dae-hyun's wife, her official grandniece-in-law. Mrs. Kang looked at Mimi with solemnity. Your grandniece-in-law greets you, Auntie. Mimi took one look at her and almost clapped. Ah, my grandniece-in-law is so pretty, even prettier than my grandnephew. She reflexively reached for her bag to give a welcome gift, but after fumbling for a moment and finding it empty, she cried out, Where's my bag? Someone, my bag is gone! A maid rushed over with the bag. Young matriarch, here is your bag. Mimi thanked her and took it. She pulled out a vibrant jadit bangle and formally presented it. Here, grandniece-in-law, a welcome gift from your auntie. Mrs. Kang stared at the bangle, stunned. Just the other day, a merchant had offered to buy a similar one for over $3 million. Yet this little auntie was giving away such a precious jade bangle on their first meeting without a second thought. While she was still in shock, Mimi asked, Don't you like Mimi's gift? Without waiting for an answer, she bent down to rummage again. Then let me change it for something else. I have ginseng root too. My grandnephew loved it. I'm sure you'll like it too. Mrs. Kang quickly stopped her hand, her voice gentle. Auntie, I love it. Of course I love it. Please don't be upset. I was just so captivated by how adorable you are that I spaced out. Not because I didn't like the gift. Mimi beamed. I'm not upset, because you're so adorable too. Mrs. Kang tried to politely refuse, saying the bangle was too precious and Mimi should keep it for her dowry. But Mimi waved her hand. If you like it, it's yours. I have plenty more at home. Take it, take it. Faced with such enthusiastic generosity, Mrs. Kang had no choice but to accept. She thought to herself that since Mimi was still young, she would hold on to the jade for her, keeping it in the safe to be used as her dowry later. She extended a hand towards Mimi, smiling gently. Little auntie, may your grandniece-in-law carry you to get changed? Mimi immediately nodded. Okay. Upon entering the room prepared for her, Mimi's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, this room is so beautiful, so many pretty dresses. Designer clothes in exquisite colors were lined up like contestants in a beauty pageant. Mimi excitedly chose a jade green dress, twirling in it like a fairy tale princess. What do you think, grandniece-in-law? Is it pretty? Mrs. Kang knelt to adjust the dress for her, smiling like a pageant queen. Auntie Mimi has excellent taste. This dress suits you perfectly. Just then, a maid entered and reported, Madam, the master says the party is about to begin. Mrs. Kang nodded and carried Mimi down to the hall. Seeing her son nearby, she introduced him. Auntie Mimi, that's your eldest great-grandnephew, Daniel Kang. He's been obsessed with money since he was a child, so now he manages the Kang family's business empire. Mimi looked over. Oh, a textbook overbearing CEO, but his eyes are so dark and lifeless. Mrs. Kang added, Besides him and the seventh, the others were too busy to come. Mimi stared intently at Daniel's eyes, thinking something is definitely wrong with this great-grandnephew. Beside Daniel stood a girl in a pink dress, straight as a post. A closer look revealed Nora Lin, the sister of Jenna Lin, the woman who had blocked her at the gate that morning. Mimi tugged on Mrs. Kang's sleeve. Grandniece-in-law, who's that lady in the pink dress? I was blocked by one of them at the gate today. Mrs. Kang's face soured. That's the two sisters, Jenna and Nora Lin. I don't understand why the eldest wants to marry Nora. Little auntie, I don't like her at all. As they were gossiping, Kang Dae-hyun approached, extending his hand. Auntie Mimi, since you're here, let's begin the party. He and his wife went on stage to speak. Thank you all for attending my birthday celebration. But before we begin, I have an important and happy announcement to make. Nora, standing below, clung to Daniel's arm, her face radiant. He must be announcing our engagement. Daniel gave a stiff smile. Nora was ecstatic. Thank goodness my master helped me cast a spell to make Daniel fall for me. He's finally mine. Mr. Kang continued. The person I'm holding in my arms is a member of our family. Before he could finish, Jenna Lin jumped up. Mr. Kang, today is a celebratory occasion. You should be announcing happy news. Why bring up such embarrassing matters? Nora looked stunned. Why isn't he announcing my engagement first? Kang Dae-hyun glanced over, his voice cold. Who are you? The Kang family's affairs are not for outsiders to meddle in. Jenna was speechless but still tried to argue. I am the sister of your son's girlfriend, Jenna Lin. She then pointed at Mimi, accusing her directly. That child is the secret daughter of your 7th son, isn't she? Announcing it like this will damage the Kang family's reputation. I'm only doing this for the good of the family. Nora pretended to intervene, her voice soft as cotton. Sister, please stop. It's so embarrassing. This is just too much. Kang Dae-hyun's face turned red with anger. Who said she's the 7th secret daughter? She's the 7th's great-grandaunt, my auntie Mimi. The little girl nodded in agreement. That's right. Mimi is the great-grandaunt. The statement was like a clap of thunder, leaving the entire hall frozen. Mimi is his aunt? What? Master Kang, you must be joking. Kang Dae-hyun didn't bother to explain. He turned to the security guards. I heard this woman called my young matriarch a beggar at the gate and even let her son push her. And now she's interrupting me. The Kang family does not welcome such impolite guests. Someone, throw them out! Being thrown out in front of so many people, Jenna's face turned pale. Let me go! Nora, tell them to let me go! Nora ran to plead with Daniel. My sister didn't know who she was. Ignorance is no crime. Please help me persuade your father. Daniel, like a controlled robot, immediately said, Let me handle it. Nora was satisfied. The master's spell is truly powerful. Daniel really is head over heels in love with me now. Dad, it's your birthday today. Let her go. Mimi, who could clearly see his fortune lines, moved closer to read his features. Her great-grandnephew definitely had a problem. His destiny was skewed. The little girl tilted her head and lightly touched her forehead. Her third eye opened instantly, appearing on her brow. Through her third eye, Mimi saw a black thread of negative energy wrapped around Daniel, originating from Nora. But there was also a red thread, the true thread of destiny tied by the matchmaker god. Mimi clicked her tongue. Ignoring the red thread to tie a black one? That won't do. Then she declared loudly, My dear grandnephew, come down here. Auntie Mimi has something to say. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Mimi waved her hand like a judge. Eldest great-grandnephew, come over here for a moment. Hearing her call, Daniel immediately walked over, obediently squatting down and bowing properly. Greetings, young Auntie Mimi. Mimi took the opportunity to reach out and gently touch his forehead, her voice as sweet as honey but full of mystery. Good boy, don't be afraid. Leave everything to your great-grandaunt. Daniel's mind was in a turmoil. Afraid of what? Before he could ask, he saw a small wooden sword appear in Mimi's hand, as if by magic. Her other hand shot out, grabbing the black thread slithering around him like a cobra. Then, with a swish, the wooden sword sliced through the black thread as easily as cutting a spring onion. Mimi smiled as brightly as a blooming flower. Good boy. Mimi has helped you deal with the unclean things. The bad luck is gone now. The moment the thread was cut, color returned to Daniel's face and his whole body felt light, as if he'd just had a full-body detox spa treatment. He snapped back to his senses, thinking, why do I feel so clear-headed all of a sudden? And what's this weird memory? Since when did I like Nora? Just as he was hovering between illusion and reality, Mimi's voice boomed like thunder. Also, I'm giving you this strand of root. Daniel looked at the tiny, curly strand, looking like a piece of straw, his heart full of questions. Is this hay? But he still politely accepted it, in true aristocratic fashion. Thank you for the gift, Auntie. Only Kang Dae-hyun's eyes lit up, recognizing the origin of the gift. He chuckled to himself, thinking, that's a magical root. I'll have to find a way to get it back later. Hey. With no one else to bother them, Mr. Kang stepped back on stage, pointed to Mimi, and solemnly announced, My apologies for the scene. My aunt is young, but her seniority is immense. If I don't make a formal announcement, I fear some people might not know their place and bully her. Now that the time is right, thank you all for attending my birthday party. Let the feast begin. Mimi, in high spirits, dived towards the dining table like a fish to water. But as soon as she sat down, she noticed everyone staring at her, motionless as wax figures. She turned and asked seriously, This isn't a joke, right? Why isn't anyone eating? Are you all under a spell? Kang Dae-hyun chuckled. Auntie Mimi, please eat first. Her stomach rumbled like a hungry choir, so she didn't stand on ceremony. She pointed forward like a general giving an order. Eat! Everyone! Eat! No one is allowed to go hungry. Her responsible, grown-up demeanor made Mr. and Mrs. Kang smile. They thought to themselves, this little aunt must have played the role of a matriarch a lot at home. She imitates adults perfectly. Without a word, they both started putting food on Mimi's plate. Little auntie, eat up. Mimi grabbed a fried shrimp, crunching on it like a tiger pouncing on its prey, her eyes shining. Mmm, so yummy. After finishing the shrimp, she pointed to another dish. This one, I want this one. Seeing Mr. and Mrs. Kang just watching her without eating, Mimi looked left and right, urging them on like a grandmother inspecting the dinner table. You two, eat. Stop looking at Mimi. This and that are both delicious. Yes, yes. At that moment, Nora, sensing the strange atmosphere, turned to Daniel. Daniel, are your parents unhappy with me? Why didn't they talk about the engagement? Daniel, freshly despelled by his little aunt, switched to ice-cold mode. I also need to reconsider the engagement. Nora almost choked on her tea, her face frozen, a dangerous glint in her eyes. She looked down at the red bracelet on her wrist, her mind racing. How could this happen? No, if I delay, everything will be ruined. Daniel, you're forcing my hand. Suddenly, in the banquet hall, click! The lights went out, plunging the room into darkness like a power outage on New Year's Eve. The guests were in an uproar. Did they run out of money for the electricity bill? Then, a spotlight shone on the stage where Daniel and Nora were standing. The scene made everyone turn to look. But Mimi immediately sensed something was wrong. Daniel seemed to have turned into a puppet, his eyes vacant, his voice monotone. Hello, everyone. Today, I have a very important announcement to make. Kang Dae-hyun frowned, whispering, What is the eldest up to now? Only Mimi's eyes widened, sharp as a hawk detecting the evil energy. She saw countless black auras surrounding her grandnephew, seeping into his pores like thieves in the night. She shook her head and pouted, thinking, This isn't my great-grandnephew anymore. A ghost has clearly possessed his body. This will affect his health. Mimi gritted her teeth, said nothing, and leaped from her high chair like a superhero to the rescue. Before Mrs. Kang could react, she heard the little girl shout, Grandnephew, I'm coming to save you. Daniel, now completely controlled and possessed like an actor in a low-budget horror film, knelt before Nora with a ring box in his hand. Nora! Nora stood proudly, looking down at the man kneeling before her, her heart swelling with the pride of a queen at her coronation. Ha! After today, I'll be the young mistress of the Kang family. All other women will have to look up at me. She bit her lip, waiting for the fateful words. Daniel, say it, say it. Daniel opened his mouth, his voice as flat as an UN-updated AI. Nora, will you marry? But before Nora could show off her pearly white teeth, a tiny hand grabbed the bundle of red threads behind her back. Nora whipped around to see Mimi pulling the threads like pulling noodles. What the heck? How did this brat grab my threads of fate? Nora's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop. With each thread pulled, Daniel yelped, Ah! As if a hair was being plucked from his head. Nora's face turned green with fear, screaming like she'd lost her iPhone. No! Get away! She lunged at Mimi. But before she could touch her, Leo grabbed her arm, his face full of anger. You dare touch my young auntie? Do you have a death wish? Nora was speechless, stammering an excuse. What are you talking about? I was just going to hold her hand. Hold her hand? Leo pointed behind them. Plenty of people saw you, and there's the banquet hall's security camera. Should we play it back? Nora broke out in a sweat as if she'd just done an aerobics workout. She turned to Daniel for help. Quick, say something for me. But just then, Mimi managed to grab the entire cluster of resentful energy, holding it up like a big fish. Haha, got it. Daniel immediately snapped back to reality, his face scrunching up as if he'd just eaten mustard. Auntie, was that really a ghost inside me just now? He turned to Nora, his voice cold. I saw it. Nora, you've gone too far. Someone, drag her out of here! He waved his hand like a king ordering an execution. Nora's face went pale, and she fainted in a most ungraceful manner. Mimi was now interrogating the resentful spirit. Hey, why did you possess my grandnephew? The spirit trembled like a noodle, raising its hands in surrender. Mercy, little Celestial. That lady forced me into him. Little Celestial, could you please loosen your grip a little? You're hurting me, ouch. It really hurts. Mimi, oh, okay, I'll loosen up. Daniel shouted. Auntie, don't let it go! Mimi was surprised. You can see ghosts now? I couldn't before, but now I see it clearly. Great-grandaunt, can you trap it? Since it just possessed me, I have a feeling it's not a good thing. No, don't trap me. Mimi nodded decisively. All right, Mother told me to listen to my family, so I'll listen to my great-grandnephew and trap the ghost. The spirit wailed, Let me go! You people will not have a good end! Mimi snapped her fingers, rolling the spirit into a ball like cotton candy, slapped a talisman on it, and stuffed it into her magical bag like a toy. She smiled brightly. Now it can't harm anyone anymore. Leo, watching Mimi's masterful performance, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Young auntie is really amazing. Daniel immediately caught on, lifting Mimi high like a treasure and proudly announcing to the guests below, My young auntie just thought this place was a little interesting, but who knew her skills were so incredible? Leo cleared his throat and politely said, Please, everyone, continue eating. The show's over. Don't let the food get cold. Mimi also nodded vigorously, waving her hands. Yes, yes, everyone eat. It's bad luck to let good food go to waste. After that, the party ended in a mixture of joy and shock. The Kang family returned to the living room. Mimi sat majestically in the middle of a large sofa as if on a throne, being served water and candy, her mouth never stopping. So good. Where there's good fortune, there are sweets. After eating her fill, she snapped her fingers, looked at Kang Dae-hyun, and said solemnly, "Grandnephew, Mimi has now completed the mission my daddy gave me, so I'm going home." Kang Dae-hyun nearly choked on his tea. "No way, Auntie, the letter clearly said not to let you leave." Thinking this, he smiled like a beauty queen and made up an excuse. "Young Auntie, you can't go just yet. My 2 sons have been saying they've encountered some strange things lately and are waiting for you to come and catch the ghosts." He shot a meaningful glance at his 2 sons. Mrs. Kang quickly played along. "That's right, Auntie. If you don't help them, they'll be too scared to even sleep in a few days." The 2 young men immediately understood the signal and jumped into character like professional actors. "That's right, Auntie. If you go, we won't dare come home anymore." Mimi tilted her head, blinking innocently, then nodded vigorously. "Okay, I'll go find the ghosts now. Where are they hiding? I'll catch them and then go home." The entire Kang family, "Auntie, we didn't mean right now." But it was too late. Mimi pulled a golden compass from her magical bag, striking a pose like a feng shui master, and began to meticulously scan every corner of the house. The 4 others trailed behind her, half amused and half exasperated, watching her spin the compass and tap her fingers as if she were live streaming a ghost hunt. After a full, uneventful patrol, Mimi rubbed her eyes and let out a huge yawn. "Oh man, I'm so sleepy." Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed backward like a sack of flour. Mrs. Kang rushed forward in a panic, catching her in her arms. Mr. Kang was about to ask something, but she motioned for him to be quiet. Mimi was carried to her bedroom, sleeping as peacefully as a little kitten. Mrs. Kang tucked her in, looking at her husband with a thoughtful expression. "We can't keep hiding this from her forever. If she finds out what happened to her parents, who knows what kind of mystical tricks she'll use to run back home." On the bed, Mimi, though fast asleep, was whimpering. "Mommy, Daddy, please wake up. Sob, sob." Her sorrowful cries made Mr. and Mrs. Kang's hearts ache. Was their little ancestor having a nightmare? What should they do? In her dream, Mimi saw her parents lying motionless on a bed. She screamed until her voice was hoarse, shaking them, but they didn't respond. "Mommy, Daddy, don't sleep anymore. Please wake up. Mommy, Daddy, please don't sleep. Mimi's back." Fear welled up in her eyes. Until Mimi remembered the family's sacred treasure, the spirit tablet of the Jiang family. Her mother once told her, "When there's no other way, go ask the spirit tablet for help. It will surely work." Mimi wiped her tears and ran towards the gate. After a few steps, thump, she tripped on a stone and fell flat on her face. She held her head and burst into tears. "Ouch, it hurts. But I can't cry. Mommy and Daddy are waiting for me." Gritting her teeth, she forced herself up and continued running, finally reaching the place where the spirit tablet was kept. Mimi knelt, tears streaming down her face. "Spirit tablet, please help Mimi." Instantly, her parents' spirits appeared, their eyes full of love. "Don't cry, our treasure. Mommy and Daddy are fine. Be good, don't cry anymore." Mimi rushed to hug her mother, sobbing. "Mommy, Daddy, you've become spirits, why?" Her mother gently stroked her hair. "Mimi, it's just that our time was up. But if you work hard and do good things, many people will love you." Then she took out a glass bottle. "As long as you fill this bottle, Mommy and Daddy will come back." Her father patted her head. "Our good girl, Mommy and Daddy will wait for you in the spirit tablet, waiting for you to awaken us." Mimi hugged the glass bottle, her face streaked with tears. "I'll try my best. I'll fill this bottle. But you have to wait for me, okay?" Mimi obediently held the glass bottle, her face tear-stained like a sad kitten that had its fish stolen. She repeated her parents' words. "Mimi, when you're at your grandnephew's house, you must be obedient and not be willful, you hear? It's okay for Mommy and Daddy to sleep here. Mimi, don't keep thinking about this. You must be happy." Hearing this, Mimi's emotions exploded like a drama heroine. "No, I don't want to be happy. I just want Mommy and Daddy to wake up." She lunged forward, trying to grasp her parents' fading spirits like smoke. "I don't want to listen to anyone else. I only listen to Mommy and Daddy." But the space in front of her was empty, filled only with wind and dust. Mimi screamed, crying like a thunderstorm, just as she woke up from the terrible dream. The entire Kang family immediately rushed to her side as if pulled by an invisible force. "Little auntie, are you okay? What did you dream about?" Mimi sat up, her hair a mess, her voice sad but still trying to be serious. "Mommy and Daddy said that as long as I accumulate enough virtue and gather enough faith to fill this glass jar, they will wake up." With that, she pulled a golden tortoise shell from her bag, her movements as practiced as a live-streaming fortune teller. "Let me see who I can get some virtue from today." She tossed the shell into the air. It spun a few times before landing right at Leo Kang's feet. Leo stared at the tortoise shell at his feet, his eyes wide with a look of panic, as if it were demanding a debt. "Auntie, does this mean something?" Mimi nodded, her voice full of wisdom. "That's right. As long as I follow you, I can save my parents. You have something you need my help with, don't you?" Leo gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head. "Actually, I signed up for a reality show that films daily life with kids. I want to turn my image around. So I was hoping to invite you, young auntie, to join the show with me." With that, he sat down and took Mimi's hand, his expression as sincere as if he were proposing. The show starts filming in a week. As soon as his father heard this, he flew into a rage. "What the hell? Our aunt has only been home for a few days and you're already dragging her off to a show? Are you out of your mind?" Leo immediately tucked his tail between his legs, as meek as a kitten. But Mimi was the complete opposite, excitedly raising her hand to declare, "Mimi wants to go. Mimi will work hard to accumulate virtue on the TV show." Leo was overjoyed, nearly picking her up and spinning her around as if he'd won the lottery. Young auntie agreed. The rest of the Kang family stood frozen like statues, their expressions as if they had just taken the wrong medicine. Kang Dae-hyun, passing by, casually said to his eldest son, "If the young auntie has agreed to go, then our Kang family will pour money into sponsoring her, creating a powerful backing to make her famous. We will definitely make our little ancestor a star." Daniel frowned. "Dad, if we use money to hype her up, it might backfire. The audience will tear her apart. Don't you remember what happened with Leo? He's a prime example." Leo felt as if thousands of negative comments were stabbing him in the heart, and he fell silent, swallowing his anger. "Auntie said she needs to accumulate virtue, so it probably means doing a lot of good deeds, right? Besides, virtue accumulated that way wouldn't even count for her." His father nodded. That's true. Well then, let's be cautious and pave the way slowly to be safe." A week later, Mimi followed Leo Kang to participate in the reality show, A Day in the Life of Adorable Kids. MC Lena stood before the camera, her smile as bright as a stage light. "Welcome everyone to today's live recording. Right now, we're going to sneak into Leo Kang's bedroom to see what he's up to in the morning. I bet you're all excited, aren't you?" Netizens immediately flooded the chat. Who would be excited for a lowlife like him? Leo Kang still dares to show his face? Wasn't he exposed for drug use and his scandalous private life? Someone like him should have been arrested. He's got money so he can buy his way onto TV. I heard the kid he brought with him is his secret love child. What? How could the show allow this? As the MC pushed the door open, the camera panned in to find Leo and Mimi still dead asleep in bed, snoring in harmony. Netizens exploded again. OMG, it's this late and they're still sleeping? Do they even know they're being filmed? So lazy that even with a camera in his face, he doesn't wake up? Wait, who's that little kid? His secret daughter? This show is bold. Someone call the police for me. Meanwhile, at the Kang estate, Mr. and Mrs. Kang were on the verge of a collective breakdown reading the comments. Mr. Kang, after reading the live comments, flew into a rage, slamming his hand on the table and yelling as if declaring war. "That damn brat Leo Kang! I told him to wake up early and he's still sleeping in, letting our young auntie get dragged through the mud by netizens. What a disgrace to the Kang family." Still fuming, he grabbed his phone, his hands trembling with anger as he typed in his password and furiously left a comment under the username Mim is the best. What's wrong with a kid sleeping in a little? Give the guy a break. But his loving comment was immediately buried under an avalanche of angry netizens. "Cancel Leo Kang. He's a bad influence on children. He's beyond saving." Mr. Kang's eyes widened at the screen, feeling as if his own comment had backfired on him. He sighed in defeat. Just cancel him. He's a terrible influence, a good-for-nothing who's dragging our little aunt down with him. Mrs. Kang, seeing her husband on the verge of a stroke, gently patted his shoulder. "All right, let me think of a way to save the Kang family's reputation." 10 seconds later, bam! Mrs. Kang miraculously appeared in Leo's bedroom, seeing her son lying there like an unwrapped mummy, snoring away. "Leo, get up, we're filming!" She narrowed her eyes and muttered, "If we weren't filming and I wasn't worried about ruining our auntie's image, I would have kicked this boy out into the yard, sleeping like a dead pig." Just then, Mimi rubbed her eyes, yawned, and saw Mrs. Kang. Her eyes lit up and she smiled as brightly as a summer day. "Grandniece-in-law, good morning!" That one sentence was enough to melt Mrs. Kang's heart. She imagined Mimi turning into a little kitten, purring in her arms. "Oh my God, how can our little aunt be this adorable? I want to hug her like a teddy bear." But imagination was just a dream. Reality was that they had to get up. "Little auntie, we've started filming," Mrs. Kang reminded her gently. Mimi sneezed to wake herself up and then sprang out of bed like a wound-up toy, waving energetically at the camera. Hi, I'm awake! Good morning, everyone. I'm Mimi Kang. This adorable greeting sent the netizens into a frenzy, all of them collectively adopting the role of long-lost parents. This kid is so cute! Oh my god, she's a soft, sweet-smelling little princess. I wish this was my daughter. For a kid this cute, I'd spare no expense. But some sharp-eyed viewers noticed, wait, did she just call Mrs. Kang grandniece-in-law? What? What kind of family tree is this? While the netizens were still puzzled, Mrs. Kang turned back to her son, who was still so sound asleep he could have been carried away by a burglar without noticing. She gritted her teeth, her fists clenched, ready for a loving punch. Our little aunt is awake and he's still sleeping. This boy is the king of snoozing. Are you going to get up or not? But just as she raised her hand, Mimi stopped her. The little girl whispered sweetly, "Grandniece-in-law, wait a moment. Last night a ghost came to find Mimi, and it scared my 7th grandnephew so much he couldn't sleep. Let him sleep a little longer, okay?" The scene from last night replayed in Mimi's mind. Leo had been sleeping, but he was muttering, no, don't bite me." It looked like he was being chased by a ghost cat in his dream. Mimi had cleverly captured the little ghost on his head right then and there. I don't want to get up." But Mimi had already subdued the ghost doll. Hearing this, Mrs. Kang felt a little guilty. Oh, so that's what happened. Poor thing. But remembering the schedule and that filming had already started and they had to be at the airport by 11, she said, "Little auntie, I know you care for my son, but for the show we have to wake him up." Mimi nodded like a wise old woman. "Then go ahead and wake him up, grandniece-in-law." With official permission, Mrs. Kang didn't hesitate, delivering a motherly smack to wake him up. The slap woke Leo right up, his eyes still blurry. Ha ha, this must be my real mom. One slap and I'm wide awake. Aren't you going to look at the camera over there and wake up? We're filming, Leo suddenly remembered. Oh right, aren't we supposed to be filming today? He shot up like a zombie seeing the sun, running a hand through his hair to create an impromptu, handsome look. "Good morning, my darlings." Netizens. Ugh, who are you calling your darlings? So cringy. Get lost. What is this? This loser is so slick. Take your secret love child and get out of showbiz. I was so angry I wanted to block him, but now I just find it funny. Just then, Mimi walked out, her eyes sparkling like a kitten entering a new room. "7th grandnephew, good morning." Leo looked at her and instinctively patted her head. "Little auntie, good morning." This sudden gentleness made the netizens swoon. Why the quick mood change? Man, I was just cursing him out and now my heart is melting. I'm dying of laughter. Leo King is a master of expressions. This dad is so gentle. Is he really her father? Or maybe she really is his great-grandaunt. Mimi held up her fingers and counted. 7th grandnephew. We have to brush our teeth, wash our faces, eat breakfast, get in the car, and then get on the plane. We have a lot to do today. Leo smiled, placing her on his shoulders with utmost affection. All right, let's go. We'll brush our teeth, wash our faces, and then get on the plane. Mimi giggled, spreading her arms out like an airplane. Haha, let's go. In the bathroom, he placed her on a stool, squeezed toothpaste onto her brush, and presented it to her like a precious treasure. Your toothbrush, young auntie. Netizens, what a good grandnephew to his little auntie. Mimi took the toothbrush from Leo, her face beaming. She patted his head and showered him with praise. You're such a good boy. You're my favorite in the whole world. No one else even comes close. The two of them, in perfect sync, stepped up to the sink, brushed their teeth, rinsed and spat like a biological duet. After brushing, they both grabbed their towels at the same time. Their movements so coordinated it was as if they'd been practicing since childhood. "Let me put on your moisturizer for you," Leo offered, reaching for a nearby jar, his gaze as gentle as a nighttime skincare ad. Mimi nodded in agreement, lifting her chin to make it easier for him. Just as this heartwarming scene was about to go viral for its touching display of family affection, Kang Dae-hyun burst in like a tornado, delivering a swift kick to Leo's hand, sending the moisturizer jar flying. "What are you doing?" Mr. Kang yelled, pointing a finger at him. "Today is Monday! You're supposed to use the cream we bought for our ancestor, and you dare to secretly use the one you bought? Are you asking for a beating?" After lightly kicking his son, Mr. Kang immediately switched to secretary mode, standing at attention before Mimi as if reporting to a neighborhood watch captain. "Little auntie, the 7th one broke the rules. We agreed that on Mondays we use the things I bought, right? As an elder, you have to be fair." Leo's face crumpled like an unsteamed bun. "Dad, we're filming. Can you not cosplay as a raging father during prime time?" Mimi, meanwhile, had tilted her head to inspect the cream jar, seeing the big label 7th grandnephew on it. She nodded. "He used the wrong one. Mimi is a grown-up. Mimi has to be fair." She reached for the jar labeled Eldest Grandnephew, Mr. Kang's cream, and happily applied it to her face, patting her cheeks to test the high-end product. After applying it, she turned and reported cheerfully, "The little auntie has used the eldest grandnephew's moisturizer. Mimi is always the most fair and just person." Mr. Kang nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, as if he'd just scored the deal of the century. The livestream audience started to get confused. Wait, what? Leo Kang's dad also calls the little girl Little Auntie? Is she for real? Did the Kang family just flip their entire family tree upside down? This has to be a stunt the Kangs set up to whitewash Leo. Come on, Kang Dae-hyun is 60. Does he really need to put on a show like this? It's not like he'd lower himself to play a role. At that moment, someone from the production crew spoke up. It's almost time for the Q&A session. Could you two please get ready? After changing, Mimi and Leo went downstairs. Netizens, seeing the little girl in her new outfit looking as pretty as a doll, were in awe. So adorable! Someone get me an oxygen tank. After seeing Mimi, I want to have a daughter right now. Leo placed a cushion behind his young auntie's back, his actions as gentle as if he were caring for his own grandmother. The two sat properly, facing the two show hosts. One host asked Mimi, "What is your relationship with Leo Kang?" Mimi remembered her great-grandnephew's instructions when asked a question, looked directly into the camera. She tilted her head and looked straight ahead, her eyes as clear as a pristine well. "I am his little auntie. Leo Kang is my 7th great-grandnephew." The answer, combined with her adorable face, immediately shot to the top 3 on the trending charts. Adorable little auntie. Some people were in denial. Such a young kid making up stories. 7th great-grandnephew? If I believe that, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. The show continued. So, do you have any way to prove it? Can your parents come and confirm? Hearing this, Mimi lowered her head, her small shoulders trembling. Ah, my parents. The audience and the production crew's hearts immediately broke. Mimi, sweetie, don't cry. Your dad is here, but your mom isn't, right? Stop asking. The baby is about to cry. What kind of question is that? It's basically implying she's a love child. Leo couldn't take it anymore. Let's end the interview here. But Mimi wiped her tears and held up a hand to stop him. It's okay. She spoke in a low voice. My daddy's name is Kang Senki, and my mommy's name is Jiang Jiao. They are currently in a deep sleep, so they can't come. But once Mimi completes her mission, I will ask them to come talk to you. The production crew member nodded in agreement. Okay, thank you, little Mimi, for answering our questions. Our interview ends here. You're so cute, I'll have to have a daughter someday. Just as he was about to signal the end of the broadcast, Mimi raised her hand again, her voice as sweet as sugar syrup. Mister, can you call your son right now? Tell him not to go any further. The crew member was confused. My son is only 4, he doesn't have a phone. Mimi quickly replied. Then call his mother. You're a good person, and Mimi doesn't want you to be sad. Leo, knowing his little auntie didn't speak nonsense, also grew anxious. Hurry up or I'll call for you. The audience was surprised. Huh, how did this turn from a heartwarming show into a supernatural talk show? I'm dying of laughter. This kid is like a little psychic. Forced into a corner, the man called his wife. Hello, honey, where are you? The voice on the other end was surprised. Honey? Huh, why are you calling? I'm taking our son to his talent class. Aren't you filming with the show today? How do you have time to call me? It's nothing, I just wanted to tell you not to go any further. Wait a bit before you go. His wife was surprised. Huh, why? Just as she finished her sentence, a loud scream came from the other end. Crash! Ah! Honey, there's been an accident, a car accident. It just happened right in front of us. Thank goodness you called. I slowed down a bit. If I had gone a few more steps, our son and I would have definitely been hit. The entire film crew was stunned. The little girl had been right? Mimi let out a sigh of relief. The timing was perfect. She said cheerfully, Oh my, that's a relief. It's good that you're okay. The man was almost in tears. He turned to Mimi and held her tiny hands. Thank you so much. If it weren't for that call, they would have definitely been in danger. No matter the outcome, I wouldn't have been able to bear it. Mimi smiled sweetly. It's okay. You saved a child once, and now you're receiving your good karma. The man was taken aback. Huh, what child did I save? Why can't I remember? A moment later, he recalled. 3 days ago, a child crossing the road. At that moment, the man was completely convinced, giving her a double thumbs up. You could even predict that? You're amazing! Leo, standing beside them, chimed in with a sincere but slightly dramatic tone. Little auntie can even see the future? You really are amazing. Overwhelmed with praise, Mimi's cheeks turned red. She covered her face and giggled as if she'd just won the lottery. She gently patted Leo's head, expressing her appreciation. Thanks for the compliment, 7th grandnephew. You're pretty amazing too. The segment of Mimi's fortune-telling immediately blew up on the trending charts. The top 3 topics were Adorable little auntie. Little auntie, the fortune teller. Little auntie predicts car accident. But as usual, where there's hype, there are haters. The auntie fans started to chime in. I bet the Kang family paid to stage an accident to create a psychic image for the kid. I'll only believe it if she tells another fortune. Exactly. Seeing is believing. The production crew, seeing the viewership numbers skyrocket, was ecstatic. Great, we've hit 3 million viewers. The director spoke through his earpiece. Seize this opportunity. This kid is a goldmine. Get her to interact more. Let's see if she can tell another fortune. The coordinator quickly relayed the message. Mimi, the crew would like to continue the interview for you to interact more with the audience and prove your abilities. Can you tell another fortune? Mimi replied seriously into the mic. I can't just tell fortunes whenever I want. My mom said I can only do it for people with a destined connection, and there's always a price. For example, that uncle just now did a good deed and was about to face misfortune, so I was able to help him. Huh, a good deed? The little girl paused, remembering her mother's words in the dream before the spirit tablet. She started rummaging in her bag as if looking for a snack, but what she pulled out was the glass bottle, which now had water inside. Mimi cheered as if she'd struck gold. Ah, there's water now. She summed up a profound philosophy. So fortune-telling is a good deed that accumulates virtue. Does that mean Mimi should help people by telling their fortunes? I feel like my parents are about to wake up. The crew member asked, so what's the price this time? Mimi winked playfully and snapped her fingers magically. Mimi has to divine what the price should be first. She took out 3 ancient gleaming coins. The internet immediately buzzed. Are those fake coins? She's acting like a little psychic. They look like cheap toys from a street vendor. Wait, no, I looked it up. Fortune-telling coins don't look like that. But an antique enthusiast quickly refuted. Wrong. Those are ancient coins from the Qin dynasty, the rare halfling type. Someone offered 5 million for one and couldn't get it. This kid has 3 of them. That's 15 million. Mimi tossed the 3 coins into the air. They spun around before landing on the ground. She looked at the result and said sternly, in 7 days, Mimi will only perform 3 divinations for those with a destined connection. There are 2 spots left for today, and each one costs 880,000 gold coins. The man asked, so how do you choose the destined ones? Mimi pointed in another direction and replied coolly, the reading shows a mister who is directing the other misters. That mister probably knows who has a connection. She looked into the camera and called out, Mr. Director over there, can you hear me? The director stroked his chin, nodding. This kid is interesting. Tell her to randomly pick 2 people from the livestream app. I want to see what other surprises she has in store. Mimi randomly selected 2 accounts. Coincidentally, both were people who often sent gifts but disliked Leo Kang. One even had the username Leo Kang Get Out of Showbiz. Mimi read the comment and tilted her head in confusion. Huh. Why does the destined person want my 7th grandnephew to get out? Is showbiz not a good place? The question from such a young child was a soul-searching one. The user Leo Kang Get Out of Showbiz replied, because your 7th grandnephew did bad things and is trying to whitewash himself this way, don't even think about it. Leo gently touched her head. Auntie, let's begin. Don't pay attention to the mean comments. The first person chosen connected via video call, waving. Hello, little Mimi. Do you need my birth date and time? Mimi waved her hand. No need. Just cast the hexagram first and then tell me what you want to ask. Everyone looked at each other, confused. Cast a hexagram how? Mimi pulled out a small, seemingly magical device from her handbag, and everyone nodded. This little auntie was well prepared. The girl asked, I want to know where my cat went. I've been looking for a month in my neighborhood, even put up flyers, but I still can't find him. Mimi consulted the reading and said, in the house to the left, next to the house, next to the house, next to your house. I already asked them. They said they haven't seen a cat. Let me go ask again. The girl was skeptical, but took her phone and went to her neighbor's house. The owner said, you again? I told you, there's no cat here. Mimi suggested, call the police. My great-grandnephew said that when there's trouble, you should call the police. Netizens exploded. This kid is playing for keeps, telling her to call the cops. What if she's wrong? Can a little kid take responsibility for that? If she calls the police, this is getting serious. Leo spoke up seriously. Just give them the address. I'll take full responsibility. Okay, I'm calling the police. Finally, the homeowner, scared, opened the door and released the cat, grumbling. It's just a cat. Why make such a fuss? What's wrong with my grandson playing with it for a few days? Don't call the police. Here's your cat back. It's still healthy, isn't it? Snowy, come here to mommy. Sob, sob. Social media erupted. She found it. Auntie Mimi is amazing. Oh my God, you're so good. That old lady is so unreasonable. I think she should still call the police. As long as the cat is back, it's all good. Mimi spread her arms, demanding praise. Seventh grandnephew, I was right. Leo looked at her, his eyes full of admiration. Yeah, Auntie, you're amazing. Next up was the user with the nickname Leo Kang Get Out of Showbiz. As soon as she was on screen, she declared, I've transferred the money. I want to ask how my younger brother is doing. You probably all know me. I'm the fan club manager for the list actor Zane Chin, so there's no way I'm a paid actor for the Kang family. I am determined to get someone like Leo Kang out of the entertainment industry. Inwardly, she sneered, I don't even have a younger brother. Let's see what this kid comes up with. Mimi was silent. Netizens started chattering. What's wrong? Did she get the wrong script? Did she accidentally pick an anti-fan who can't act? You're overthinking it. How can a 3-year-old act? You can't fake what's real. This is our Zane's fan manager. Amazing, exposing their scheme. Mimi pondered for a moment before replying, Your younger brother has been unhappy lately. The woman burst out laughing. You're lying! I don't have a brother! You Kangs are just a bunch of rich liars! I don't have any brother. Here's my family's household registration. The Kangs are scammers. Little kid, tell the truth or the police will arrest you. Netizens were in an uproar. Oops, she's been exposed. This is hilarious. Busted this time, huh? The production team should cancel their contract with these fraudsters. Cancel the contract? Cancel the contract. Mimi raised her voice. It's not true. My family never lies. And Mimi doesn't lie either. You just saw your brother yesterday. I don't have a brother, so how could I have seen him? Where did you see him? When you went to buy that drink. The one that's like milk, but you can drink it? With the little round balls inside. Your brother was the one who served it to you. The woman snapped. Everyone drinks bubble tea these days. Nonsense. A lucky guess doesn't prove anything. I'll say it again, I don't have a brother. Mimi didn't give up. Your parents have been looking for your brother all this time. Just ask them and you'll know. He was kidnapped when you were 6, and you even ran after the car crying. The woman was furious. I'm going to call my mother and get to the bottom of this. I'll expose this scam and see what excuses you have left. She made the call and her mother picked up. Viola, what is it, dear? I'm at work. Mom, I need to ask you something. Do I really have a younger brother? A trembling voice came from the other end. How did you know about that? Did you suddenly remember something? The girl was stunned. You mean I really have a brother? On the other end of the line, the mother held a faded old photograph, her voice heavy with emotion like a primetime drama. That day, just because you wanted some cotton candy, your brother was snatched away by a kidnapper. Your father went crazy over it and scolded you terribly. You cried so much you got a high fever for days and almost didn't make it. When you woke up, you had forgotten everything. We were all so scared you were in shock, so we went along with it and never mentioned it again. Hearing this, the girl's face changed. She narrowed her eyes like a detective. But I'm the only child in our family. The mother choked back sobs, as if reciting a script from a tragic movie. He was only 11 months old. He hadn't even been registered on the household record, dear. The girl was speechless, her eyes widening as she stared at Mimi with newfound respect, as if Mimi had just predicted the lottery numbers. Recalling the little girl's words, she quickly told her mother, Mom, someone told me my brother is selling bubble tea at the shop downstairs. Do you want to go check it out with me? The mother screamed as if she'd won the jackpot. Really? Oh my God, I'm coming home right now. On this side, Mimi clapped her hands, turning to the livestream camera and cheering, Great, the family is reunited. This little auntie's predictions are spot on, everyone. The crew member standing nearby stared. His jaw dropped so wide he looked like he was about to swallow the microphone in shock. Before anyone could recover, Mimi spoke up again. I'm done with my predictions. Can we go on the plane now? The crew member laughed as if he'd just signed a $1 billion contract. Yes. A private jet will be here in 30 minutes to take you to the airport. The livestream ended amidst the excitement of the netizens. Mimi became an overnight sensation, her popularity skyrocketing. 30 minutes later, the show's car arrived. The entire Kang family stood at the doorstep to see her off as if she were leaving for a monastery. Mimi gave 2 good luck talismans to her 2 grandnephews, instructing them seriously. While I'm away, these talismans will protect you. To ease his parents' worries, Leo held the little auntie's hand and smiled brightly, like a kindergartner on his first day of school. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'll take good care of little auntie. No one in the family wanted Mimi to go. They crowded around her, saying their goodbyes. Come back soon, little auntie. Little auntie, I'll miss you so much. Mr. Kang even waved his hand dismissively. If that rotten kid does anything wrong, just give him a good smack for me. No need to be polite. Leo, standing beside them, felt like an outsider, muttering under his breath, Hello? Is anyone going to see me off? I'm going too, you know. Mimi turned back and waved. Mimi will be good. You all take care of yourselves. As soon as the 2 of them arrived at the airport, they ran into a special guest. Leo waved and called out, "Bro, you're here! I'm here! You guys are always the first to arrive." The list actor Zane Chin appeared, and the two greeted each other with a friendly shoulder bump, like long-lost brothers. But Mimi's gaze was fixed on the red beaded bracelet on Zane's wrist, her eyes full of suspicion. She frowned. This aura is very familiar, just like the bracelet Nora Lynn was wearing at the party. Zane bent down, smiling brightly. "Hello, sweetie. Is this your daughter?" Just as he was about to pat Mimi's head, smack, Leo blocked his hand. He introduced her seriously, not forgetting a free bit of PR. "Let me introduce you. This is my little auntie, the real deal, blood-related. It was even confirmed on the live stream. So are you convinced now? I don't have a secret love child." Zane's face was smiling, but his heart was still. Nevertheless, he kept up the facade. "Oh, I see, a little auntie. A pleasure, a pleasure." He pushed a small boy forward who was holding a gift box. "This is my younger brother, Hao. We've prepared a gift for the little auntie." Hao shyly presented the gift. "This is for the little auntie." Mimi beamed. "Thank you." After accepting the gift, she pulled a small wooden doll from her bag and handed it to him. "This is Mimi's return gift." Netizens immediately started criticizing. "Wow, a $30,000 limited edition Barbie for a ragged piece of wood? The Kangs are so rich yet so stingy. Is that even a gift? They have no manners. Couldn't they have prepared something decent? So cheap." Zane was secretly pleased and added fuel to the fire. "How? This is very precious. Keep it safe. Don't lose it." He smirked, his eyes filled with disdain for Mimi and Leo. "Just keep losing fans, you two. I can't believe the wealthy Kang family would give us a broken piece of wood. It's ridiculous. But this time, my generous gift will surely win me a new wave of fans." But before he could finish gloating, Mimi said softly, "Let me show you how to play with it." She took out another wooden doll from her bag, held it, and with a click, pressed its arm. The ragged piece of wood made a sound. And then, whoosh, it transformed into a small bird and flew into the air. Needless to say, Hao's jaw dropped. And the netizens did a complete 180. "OMG, that's magical. It can transform into so many things? Damn, who was calling it a piece of wood before? Barbie just gets her hair brushed and clothes changed. This thing can fly. Do the people who called it ragged wood dare to say anything now? I'm so jealous. Auntie, I want one too." Mimi giggled. If there was water here, it could even turn into a swimming fish. Leo squatted down, mesmerized. "Little auntie, you have such a fun toy. Why didn't you give one to me?" Mimi replied honestly, "This is a kid's toy. You're a grown-up, 7th grandnephew. It's not suitable for you." Leo pouted, covering his face and pretending to cry. "No fair, wow, I want to play too." Netizens witnessing this scene screamed, "Ha ha ha ha! I'm dying! Leo Kang is a master of expressions. Oh my god, and Lister whining like that is so cute. Leo Kang is now the good nephew who loves his auntie. I want to have a daughter and find a little auntie to play with too. Honestly, I want that little toy too. Auntie, can you open a shop? Don't cry, be good. Here, it's yours, it's yours." Mimi saw that her nephew wasn't actually crying and rolled her eyes. "Huh? You're not really crying? Are you tricking me?" "No, I wouldn't dare trick you, Auntie. If I don't get the toy, your great-grandnephew will cry for real." Hao, standing nearby, pointed a finger at Leo and tattled, "Little Auntie, don't believe him. Grown-ups are always tricking kids. He's a kid tricker. He's even trying to take a kid's toy." Mimi's face turned serious. "Grandnephew, lower your head and let me see your forehead." Leo obediently lowered his head. Mimi flicked his forehead lightly and spoke like a wise old woman. "No more tricking people, you hear? You're not a good boy if you do that." Leo winked. "I know I was wrong, little auntie. I won't trick people anymore. Please forgive me." Mimi stroked her chin and nodded. "It's good that you know you were wrong. I forgive you. The toy is still yours. But if you trick me again, you won't get anything. Got it?" The netizens were once again smitten. "Oh my god, little auntie is so adorable. I officially believe Mimi is an angel incarnate. Auntie is so cute, she's making us want to have daughters again. With Auntie around, Leo Kang is so much better behaved." Wow. Why does our great-grandnephew like toys so much? He's so cute. Weren't there rumors that Leo Kang was a rude and hot-tempered playboy? He seems pretty okay now. Yeah, I might just become a fan. Trending topics. 3-year-old dumpling teaches Leo Kang to behave. Little Auntie the psychic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zane Chin watched all of this, his blood boiling. He gritted his teeth. This can't continue. If this goes on, Leo Kang and that little brat will definitely steal all the fans. How dare they steal my spotlight? The red beaded bracelet on his wrist suddenly emitted strange wisps of energy, and his face darkened like something out of a horror movie. This time, I'll suck all of Leo Kang's luck dry, so he can never get back on his feet. As the group was chatting animatedly, the famous actress Iris Liu arrived with a beautiful little girl named Yumi. Seeing a familiar face, Zane's face lit up, and he called out enthusiastically, "You're here!" He quickly turned to Leo, urging him with an excited look. "Leo, aren't you going to say hello?" Leo, however, was completely different. He didn't even glance at Iris, his expression cold as he focused on playing with the toy his little auntie had given him. His indifference made Mimi a little curious, and she tilted her head to lecture him like a proper old woman. "Why didn't you say hello? That's not polite. You're not being a good boy." Leo frowned, his tone slightly sarcastic. "What's the point of saying hello? I don't want to be all friendly just to get the cold shoulder." Zane, seeing the awkward atmosphere, quickly ran over to Iris to smooth things over. "Iris, don't mind him. I'm sure Leo didn't mean anything by it." He smiled pleasantly, but inwardly he was thinking, "Leo, you brought this on yourself this time." Mimi, seeing that her advice wasn't working, decided to take matters into her own hands. She walked up to Iris and greeted her politely. "Hello, ma'am." Getting closer, Mimi quietly assessed the famous actress. From the look on her face, she seemed like a good person. Mimi's politeness and cuteness immediately softened Iris's heart. She knelt to talk to her. "Hello, you're so adorable. What's your name?" Mimi looked up and said clearly, "My name is Mimi Kang." Then, from out of nowhere, she pulled out 2 identical green jade necklaces and held them up to Iris. "This is a welcome gift I prepared. I hope you won't blame my grandnephew for his rudeness." Iris froze, asking in disbelief, Your grandnephew, you mean Leo Kang?" Surprised by both Mimi's identity and the 2 precious jade necklaces, the kind you could tell were worth at least 10,000 just by their color, Iris started to have doubts. Where did this little girl get something so valuable? Does Leo Kang know? Zane Chin wouldn't stay quiet, adding fuel to the fire. "Iris, Leo brought little Mimi here saying she's his little auntie. Small in size but high in seniority. She's really something else." Then he casually took a red gift box from his pocket and gave it to Yumi. "Oh right, my How also prepared a gift for Yumi. Please take it." But little Yumi was shy, hiding behind her mother. Iris coaxed her daughter while forcing a smile. "Sorry, my daughter is a bit timid. I just wanted to bring her to make some new friends." Netizens watching the live stream were already buzzing. "I know about this. Iris has said before that she's too busy with work and doesn't have much time for her daughter. Kids are like that. They'll open up when they're a little older." "Wait, what's little auntie doing over there?" All eyes were on Mimi. She hid her hands behind her back, walked over to Yumi, and smiled sweetly. "Your name is Yumi. I'm Mimi. Our names sound so similar. If you don't like the necklace, I have lots of other toys in my bag." With that, Mimi emptied her small bag onto the floor, and a colorful array of toys spilled out like magic. Yumi was immediately captivated, her eyes glued to each item. Iris also knelt to look with her daughter. Her eyes suddenly stopped on a pair of handmade butterflies on the ground. A thought flashed in her mind. They looked exactly like the ones on display at the museum. Yumi exclaimed, "These butterflies are so pretty." Iris was startled. "Oh no, my daughter has expensive taste. This item was very valuable. What should she do?" Just as she was in a bind, Mimi generously pushed the butterflies towards Yumi. "Then they're a gift for you." Netizens immediately noticed, "Hey, I'm an archaeologist. That butterfly pair looks exactly like the one in the museum. It's not stolen, is it? Someone tagged the North City Cyber Police. Don't talk nonsense. It could be a traditional craft." Iris was still in shock, her mind racing. This gift was too heavy with meaning. How could she repay it? Mimi seemed to read her thoughts and said with a light laugh, "It's okay, ma'am. My family has a lot of these in storage. I'm just giving Yumi 1 pair." The words made Yumi's face light up, and she happily accepted the gift. Iris also breathed a sigh of relief, saying gently, "Well, thank you then. I'll bring Yumi over to your house with a return gift someday." Mimi excitedly rummaged through her bag and took out another pair of butterflies. "Yumi, let's wear them together." This time, it was a lovely pink pair. Yumi's eyes widened with delight. But when she saw her mother frown, she immediately held back. "Okay, but I can't be greedy." Seeing this, Mimi suggested, "How about we each keep one? I like both colors, too." Yumi immediately smiled and nodded enthusiastically. Netizens' hearts melted. Little auntie is so amazing, so clever and generous. Someone give me an elderly little girl like this, I promise to raise her for life. Mimi excitedly brought the remaining butterfly pair to Leo. "Little grandnephew, come put this in my hair." Leo obediently did as he was told, placing the butterfly in her hair. Mimi did a little twirl and beamed. "Ta-da, am I pretty?" Just then, Leo gently pulled her hand. "Auntie, it's almost time to board the plane. We should go." But Mimi pulled her hand away and skipped over to Yumi, taking her hand. "My grandnephew is a grown-up. He can walk by himself. Mimi wants to stay with Yumi. Leo froze on the spot, his eyes welling up with tears, his heart screaming, "Wow, little auntie, you've abandoned me!" After the production crew gave the signal, the group boarded the plane one by one. As soon as they reached their seats, Mimi quickly pointed to the empty spot next to her and said to her new friend, "Yumi, let's sit here together." Yumi, who had the same idea, happily nodded, her voice sweet. Okay. The two girls settled in, chattering like sparrows, making the cabin feel more lively. Just then, Leo ambled over. The young man, oblivious to the situation, was grinning from ear to ear, his mind already picturing the perfect selfie to show off to his family. This is probably little auntie's first time on a plane. I can't miss such a historic moment. But just as he was about to sit down, Iris held up a hand to stop him. Wait. Leo raised an eyebrow in confusion as Iris smiled and suggested, "How about I sit with the two of them? After all, you're a big guy. You're probably not as good at taking care of kids as I am." Hearing this, Leo's face immediately fell as if his pride had just been trampled. He shot back, his voice full of indignation. "Who says I'm bad at taking care of kids? My family taught me plenty." Seeing he wasn't taking the hint, Iris laid her cards on the table. "Actually, my daughter is afraid of you." The statement was a direct blow to Leo's ego. He glared, then, like a child who'd had his candy taken away, he grabbed his bag and plopped down in a nearby empty seat. I don't need to sit with your daughter anyway. I want to sit with my little auntie." Mimi, seeing her nephew being so stubborn and dramatic, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She gently waved him away, her voice soft and diplomatic. "Good boy, go sit over there. Yumi is scared of you." Those gentle words were like a dagger to Leo's fragile heart. His eyes widened, his lips trembled, and his gaze filled with disbelief as he choked out, "Little auntie, you don't need me anymore?" With that one sentence, his whole world seemed to crumble. He lamented internally, "Wah, I even planned out the selfie poses with little auntie, and now she's abandoning me like this?" Mimi looked at her nephew's exaggerated crying and was at a loss for words. The scene was immediately captured by the show's cameras and broadcast online. Netizens watching at home burst out laughing, comments flooding the screen. "I can't believe it, is Leo crying? Didn't the news say he didn't even shed a tear when anti-fans threw rotten eggs at him? Oh my god, he's crying just because he can't sit next to Mimi. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Oh no, why am I starting to find him so adorable?" And just like that, one of Leo Kang's crying fits sent the internet into a frenzy, making him the unexpected center of both discussion and affection. Mimi stood there, stunned, her big round eyes staring at her 7th grandnephew, who was sobbing like a rainstorm. A single question echoed in her mind. Good heavens, is this 7th grandnephew even a grown-up? He's crying over such a small thing. With that big frame and teary face, who would believe he's a grown man? Mimi felt both sympathy and helplessness. On one side was her new, shy friend, and on the other was her poor 7th grandnephew with his big, teary puppy dog eyes. In the end, her heart softened. She turned and whispered to Yumi, "Yumi, my nephew is crying. Do you think we could let him sit next to us?" Yumi was still a bit scared, her small hands clutching her dress as she glanced timidly at the tall boy, who was sniffling and looking over hopefully. But when she met Mimi's sincere, pleading eyes, she could only sigh and nod. "Okay, let him sit with us then." Leo felt like he'd just been handed a pot of honey. He quickly wiped the tears from his cheeks, his face beaming as he squeezed into the spot next to the two girls. He moved so fast you'd think he'd lose a treasure if he were a second slower. Across the aisle, Iris sighed softly and leaned over, her voice gentle. "Yumi, I'll sit here then, okay?" The little girl nodded obediently. "Yes, Mommy." Iris smiled, but a flicker of worry crossed her eyes. When her gaze inadvertently landed on Leo, she sighed again, a thought crossing her mind. He's clearly not a bad kid. I wonder when this wall of tension formed between us. Leo, however, didn't care. Now that he was sitting next to his little auntie, he was so happy he immediately took out his phone and started taking selfies of Mimi and Yumi, carefully adjusting poses and angles, a huge grin on his face. The scene reminded Iris of the first day she met him. Leo had just debuted, and they were on the same film set. The boy back then was like a blank slate, always asking questions, quick to accept feedback, and had an amazing memory. Watching him learn like a sponge, everyone thought he had a bright future ahead of him. But that sweet memory was soon overshadowed by an incident. Not long after filming wrapped, Iris heard the bad news. Leo was accused of slapping a young actress on set. Photos and news exploded online, instantly making Leo Kang a top trending topic. Sensational headlines appeared one after another. Rich young master gets physical. Bully's colleague, Leo Kang's true colors revealed behind the spotlight. When she heard about it, Iris tried to investigate, because her instincts told her things weren't as they seemed. She clearly remembered the young actress wasn't terrible, just inexperienced, but that one slap was enough to send Leo's image plummeting, turning him into a public villain. At the time, Iris had meant well, offering a piece of advice in front of everyone. Leo, you're quite famous now, you should be more mindful of your image. But that very advice hit a nerve with the young man. In front of the entire crew, Leo exploded, his voice as sharp as a cold blade. What do you know? Just because I call you sister, you think you're my actual sister? Do you have any idea what that woman— Leo was about to explain the situation, but before he could finish, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. It was none other than Zane Chin. Leo! Iris watched as Leo's face grew darker, and her own heart sank. Zane suddenly smiled, his tone polite and seemingly gentle. Leo's not in a good mood today. My apologies for the scene, Iris. I'll take him to rest for a bit. With that, without giving them a chance to say another word, Zane quickly pulled Leo away, as if afraid he would say something even more unpleasant. Iris's gaze shifted from Leo's retreating back to Zane, and a wave of suspicion rose within her. That's strange. Zane wasn't even there at the time. How did he appear at just the right moment to cut him off? Was he hiding somewhere, just waiting for this moment to intervene? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, a sense of caution quietly growing. Zane is also on this game show. If he really is up to something, there might be a lot of trouble ahead. Just then, a chorus of awes from the other passengers on the plane pulled Iris from her thoughts. Wow, so cute! Surprised, Iris looked over and saw a scene that warmed her heart. Leo was sitting upright, letting Mimi and Yumi comfortably lean against him. Yumi was no longer afraid, even lying snugly on his lap, just like Mimi. In that moment, Leo looked down, a surprisingly gentle smile on his face. The affectionate way he looked at the two girls was like that of an older brother, or even a loving father. This heartwarming scene was immediately captured by the cameras and broadcast. And once again, the netizens went wild. Oh my God, Leo is so gentle. If he had kids, he would definitely be an amazing father. Exactly, he's changed. He's changed. Someone who loves kids can't be a bad person. However, there were still dissenting opinions. Don't be fooled. He clearly lost his temper and yelled at a young actress on a film set before. This is definitely just an act. While the public debated, Iris sat quietly, her expression softening. She let out a small breath, thinking to herself, this kind of gentleness doesn't match the arrogant, rebellious image painted online. But not everyone thought so. Across the way, Zane held his phone, pretending to read the news while gritting his teeth, a flash of jealousy in his eyes. Why are the cameras still on Leo? The spotlight should be on me. A few seconds later, the anger was replaced by a sinister look, like a venomous snake. Zane's lips curled into a smug smirk. Whatever. Let the little demon enjoy his moment in the sun. He'll be sucking up all the bad luck for me soon enough anyway. It's never failed before. Once we arrive, there's sure to be a good show to watch. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the group landed and arrived at the filming location. As soon as they stepped off the plane, the production crew was there to greet them. An enthusiastic voice announced, "Welcome everyone to the livestream room. We've just deplaned and are now waiting for 2 more special guests, one from the industry and one ordinary guest." The crew member had barely finished his welcome when a piercing scream cut him off. Go! I don't want to be on TV with you. It's not fun at all. Wah! I want to find my grandma. The sound made everyone jump and turn around. At the entrance to the bus, Vivian Shu was struggling to drag her son, Zach. They were the guests the show had just announced. Vivian's face instantly froze as she realized the cameras were pointed right at her. Flustered, she quickly forced a strange smile and tried to coax her son. Zach, sweetie, be good. Look, there are lots of other kids on the bus. It'll be so much fun to play with them. But Zach wasn't easily fooled. The little boy, his face streaked with tears, sniffled and looked around the bus. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw Mimi. He pointed a finger and declared, "I want to play with her." Without another word, he pulled his hand free from Vivian's and dashed towards Mimi. Pointing at her hair, Zach shouted, "Butterfly! Butterfly! I want to see your butterfly!" Mimi was a bit startled, but still smiled warmly, about to take the small butterfly clip out of her hair to show him. But before she could, Zach lunged forward and snatched it. That hurts! The sudden, forceful pull was so painful that Mimi cried out. The small, pretty butterfly clip was gone, but so was a long strand of her hair, yanked out with it. Mimi held her head, her eyes welling up with tears, and sobbed, "Why did you snatch my little butterfly?" But Zach showed no remorse. Instead, he put his hands on his hips and stuck out his tongue. "Nya, if you want your butterfly back, come and get me." The arrogant challenge was the last straw. Leo couldn't sit still any longer. His face darkened as he strode over, grabbed Zach by the collar, and lifted him up like a little chick. His voice was cold and sharp. "Apologize to my little auntie right now." The scene immediately fell silent. Zach, dangling in the air, kicked his legs wildly, screaming, "Let me go! Put me down!" Vivian, stunned by Leo's swift and decisive action, shouted in panic. A surge of anger rose within her as she glared at the camera behind them. How dare he bully my child in front of the cameras? He's walking right into a trap. A dark thought flashed in her mind, and Vivian's brow furrowed, a smirk playing on her lips. I have to use public opinion this time to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. With that, Vivian adopted a superior air and slowly walked up to Leo. She deliberately smiled graciously, her voice smooth but laced with a condescending tone. "You're Leo Kang, right? I'm Vivian Shu. I believe that makes me your senior in the industry." Her opening line already reeked of pulling rank. Before anyone could react, she casually added, "It's normal for kids to argue or fight among themselves. There's no need to overreact." But then, she glanced at the camera, cleverly slipping in a sugar-coated dagger. "But for you to be so aggressive with my son, that doesn't seem very appropriate, does it?" It was a move that both feigned generosity and pushed public opinion against Leo. Not done yet, Vivian pretended to be reasonable, her tone conciliatory. "I know you're not a petty person. Let my son go and I'll have him apologize to the little girl." Leo frowned, his lips twitching. Senior, petty person. One sentence, 3 hidden meanings. Every word out of her mouth is designed to put someone down. But when his eyes fell on Mimi, who was crying in pain, his heart clenched. A thought flashed in his mind. "Yeah, I am petty. So what? Can't you see my little auntie is crying?" With that, Leo gritted his teeth, his face like ice, and replied without a hint of deference, "No, I'll let him go only when he apologizes. If you can't control your son, then I'll do it for you." His words, like a clap of thunder, left Vivian speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief at being so thoroughly shut down. Just then, Zane, who was always waiting for a chance to shine, stepped forward like a hero. He placed a hand on Leo's shoulder, pretending to be a peacemaker, but his tone only added salt to the wound. "Leo, listen to me. Put the kid down first. Don't get worked up. He's just a child, not an adult. If you hold him by the collar like that, he could suffocate, and that would be big trouble." As soon as he finished, Zach, as if energized, started struggling more violently, his little fists even landing a few weak punches on Leo. The scene was so chaotic and absurd that some onlookers didn't know who to feel sorry for. However, Zane's plan didn't go as expected. Contrary to his calculations, the online community started to side with Mimi, and comments exploded. "Does anyone else find this weird? Zane's words sound nice, but there's something shady about them." "Yeah, I feel it too. He says let the kids sort it out, but Mimi's hair was literally ripped out. If that were my kid, I'd make them apologize too." "Exactly. Leo Kang did nothing wrong. It's right to stand up for your friend." "Ha ha, I used to think Leo was hot-tempered, but this time he's actually kind of cute. It's understandable that he's being petty for his little auntie." A strong wave of public opinion rose, unexpectedly turning the tables. Leo, who was on the verge of being condemned, suddenly became the one being defended, while Vivian and Zane were unwittingly put under a suspicious spotlight. Leo, who considered Zane a close brother, grudgingly gave him some face after his persistent coaxing. He took a breath and replied curtly, "Fine, if you say so." With that, he coldly dropped Zach to the ground, his voice like ice. "Apologize now!" But the boy, far from being cooperative, just snorted defiantly. Meanwhile, Mimi's soft sobs made Leo's heart ache. He quickly turned and squatted down, gently blowing on the sore spot on her head, his voice as soft as if he were comforting a small child. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Be a good girl, little auntie. Don't cry anymore. I'll make that bad little boy apologize to you." The camera immediately zoomed in on Mimi's little head. Oh my God, right where Zach had pulled, there was now a bald patch of hair, revealing the white scalp underneath. The online community exploded. "Mom, how could it be this serious? That Zach kid is too much. Who pulls a little girl's hair like that? If he had pulled any harder, he could have torn her scalp off." Horrifying. The tension was palpable. Mimi, after calming down, covered the bald patch with her tiny hand and looked up at Leo, asking timidly, "Great-grandnephew? Am I bald now? Am I going to turn into Baldy Mimi?" Hearing such a pitiful yet funny question, Leo felt both pained and helpless. He chuckled softly, sat down beside her, and gently stroked her head, his voice soothing. "Of course not. How could my beautiful little auntie go bald? Just eat lots of black sesame and your hair will grow back in no time." Hearing that, Mimi blinked her teary eyes and nodded. She wiped the tears from her cheeks and bravely walked over to Zach, her voice clear. You pulled my hair, so you have to apologize to me. But Zach just pouted, covered his ears, and pretended not to hear, sticking out his tongue and taunting, Nyanya, I'm not apologizing, you're ugly. Mimi was stunned for a few seconds, then she put her hands on her hips, her cheeks flushing with anger, her voice high-pitched like a bell. I'm not ugly. If you don't apologize, Mimi will hit you back. The audience was shocked by her unexpected feistiness. But before the surprise could settle, Vivian jumped in to defend her precious son. She frowned, her voice a mix of feigned disapproval and gentle persuasion. Oh, my dear, why are you being like this? My son didn't mean to do it. How about this? I'll apologize on his behalf. And as for your hair, I'll compensate you with money, okay? Her words were soft, but anyone could see she was trying to use money to solve the problem instead of teaching her son a lesson. Vivian's handling of the situation made Leo's blood boil. He narrowed his eyes, about to snap, Hey, you! But before he could finish, Mimi stepped forward, her small hand stopping him. She took a deep breath, her fists clenched, her gaze surprisingly sharp. Her voice rang out, each word like a small knife cutting through the hypocrisy. No, you are you, and he is he. He's the one who did something wrong. So even if you apologize for him, it's useless. He made a mistake, so he has to take responsibility. A little girl with such sharp and powerful words left not only Vivian but also everyone around them momentarily stunned. The camera zoomed in on her serious face, her eyes glistening with tears but filled with unwavering determination. Vivian was speechless, sputtering, You! But with dozens of scrutinizing eyes and cameras on her, she didn't dare to make a scene. Embarrassed and angry, she still had to maintain her image. So she yelled at her son, Did you hear that? You did something wrong, so apologize. If you don't, she's going to hit you back. She thought this would force the boy to comply, but Zach only became more defiant. He crossed his arms, his face arrogant. So hit me. It has nothing to do with you, Mom. The declaration was like a bucket of cold water on Vivian's face. She felt the blood rush to her head, screaming internally, Good heavens! This child has been spoiled rotten since he was little. I just need him to cooperate once, but he refuses. The cameras are still rolling. If he just pretended a little, the public would have softened. But he's so stubborn, how can anyone like him? After weighing her options, Vivian lowered her voice and reluctantly said, Fine, fine. Have it your way. I'm not getting involved anymore. Let her hit you. If it hurts, you'll have to bear it. Then she turned to Mimi and shrugged, feigning helplessness. Go ahead and hit him. I can't control him anymore. Hearing this, Mimi's eyes lit up and she nodded decisively. She announced boldly, Okay, then Mimi will hit back. She then warmed up her arms and legs, looking comically serious, like a little martial artist before a match. Everyone fell silent, their eyes wide with anticipation. Whoosh! Moving like lightning, Mimi lunged forward, her small hand aiming straight for Zach's hair and grabbing a firm handful. Zach's screams echoed through the bus. In a surprising moment, Mimi yanked hard, pulling out a clump of hair. Zach was so stunned by the pain that he stared at her in disbelief. You really did it? Mimi didn't bother to respond. She simply turned coldly toward Leo, raised the tuft of hair she had taken as a trophy, and said in a serious tone, Seventh nephew, where is my hair? Leo, who was still overwhelmed by Mimi's imposing display, snapped out of it and quickly bent down to pick up the lock of hair from the floor, presenting it to her like a precious treasure. Little auntie, here is your hair. The scene made Leo marvel inwardly. He never knew his little auntie could be so fierce. She was truly impressive. Mimi held up both hands, her own lock of hair in her left palm, and the one she'd just taken from Zach in her right. She strode confidently up to the boy, looking as serious as a judge delivering a verdict. Zach, look, I pulled out just as much of your hair as you pulled of mine, so now we're even. Her reasoning was as clear as a textbook lesson. But it was only then that Zach started to react. He bit his lip, his eyes turning red, and then tears streamed down his face. What? His crying was so loud it seemed to shake the entire bus. Some passengers startled, some covered their ears, and others tried to suppress their laughter at the overly dramatic scene. Mimi immediately frowned and covered her own ears, her voice as stern as an older sister scolding her younger brother. You're too loud! If you keep crying, I'll give you more back! The warning sounded dangerous, but Zach, instead of stopping, threw his head back and cried even louder. Wah! Why should I listen to you? I'll cry if I want to cry, and I'll scream if I want to scream. Wah! Hearing this, Mimi's eyes blazed. This kid was a real piece of work. Crying was one thing, but arguing back? Without hesitation, she turned around, put her hands on her hips, and took a deep breath as if she were gathering her energy. Then she shouted clearly, Then don't blame me for being impolite. The entire audience held its breath. And then, thunderous shriek, 100 times louder than Zach's crying, ripped through the air. The boy instantly froze, his eyes wide, feeling like his eardrums were about to burst. Vivian and Leo were also stunned, their mouths agape, never expecting Mimi to use such a move to counterattack. After a few seconds of dazed silence, Zach finally recovered. He scowled and yelled, Are you bullying me?" And with that, he launched into a second round of crocodile tears, crying even more dramatically than before. Mimi was at a loss for words, but she finally let out a shout, her voice even clearer than before. "Be quiet! Your crocodile tears won't save you. I'll throw your suitcase out the window right now." The people around them couldn't hold back their laughter. The scene was like a heated argument between a cat and a dog. Every time Zach wailed, "Wah!" Mimi immediately responded with an earth-shattering, "Ah!" The atmosphere on the bus was like a children's rock and roll choir. After being repeatedly schooled by Mimi, Zach finally lost his momentum. He sniffled, his shoulders slumped, and he looked at Mimi with a dejected expression, asking weakly, Why are you like this?" Mimi's momentum hadn't faded at all. Like a tiny judge, she strode forward and lectured him, her voice ringing out. "You did it to me, so I can do it to you. If you bother me, I'll bother you back. It's only fair." Her concise and powerful words left Zach stunned, tears rolling down his cheeks, unable to form a rebuttal. It was only then that Mimi realized the atmosphere around her. All eyes were on her. From the passengers to the cameraman to the director, everyone was staring at her as if she were a strange creature that had just landed from another planet. Mimi froze, her face turning bright red. A thought flashed in her mind. "Oh no, I got too carried away and forgot everyone was watching. This is so embarrassing." She bit her lip and bowed her head obediently, her voice much softer as she said politely, "I'm sorry. Mimi forgot everyone was here and disturbed you all. I'm really sorry." The tense atmosphere immediately softened. Iris, sitting nearby, was extremely pleased with the little girl's intelligence and politeness. She immediately spoke up, her voice a mix of pride and protectiveness. It's okay. You're the elder. Teaching a junior a lesson is the right thing to do. No one will mind, right?" Her words were like a shield, helping Mimi escape her embarrassment. Right after, her daughter Yumi happily chimed in, nodding vigorously. "Yes." Then Yumi secretly glanced at Mimi, her eyes shining with admiration. At school, her teacher always said her voice was too soft, but here were two kids with such loud voices. It was amazing. Mimi was not only strong, but also cute. This quiet admiration made Yumi feel even closer to Mimi. Meanwhile, Zane took the opportunity to act the gentleman. He casually walked over, putting an arm around Leo's shoulder as if they were close, and gave Mimi a thumbs up. That's right. Mimi was a bit loud, but you have to admit it made Zach stop crying. It was very effective. Leo just tilted his chin, a smug smile on his face, and snapped his fingers. "Of course! You have to see whose little auntie this is." He even gave a playful wink, his face beaming with pride. Mimi was both embarrassed and happy. When she turned her head, she saw the cameraman and the director still frozen, their expressions of shock as if they couldn't believe a little girl could outscream a sound system. She shyly raised her hand and called out softly, "Misters." The director immediately burst out laughing and waved his hand, his voice gentle and reassuring. "Little auntie, it's okay. You didn't disturb us at all. Our job is to capture these moments. You were great just now." Praised by the director, Mimi breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled brightly. That's good then." She then took the initiative to walk over to Zach, her voice softer, without any hint of holding a grudge. "Zach, if you want to see the butterflies, you just have to ask me, and I'll show them to you." Her sincere smile was so bright that even the notoriously stubborn Zach had to pause. His cheeks grew warm and he looked down in embarrassment, his little heart feeling shame for the first time. Is she smiling at me? But his stubborn nature wouldn't let him show weakness. So even though he was blushing, he pursed his lips and grumbled, I don't want to see your butterflies." In the end, after a world-shaking argument, Zach was completely outmatched by Mimi's heroic spirit and unexpected tactics. He whimpered, and with no other choice, he ran to his mother, burst into tears, and hugged her tightly, as if seeking a final refuge. Vivian was a bit surprised by the outcome. She was still a little annoyed, but seeing her son clinging to her like a little kitten, she could only sigh and gently pat his head. I never thought the conflict between these two kids would be resolved in such an unbelievable way. It's just like they say, before I even had a chance to scheme, the matter was already over. Just then, the director's voice cut through the chaotic atmosphere. "Everyone, Please pay attention, our final group of guests has arrived. Everyone on the bus immediately turned their eyes to the door. And then, two identical figures appeared. The father and son stepped onto the bus, looking almost exactly alike, from their neatly combed hair and cold eyes to their calm demeanor. It was as if looking at one was seeing the other's reflection. They were so taciturn that they only introduced themselves curtly. Kian. Liam. Not an extra word of greeting, not an extra smile. The mood on the bus instantly dropped. Everyone looked at each other, confused. Wow, why are they so cold? To break the awkward silence, Zane quickly smiled and tried to greet the father and son in a friendly manner. But the atmosphere didn't warm up much. The director clapped his hands to cut in. All right, now that the team is complete, we can set off. But please note, there are only 2 seats left on the bus, and those 2 seats must be for 1 adult and 1 child. As soon as the news was announced, Yumi immediately turned to Mimi, her small hand squeezing her friend's, her voice pleading. Mimi, can we sit together? Mimi hesitated. She really liked Yumi but also understood the situation. She gently held her friend's hand and explained softly. On the plane, it was a 3-person seat so you and I could sit with a grown-up. But now it's not possible. There's only 1 seat left. Don't be sad. We'll be together again once we get off the bus. Yumi's eyes filled with disappointment. She looked down and mumbled, okay then. Seeing her sad face, Mimi's heart softened. She smiled gently and whispered a compliment. Such a good girl. Unable to contain her affection, Mimi leaned over and gave Yumi a light kiss on the cheek, repeating, such a good girl, such a good girl. We'll play together again when we get off the bus. The scene made Yumi blush, while the other passengers chuckled at the adorable sight. But in that moment, Leo happened to witness the whole thing. He felt like he'd been struck by lightning, his expression dazed, a single bewildered question popping into his head. Oh my God, why is my little auntie kissing someone else? His face immediately took on an expression of world-shattering collapse, a mix of jealousy and amusement that made more than a few people struggle to hold back their laughter. Leo's face was now a picture of dejection. He pointed to his own cheek, his voice as whiny as a child's. Little auntie, your grandnephew wants a kiss too. But as soon as Mimi heard him, she shook her head vigorously, flatly refusing. No. The firm rejection was like a blade severing Leo's last hope. The young man instantly transformed into an abandoned puppy, his eyes welling up with tears as he looked at his little auntie, on the verge of crying. Seeing this, Mimi was both amused and helpless. She sighed, and finally, she couldn't bear to let her big grandnephew feel so wronged. She nodded slightly. All right, then. With that, Mimi stood on her tiptoes, leaned over, and gave him a light peck on the cheek. Leo's expression changed in an instant. He went from a sad puppy to a proud lion, his face beaming, a smug grin on his lips. He even deliberately turned to the camera and gave a deadly wink as if to declare, see that? I'm the winner. That's my little auntie. The online community exploded with comments. What the heck is this big grandnephew doing? Is he trying to taunt us because no one else gets kisses from little auntie? I'm so mad. I want a kiss too. Look, Mimi is just too cute for words. However, some auntie fans took the opportunity to attack. Seriously, Leo Kang probably thinks everyone likes Mimi. What a childish stunt. While the public was in an uproar, back at the Kang estate, the eldest couple was watching the live stream with faces as dark as charcoal. The mother gritted her teeth. The father frowned. They both thought the same thing. That brat is getting more and more annoying, always competing with us for affection. No, next time we have to sign up to participate and show him who the little auntie really loves. The bus finally stopped in front of a place full of old, moss-covered houses. The atmosphere was both ancient and mysterious, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. The director handed each person a piece of paper and announced seriously, the bus can't go any further. From here, you'll have to walk to the filming location. This is a map. We'll have someone transport your luggage ahead. With that, he and his team quickly climbed onto a small tricycle cart. But before leaving, the director turned back and added a sentence that made everyone's heart skip a beat. Oh, one more thing. If you want to eat dinner and avoid sleeping on the streets, you'd better get there quickly. Then, the tricycle cart clattered away, carrying the entire directing team, leaving the guests standing there dumbfounded. The silence was so profound you could hear the cicadas buzzing in the trees. After a long moment, Leo finally scratched his head and stammered, Did they really just abandon us? Weren't the previous seasons supposed to give us missions after we arrived? Zane, however, was different. He gave a faint smile, his lips curling into a scheming smirk, and put an arm around Leo's shoulder reassuringly. It's fine. We have a map. We'll just follow it. What's there to worry about? He spoke lightly, but his eyes glinted with calculation. as if he had already prepared a plan. Leo held the map, frowning at the strange symbols. He looked completely bewildered, as if he were trying to read an alien language. He scratched his head and sighed in frustration. What? What kind of weird map is this? Who can even understand it? Beside him, Mimi and Yumi were silent, but they were both studying the map with extreme seriousness, their bright eyes focused as if solving a difficult puzzle. A moment later, Mimi gasped as if she'd found a treasure. She pointed her tiny finger at the image of a green mountain on the map and said excitedly to Yumi, "I've got it. We go from here to here, and then from here to the place with the little chick, and we'll get to the end." Her confident tone and shining eyes made Yumi look at her with admiration. However, Zane, standing nearby, chuckled dismissively as if he'd just heard a joke. "You can't believe what a kid says. We should let the adults figure it out." Inwardly, he scoffed. "A little chick? What the hell is that? Are we supposed to be playing Find the Chicken on a reality show?" Contrary to his disdain, Leo immediately stood up for his little auntie. He put his hands on his hips and looked straight at Zane, his voice firm. "Zane, whatever my little auntie says about the map is definitely right. I trust her completely. Let's follow her." However, Zane was unmoved. He put on a troubled expression but cleverly found an excuse. "My little brother isn't feeling well and can't handle the heat. I see a lot of arrows on the map, which most likely point to the exact location. Besides, the director's tricycle went in that direction, so I've decided to go this way. What about you all?" He then deliberately turned to ask Vivian and Iris as if to gather more allies. After considering it, Vivian found Zane's reasoning plausible and nodded. "If you're so sure, then I'll take Zach with you." Iris, however, chose differently. She smiled gently and said, "I'll follow Mimi. I trust her intuition." And so, the group was immediately split into two clear factions. Kian turned to his son and asked, "Which way are you going?" Liam said nothing, simply walking over to stand next to Mimi, his actions speaking for him. Seeing this, Leo didn't try to persuade them further, just waving at Zane. "All right then, we'll go our separate ways. See you at the finish line." "Okay." Zane replied with a mysterious smile, his lips curling with hidden meaning. He laughed coldly to himself. "Ha, no wonder nothing bad has happened on the way here. So the luck that little demon sucked up was meant for this moment. Just you wait. Let's see how lost Leo Kang's group gets." Meanwhile, Mimi took the lead. She held the map, her face full of confidence, and her voice chirped, "Everyone this way." Her group immediately turned into the town. After walking for a bit, Yumi suddenly gasped in surprise, pulling Mimi's hand, her eyes wide as if she had discovered a great secret. "Mimi, look!" Following Yumi's finger, everyone saw an old man sitting by the road with a large cage full of chirping, fluffy yellow chicks in front of him. Mimi's eyes immediately lit up and she exclaimed excitedly, "See? The little chick on the map is right here." The group excitedly gathered around the old man, both curious and eager, as if embarking on a new adventure. Looking at the bamboo basket filled with fluffy golden chicks, Mimi and Yumi both squealed with delight. "Wow! So many baby chicks!" For some reason, the chicks started to chirp and flock towards Mimi, their tiny beaks making adorable sounds that could melt anyone's heart. Yumi's eyes widened in amazement, her sparkling gaze fixed on them. Suddenly, a tiny chick struggled through the crowd and hopped onto the edge of the basket, teetering dangerously as if it were about to fall. But in that instant, Mimi quickly reached out and caught it in her palm. Yumi, seeing this, couldn't hide her excitement, her voice trembling with anticipation. I want to touch a baby chick too. Can I?" Mimi beamed and gently brought the chick closer. "Of course. Go ahead." And so the two girls huddled together, giggling and playing with the tiny chick. Their cheerful laughter, mixed with the chirping, created a scene so adorable it was heart-melting. The camera zoomed in, and the online community exploded. "Oh my god, so cute! I need to screenshot this for my wallpaper right now. Wow, this is the cutest thing I've ever seen. I can't breathe." Just then, the old man selling the chicks chuckled kindly, his eyes crinkling with affection. "Little ones, since the chicks like you so much, I'll give you each one as a gift." Yumi's eyes lit up. But just as she was about to celebrate, her mother gently pulled her back. Iris said softly, "Yumi, our things are with the director right now. We can't just take the old man's chicks. A chick is a little life and we're filming a show. We might not be able to take good care of it." Hearing this, Yumi's lips tightened, her face filled with disappointment. She slowly placed the chick back in the basket, her voice tiny. "Okay." Mimi felt sad seeing her friend so down. She stood up straight and said firmly, "Auntie Iris, it's okay. Mimi will take care of the chick." At her words, Yumi's eyes lit up again. Overjoyed, she picked up two chicks and held them in her hands, a contented smile on her face. Mimi was very considerate. Not wanting to take the chicks for free, she rummaged through her small bag. Take out a small pill and give it to the old man. Mister, this is a return gift from me. This medicine is very good. If you're not feeling well, please take it. The old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and accepted it. He simply thought, it's probably just candy. What a sweet little girl. Yumi looked at the 2 chicks in her hands and worried, Mimi, what are we going to do? We don't have a place to keep them. Just as they were in a bind, a tall, slender figure appeared. Liam silently walked over, holding 2 small, perfectly sized cages that he seemed to have acquired from nowhere. He set them down, his voice still calm and curt. Here. Mimi's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at him, her face beaming as she said in a clear voice, Thank you so much. You're so nice. Hearing the compliment, Liam's heart skipped a beat, and his face grew warm, but he still tried to maintain his cool exterior, just turning his head and clearing his throat. But inside he was jumping for joy. Standing nearby, Leo witnessed this scene and immediately alarm bells went off in his head. He looked at Mimi, then at Liam, his expression changing as if he'd just been struck by lightning. Oh my god, am I about to get a little granduncle for real? Leo was furious that Liam had swooped in and given the cages to his little auntie. He fumed internally. So he ran off to get those cages not out of kindness, but to win over my little auntie. What a little fox in sheep's clothing, so young and already knows how to compete for affection. And me? Why didn't I think of that sooner? I could have tricked little auntie into another kiss. Lost in scolding himself, he suddenly felt a burning gaze on him, and sure enough, it was Liam. Their eyes met, sparks flying like 2 masters silently stepping into a deadly duel. Liam narrowed his eyes and casually shot Leo a look full of meaning as if to say, I'm not stooping to your level. That cool demeanor only made Leo's blood boil. He gritted his teeth. You're clearly trying to provoke me while acting all high and mighty. Fine. I'll remember this. No one else noticed the unspoken war between them. The group of 6 continued on cheerfully, led by a confident Mimi. She held the map, her eyes shining with excitement. Suddenly, she pointed ahead, her voice ringing out. Just a little further. It's right up there. The group's spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace. Meanwhile, the online community watching the live stream was on the edge of their seats. Comments poured in. Where are they going? They've been circling these streets for a while now and still no sign of the village. Haha. Zane's group reached the village ages ago. This group will probably be walking until nightfall. Mimi looked so confident with that map, but I'm a little worried. But Mimi paid them no mind. She was still certain of her deductions, her gaze unwavering. After walking a bit more, an old house with a red-tiled roof appeared before them. She immediately cheered, Here! This is the place on the map! Without hesitation, Mimi eagerly went up and knocked on the wooden door. A moment later, the door opened and a middle-aged man stepped out, laughing heartily. Ha, I can't believe it. Someone actually found their way here. Mimi politely nodded, her voice as sweet as candy. Yes, sir. The map told us to come to your house, so we came. The man gently patted the head of the little boy standing next to him and introduced himself. My name is Mr. Lee. My son drew the picture on that map. I never expected anyone to understand it. He then pointed to an old pickup truck parked on the side of the road. Let's go. We'll drive you to the village. Hearing that they would get a ride, the group felt a wave of relief, all of them cheering, Yes! Thank you, sir. Leo immediately stepped up, quickly lifting Mimi and then helping Yumi into the truck. The 2 girls were chattering like sparrows, giggling as soon as they sat down. Mimi, curious, looked around the truck bed, even tapping the wooden sides. This truck is so strange, it's like something out of a movie. She tilted her head, her big round eyes full of curiosity. At this point, only Iris hadn't gotten on. Her long dress and shoes were making it difficult for her to climb in. Seeing her struggle, Leo hesitated for a moment, his face growing warm, but he finally took a deep breath and held out his hand. I'll pull you up. His voice was a bit shy, and he quickly looked away as if afraid she would see his awkwardness. Iris paused, her eyes widening in surprise before she smiled softly. She felt the distance between her and Leo had somehow shrunk. Without a word, she placed her hand in his and let him pull her up. Thank you, Iris said with a rare, warm smile. Once everyone was settled, Mr. Lee in the driver's seat glanced in the rearview mirror and said, Everyone hold on tight, we're off. The old truck rumbled down the bumpy road. Each jolt made Mimi and Yumi sway, their cheerful laughter echoing through the truck bed and making the adults smile along with them. The camera shook with the rhythm of the road, a warning appearing on the screen. The production team has taken safety precautions. Please do not imitate. Mimi and Yumi found it even more exciting, laughing until their faces were red. Haha, this is so fun! This is even more fun than riding a flying sword. Leo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good grief, this little auntie of mine turns everything into a wuxia fantasy. As the truck went down a hill, it passed Zane and Vivian's group. Although they had started first, they had been walking the whole time and were still trudging along. Vivian, carrying Zach on her back, was both tired and annoyed. Seeing the truck, she immediately waved and shouted, "Hey, can you give us a ride?" Zane, his forehead shiny with sweat, tried to maintain his composure, but his eyes were full of longing as he looked at the truck. But Mr. Lee had been instructed by the production team beforehand, so he just smiled apologetically and replied politely, "I'm so sorry, but the rules say I can only drive the people who found my house. You'll have to keep walking. I'm really sorry." The truck door closed, and the wheels started rolling again. In the back of the truck, Leo leaned out and waved encouragingly, his smile half genuine, half teasing. "Sorry, bro. I wanted to pull you guys up, but we can't break the rules. Keep it up. See you at the finish line." The pickup truck drove off, leaving Zane and Vivian's group to continue their long walk. Watching the truck disappear, Zane's eyes turned red with jealousy, a fire of rage burning within him. The one in that truck should have been me. Where did all the luck I absorbed go? That bracelet is clearly real, and the little demon the seller mentioned was supposed to work. Why is it useless now? He gritted his teeth, his hands clenched so tightly he forgot the camera was still rolling. Netizens immediately caught the moment, and comments flooded in. "OMG, look at Zane's face. He looks like he's about to explode. Haha, that face would make a great meme. I actually feel kind of bad for him. If I were left behind on the road, I'd be angry too." Someone immediately jumped in to refute. "Hey, hold on. I clearly saw Leo trying to ask for Zane, but the show's rules didn't allow it." Exactly. Besides, Zane was the one who didn't want to go with Little Auntie's group in the first place. Being left behind was his own choice. Leo scored some points this time. He might be turning from a villain into a main character. While the online community debated, in the back of the truck, Leo held a sleeping Mimi in his arms. Seeing her little face scrunch up from the cold wind, his heart ached. The night had fallen, and a cold wind was whistling through the gap. A strong gust made Leo shiver, but he didn't hesitate. He immediately took off his jacket and gently wrapped it around Mimi, making sure she was warm. "I will absolutely not let my little auntie get a cold, not as long as I'm here." After that, his gaze fell on the other side. Iris was holding Yumi, her face filled with worry as the little girl shivered in the night wind. Leo hesitated for a moment, then spoke, his voice low and warm. "Iris, how about you bring Yumi over here? It's getting colder, the two kids will be warmer together." Iris was stunned, looking at him with surprise. Seeing her reaction, Leo blushed and quickly looked away, adding as if to cover up, "I'm just worried my little auntie's friend will get a cold. Don't overthink it." In that moment, Iris let out a soft laugh, a gentle smile that surprised even herself. She nodded and carefully carried Yumi over to Leo. "Okay, thank you." In his broad arms, the two little girls lay snugly, their breathing even. The image made the atmosphere in the truck unusually peaceful. The camera zoomed in, and the netizens went wild again. Wait, do you guys see that? I think there's something going on between Leo and Iris." "Yeah, it feels like they had some kind of misunderstanding and now it's slowly being resolved." "Aw, the two kids are so cute." "But oh my god, has anyone noticed Leo's physique? A perfect inverted triangle. Broad shoulders, slim waist, pecs, biceps, everything. The type who looks slim in clothes but is ripped underneath. Wow, he's so handsome." Amidst the lively discussion, the truck continued on its way. And so, under Mr. Lee's guidance, the group soon reached the rendezvous point with the director, ready for the next challenge. Seeing the group had finally arrived, the director smiled brightly and waved them over. "You're here. Quick, come eat." He turned to Mr. Lee and added, "Driver Lee, could you please go pick up our other two guests?" Mr. Lee nodded without hesitation, his voice cheerful. "Of course, I'll go right away." Meanwhile, after settling down, Leo bent over to wake up Mimi, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. "Little auntie, wake up and eat." But Mimi didn't budge, just nuzzling her head against his chest, fast asleep. Leo gave a helpless, wry smile. Oh man, this little auntie is harder to wake up than an alarm clock. With no other choice, he scooped up a spoonful of hot food and held it close to her mouth. Sure enough, though her eyes were closed, Mimi's tiny nose twitched, and she took a deep breath. On instinct, her mouth opened, and she obediently took the spoonful of food. Immediately, her drowsy eyes snapped open, as bright as if she'd just found a treasure. Wow, this is so delicious. It's mind-blowing. She then started chewing enthusiastically, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel's. The entire table was silent for a few seconds before everyone burst out laughing. The tired atmosphere from the long journey instantly dissolved into cheerful laughter. "Oh my god, Mimi is so cute. Who taught her to say mind-blowing like that? I'm dying of laughter." The netizens watching the live stream couldn't handle it either, their comments flooding in. "I'm laughing so hard I'm falling off my chair. Who can resist this level of cuteness?" Amidst the cheerful laughter, the director took a bite and announced, "Today's journey ends here. After you've all eaten, you can go rest up for tomorrow." Late that night in his room, Zane sat quietly, his expression dark. He still hadn't gotten over the anger of being left behind during the day. The sparkling red bracelet lay in his palm, his gaze intense as he muttered, little demon, come out. Come and help me." But the room remained silent. Nothing appeared. After a few minutes, he gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the table. Has it really stopped working? Sitting to the side, his younger brother held his breath in fear, not daring to make a sound. Zane scowled and lit a cigarette. The white smoke filled the room, the strong smell making his little brother cough violently until his face turned red. "Cough, cough, please stop smoking, big brother." Hearing the cough, Zane's gaze shifted. He saw his brother clutching the wooden toy Mimi had given him earlier. His eyes immediately darkened, and a flash of anger flared up again. A second later, he reached out and snatched the toy, his voice cold and sharp. "You want to play with this, do you?" His brother was stunned, trembling, not knowing how to answer. Zane held the wooden toy, examining it for a long time before a malicious idea came to him. A wicked smile formed on his lips. "Fine, I'll let you play with it. But tomorrow, you have to help me with something." He leaned close to his brother, his voice a whisper, but his eyes filled with a chilling threat. "If you don't, I'll throw this wooden man away, and you'll never see it again." His little brother was so scared his face turned pale. He could only nod repeatedly, clutching his own sleeves and trembling. Early the next morning, the small village where they were filming was covered in a light mist, creating a peaceful and serene scene. The chirping of birds echoed from a distance, mingling with the sound of the wind rustling through the bamboo grove. After a good night's sleep, Mimi stretched on the bamboo bed, her sparkling eyes opening as she murmured sleepily, "Ah, that was such a good sleep." Suddenly, a gurgle from her stomach made her pat her belly and pout. "I think I'm a little hungry." She looked over, hoping to find her free assistant, her seventh grandnephew. But she only saw Leo sprawled out, snoring like thunder, his sleeping position a chaotic mess, like a tumbling bear. Mimi could only sigh. Well, so much for him. She decided to take matters into her own hands, rummaging through her suitcase, to find her milk powder and an adorable pink milk bottle, muttering like a grown-up. Making milk requires the right steps. 1 scoop, 2 scoops. But when it came to the final step, adding hot water, Mimi froze. She looked around the room but couldn't find a kettle. Oh no, where's the hot water? Not giving up, Mimi hugged her tiny milk bottle and ran outside to look. Outside, the production crew was already up early preparing for the shoot. Seeing the small figure running towards them with a pink bottle, a cameraman was startled, then heard a sweet, childish voice call out, "Good morning, Mister." She held out the milk bottle, her face full of anticipation, her voice soft. "Can you please help Mimi fill this with hot water? Mimi is so hungry." The crew member's heart immediately softened. He knelt and smiled, half joking, "Oh, isn't it our little auntie? Are you hungry?" Mimi tilted her head, her clear voice melting everyone's hearts. "Yes, Mimi is so hungry she could pass out." Just then, the director walked over. He bent down, squinted at the little girl, and then suddenly said, "Little auntie, you can't have milk today." Mimi's eyes widened, looking as startled as a frightened rabbit. "Huh, why not?" The director smiled brightly and gave a playful wink. "Because today is a new challenge. We're confiscating all of the guests' food. You have to find your own food." Mimi's face fell, her eyes full of disappointment. She stared at the milk bottle, which already had powder in it, a look of reluctance on her face. But after a moment, she understood. The rules were the rules. Mimi slowly handed the bottle to the director, her voice small but firm. "Then you drink it. If Mimi can't have it, we can't waste it." This unexpected action left the director stunned, his jaw dropping. He looked at the little girl, his heart filled with admiration. Good heavens. A child who doesn't whine for milk and is even worried about waste? Is this a little angel? He laughed and waved his hand. No, I'm a grown-up. I can't drink milk anymore." Mimi looked up at the director, clutching the pink milk bottle to her chest, her voice a tiny whisper, as if she were negotiating. "Then, what should we do? How about Mimi just takes 1 quick sip? Please promise you won't tell anyone, Mr. Director. It'll be our little secret." Mimi is worried about waste, not about breaking the rules. Her big, round, sparkling eyes were like 1,000 stars, full of adorable anticipation. As soon as she finished speaking, her little stomach betrayed her, letting out a loud gurgle. Mimi's face turned bright red, and she looked up, her voice full of embarrassment. Did you hear that? My tummy is also saying we can't waste it. The director was frozen for a few seconds, feeling as if an arrow had shot straight through his heart. Oh my God, how can a child be this cute? I want to break the rules for her so badly. He forced himself to look away so he wouldn't be completely defeated by her gaze and said sternly, "No, rules are rules. I can't let you drink it." With that, he took the milk bottle from Mimi's hands as decisively as a strict father. "I'll be taking this. After all the guests are up, we'll have breakfast together. No breaking the rules." Mimi pouted, her eyes downcast, but she was still very understanding. She instructed him seriously, her young voice melting hearts. "Then you can't waste it. You have to make sure someone drinks it all." The director nodded gently and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll give it to the little kids in the village. It definitely won't be wasted." Hearing this, Mimi breathed a sigh of relief, said goodbye, and walked back to her room with her empty, rumbling stomach. As she walked, she gently patted her tummy and whispered, "Little tummy, just hold on a little longer. We'll find food soon and fill you up. Don't go gurgling anymore." Back in her room, seeing her 7th grandnephew still dead asleep, snoring so loudly the bed was shaking and even drooling, Mimi propped her chin in her hands, a look of exasperation on her face. "Good heavens, wake up, will you?" she muttered like she was casting a spell, but all she got in return was a steady, tractor-like snore. Finally, after a lot of shaking, Leo groggily sat up. His eyes were still bleary, and the first thing he saw was Mimi's adorable, innocent face right in front of him. Leo's heart felt like it had been struck by lightning. Unable to resist, he shot up and lunged forward, his voice full of desire. "Oh my God, little auntie, you're so cute! Let me give you a kiss." But before he could, Mimi's small hand shot out and blocked his face, pushing him back firmly. "So gross, you haven't even brushed your teeth. Go brush your teeth right now. We have to get ready." Leo held his cheek, looking hurt, but he obediently went to the bathroom. Less than 10 minutes later, the two of them emerged from the room, looking neat, tidy, and much more awake. On their way to the assembly point, they ran into Zane standing up ahead. As soon as he saw him, Leo called out, "Hey, Zane!" Zane turned around, a forced smile on his lips, but the dark circles under his eyes were impossible to hide. "Good morning." Leo was a bit taken aback, a mix of curiosity and concern in his voice. "Zane, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night?" Zane had no idea his exhausted appearance was so obvious. He forced a laugh and pretended to be fine. It's nothing. I was so tired yesterday that I slept like a log." He then suddenly bent down, about to touch Mimi's small face, and squeezed out what he thought was a warm smile. "Good morning, little Auntie Mimi." But before he could touch her, Mimi dodged to the side. Her big, round eyes flashed with annoyance. She shivered inwardly. This guy not only keeps a nasty little demon, but he also has a weird smell. Ugh, so gross. The rejection made Zane freeze, his hand hovering in midair. But in a flash, he thought of another plan. He chuckled to himself. Good. I can just imitate Leo's pouting from yesterday. This time I'll definitely attract a huge wave of fans. With that, he changed his tone, trying to sound pitiful. Does little auntie not like me anymore? But as soon as the words came out, he himself was stunned. His voice was as hoarse as a crow's. "Ah!" Panicked, Zane quickly covered his mouth, his mind reeling. "Impossible. I've drunk and smoked all night before, and my voice was still a deep, charming baritone. Why does it sound like a duck now? That little demon must be the problem." Everyone around them stared in surprise, the air silent for a few seconds. To save the situation, Zane quickly forced a laugh to cover it up. "Oops, I guess I caught a cold from the long, chilly journey yesterday. My throat is a little scratchy." Just then, his younger brother standing next to him covered his mouth and let out a loud sneeze. Seeing this, Zane quickly patted his brother's head and continued. "See? I think my little brother has a cold too. Well, I won't bother little auntie anymore. I'm going to go find the staff for some cold medicine right now." Hearing this, Leo nodded seriously, his voice full of concern. "I told you, your voice sounds weird. Go get some medicine. It's tough to take care of a sick kid." The netizens watching the live stream burst out laughing, their comments flooding the screen. Oh my God, Zane's duck voice is hilarious. Compared to Leo's sweet, childish tone, it's a world of difference. Yeah, I never noticed before. But now that there's a comparison, it's clear who wins. The comments made Zane's blood boil. He was even more annoyed internally, cursing, "Does Leo Kang really have to speak up right now? Just so people can praise his voice over mine?" But on the outside, he still tried to maintain his image, forcing a strained smile. "Yeah, okay, I'm going." He then quickly turned and walked away, leaving a trail of curious and confused glances behind him. Mimi watched Zane's retreating figure fade into the distance, not the slightest hint of sympathy on her face. "Humph. That guy is clearly using a little ghost to mess with my 7th grandnephew. What a scumbag. Getting this kind of bad luck serves him right. But as she thought this, her big round eyes unconsciously glanced over at Hao, his little brother. Seeing his innocent, slightly scared face, a wave of sympathy washed over Mimi. This little boy is just like me, just a kid. He didn't do anything wrong, but he has to suffer with Zane. Poor thing. This conflicting feeling made Mimi sit there, lost in thought. What should I do now? Leo beside her noticed his little auntie's unusual behavior. He bent down, his voice gentle. Little Auntie Mimi, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Mimi was about to tell him about the little demon, but her eyes suddenly stopped on the camera, quietly pointed at her. She remembered, no, I can't just say it in front of the camera. That wouldn't be good. I have to whisper it to my 7th grandnephew later. So she giggled and quickly changed the subject. It's nothing, 7th grandnephew. Let's go join the others. Inwardly, she decided, I'll definitely tell him quietly later. Absolutely not in front of the camera. Soon everyone had gathered. The director smiled brightly, holding up 5 cards. Today's breakfast is earned by completing a mission drawn by lots. We'll decide the order of drawing with rock, paper, scissors. The group immediately buzzed with excitement. The atmosphere as tense as a life or death battle. Everyone was enthusiastic, except for Leo, whose face was as dark as a pot, silently lamenting, oh no, I'm screwed. When it comes to games of chance, my luck is absolute garbage. It never goes my way. But when his eyes fell on Mimi playing happily with Yumi, his heart lit up. Leo immediately comforted himself, pumping himself up. It's okay. I'm different now. I have my little auntie, a magical angel with miraculous powers. It's just drawing cards. It'll be fine. At that thought, tears of gratitude almost welled up in his eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as if he'd discovered the meaning of life. Phew, having little auntie around is truly a blessing. His spirits lifted, he picked up Mimi and shouted enthusiastically, let's go! We're definitely going to win today! The 5 of them stood in a circle and began to chant. Rock, paper, scissors. Hands shot out, and only one person threw scissors. The result was revealed, and the group paused for a second before breaking into disbelieving smiles. The unlucky one who threw scissors was none other than Liu Kang. He froze, his mouth agape, his eyes wide, looking as if the sky had just fallen on his head. The director raised his hand and announced with a radiant smile, congratulations to Liu Kang's team for being the last group, which also means you'll be the last to draw a card. The news was like a bolt of lightning. Leo's face immediately fell, his expression one of utter dejection, as if the whole world had turned its back on him. He lamented internally, it's over. Being the last to draw, what luck is left? All the good missions have been taken. Even if little Auntie Mimi has divine luck, she can't save me this time. Mimi, seeing her nephew's spirits plummet, gently touched his cheek, her bright eyes full of concern. What's wrong, 7th grandnephew? Why do you look so sad? She even added a serious reminder. If you lose, don't cry, okay? Remember, you're a grown-up now. Leo was speechless, unable to cry or laugh. He sighed and poured out his heart. It's not about me, little auntie. I'm just worried that bad luck will strike and we'll get a terrible mission, and then you'll have to suffer with me. That's what I'm worried about. Mimi giggled and gently tapped his forehead, her tone both serious and teasing. Silly, it's a mission. None of them are easy. But don't be so pessimistic, 7th grandnephew. You should remember that you have very good luck. But as her eyes glanced over at Zane, she fumed internally. It's all because of his little demon sucking away all the luck. Otherwise, my 7th grandnephew would definitely have the best luck. When it was time to draw, everyone went up to the director one by one. Vivian happily drew a mission to help Grandma Wang in the village feed her chickens, a task as easy as a walk in the park. Zane grinned when he flipped his card, getting the mission to take little Li Yang out to play and make him laugh. Easy and a great way to score points with the audience. Kian drew the mission to help an uncle in the South Village pick watermelons, which sounded fun. When it was Iris's turn, she also got a simple task, help Auntie Yang cook. All 4 of them were beaming. Meanwhile, Leo stood to the side, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, screaming internally, the worst one is definitely left for me. Finally, he took a deep breath, his hand trembling as he opened the last card. It had only a few words, but each one was like a dagger to his heart. Help deliver the piglets for Mr. Zhao's sow. Just reading it made his legs feel weak, and he almost fainted on the spot. His face darkened, and he felt like his soul had left his body. My God, my luck is the absolute worst. They get to feed chickens, play, and pick watermelons, and I have to deliver piglets. Mimi, seeing her nephew's tragic expression, asked curiously, her voice full of alarm, 7th grandnephew, what's our mission? Why do you look so miserable? Not wanting to worry his little auntie, Leo tried to pull himself together, clenching his fists and forcing a smile that was more like a grimace. It's nothing. It just says to help a mother pig give birth to her babies. I can handle this mission. You can just stand and watch later, little auntie. You don't have to do anything. He then gently patted Mimi's head as if to reassure her and himself at the same time. As soon as the netizens heard Leo's mission, they exploded with laughter, comments flooding the screen. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying at this mission. Of course, all the bad luck goes to Leo Kang, who goes on a reality show to deliver piglets. Look, Zane's mission is a piece of cake, just making a kid laugh. Meanwhile, Leo... let's not even talk about it. His luck is terrible. Looks like Mimi's psychic reputation is just for show. If she were really that good, why would she let her 7th grandnephew become a pig midwife? The taunts flew across the screen, but surprisingly, Leo didn't care. He took a deep breath, picked up Mimi, and seriously set off to complete their mission. On the way, they met an auntie selling food near the village gate. Leo went up and bowed politely. Hello, ma'am. Could you please tell us how to get to Mr. Zhao's house? The auntie squinted and smiled, pointing down a small alley while selling her food. Just follow this path, go straight, and you'll be there. Just then, Mimi's stomach let out a loud gurgle gurgle. She blushed and quickly covered her tummy with her small hands, whispering, it's probably because I haven't had breakfast yet. The auntie looked over and immediately felt a wave of sympathy. She took a hot, steaming bun from the steamer and gave it to Mimi. Here, little one, take this and eat. How can you go on a mission when you're this hungry? Mimi's eyes widened and she bowed so low she almost touched the ground, her voice sweet. Thank you so much, ma'am. She took a bite of the bun, her cheeks puffing out, the flavor making her eyes light up. Wow, this is so good. It's like eating a cloud. The auntie giggled and praised her. My, what a well-behaved and polite little girl. Anyone would love you. Then the auntie picked up another steamed bun and handed it to Leo. The young man took a bite and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this bun you made is absolutely delicious. Thank you so much, auntie. The two of them ate while showering it with praise, making anyone who passed by chuckle at the adorable scene. Just then, Zane appeared, his face still plastered with a polite smile. He saw Mimi being fed and felt a pang of annoyance, but he quickly found a way to insert himself. He pointed to his little brother and said in a syrupy voice, Ma'am, my little brother has been saying he's hungry all morning. Zane then patted Hao's shoulder and prompted him, Isn't that right, Hao? Aren't you hungry? Hao was forced to lie by his brother. His face turned red and he avoided the auntie's gaze, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Yes, that's right, my tummy is very hungry. Zane was secretly pleased, thinking he would surely get a share. But to his surprise, the auntie, who was holding the tray of buns, frowned, her eyes flashing with disapproval. She waved her hand dismissively, her voice firm. I don't have that many. I only steamed enough buns for the whole day. I can't give you any more. You should go now. Don't think this old lady is easy to take advantage of. With that, the auntie took her tray of buns and went straight into her house, shaking her head and muttering, That one, from his voice to his face, doesn't look like a good person. It would be a waste to feed him. Her words hit Zane like a bucket of cold water. The fake smile on his face vanished, his expression stiffening, his eyes turning red. On what grounds? Why did that old hag feed Mimi and Leo, but not me? Do I have to put up with this attitude from some poor country bumpkin? What a humiliation. Mimi's cheerful laughter nearby only made Zane's anger burn hotter. He glanced over, his eyes filled with hatred, and seethed internally. It's all your fault. It's all because of Mimi and Leo. Just you wait, I won't let you get away with this. Rejected so bluntly, Zane had no face to stay. He angrily grabbed his brother's hand. Let's go! His grip was so tight and rough that Hao was scared, his eyes welling up with tears. He sniffled and then burst out crying. Wah, he's so scary, wah! His loud sobs echoed through the street. Zane was startled and glared at his brother with eyes as sharp as knives, both threatening and signaling. Shut up! The camera happened to zoom in at that exact moment, capturing every detail of his fierce expression. The netizens' comments exploded. Hey, is Zane jealous of Mimi and Leo? Look at the way he's glaring. So fierce, no wonder his brother is crying his eyes out. I can't believe the list actor Zane has this side to him. However, a portion of his fans immediately jumped in to defend him. No, Hao is just crying because he's hungry. Don't read too much into it. Exactly. Anyone gets cranky when they're hungry. Don't be too hard on Zane. But the image was too clear. A crying child, an older brother with fire in his eyes. At that moment, Zane also realized his expression was not good. Seeing the camera so close, he was startled and quickly changed his tone, kneeling beside his brother and forcing a strained smile. "It's okay. Don't cry anymore. We'll have food as soon as we get to little Li Yang's house." His words sounded gentle, but in a blind spot no one noticed. His hand squeezed Hao's thin arm. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes were full of threats. "Stop crying, you hear me?" Hao's arm was being squeezed so hard it hurt, but he didn't dare to cry out. His eyes were filled with tears, and he trembled with fear, trying to force out words to please his brother. I hear you. Big brother, are we going to eat soon?" His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, laced with an undeniable fear. This scene didn't escape the sharp eyes of the netizens. Even a quick glance was enough for some to notice something was off. "Hey guys, does anyone else feel like Hao is really scared?" "Totally. Look at his eyes. It's clear he's being threatened." With just one comment, a flood of agreement followed, the screen filling with opinions. "Zane looks so scary. He's probably forcing his brother. So much for his national big brother image. It's crumbling." Despite the audience's uproar, the two brothers silently made their way to the mission location assigned by the production team, little Li Yang's house. In the courtyard, Li Yang's father was patiently feeding his son porridge. The little boy was running around as he ate, his mouth smeared with porridge but a huge grin on his face. Seeing Zane and his brother arrive, Mr. Li turned and smiled warmly. "You're here! Come on in and have some breakfast." But the moment Zane saw the breakfast on the table, just a few meager plates of pickled vegetables and watery porridge, his expression immediately soured. His lip twitched and he sneered inwardly. "Is this it? This is a breakfast fit for a pig." While he was pouting, he heard a huffing and puffing sound coming from the gate. Curious, Zane went to take a look. The sight that met his eyes made him freeze. A tiny figure was carrying a massive wooden table over her head, walking with an effortless grace as if it weighed nothing. It was none other than Mimi. Behind her, Leo was scrambling to keep up, his expression a mix of panic and pride. Mimi walked into the courtyard, set the table down with a solid thud, dusted off her hands, and then turned to her grandnephew with an adorable wink. "See? I told you. Mimi is super strong." Leo, who had witnessed the whole thing, could only clutch his head in amazement, his voice a mixture of awe and fear. "Good heavens, my little auntie is stronger than a bodybuilder. She carried that table like it was made of feathers." The netizens exploded. "Oh my god, she's a pocket-sized weightlifter. I'm floored. She's 3.5 and lifting a table like a toy. She's adorable, but seriously, what does Mimi eat to be that strong?" Meanwhile, Zane was rooted to the spot in Li Yang's yard, his eyes seemingly trying to burn a hole through the newly placed table. A chaotic storm of suspicion brewed in his mind. Impossible. How could a 3-year-old have that kind of strength? That table obviously looks heavy. There must be a trick behind this. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became, until he quickly found a reason to comfort himself. That's it. The production team and the Kang family must have colluded. They're using a fake, lightweight table to stage this, trying to build her up as some kind of super-powered child prodigy. Not so fast. Mimi Leo, you think you can get famous with these cheap tricks? I'll expose you. A smug smile spread across Zane's face as he felt he had just grasped his opponent's fatal flaw. Over on the other side, Leo was staring at Mimi with eyes full of shimmering admiration, practically screaming internally, "On heaven and earth, my little auntie is #1. Yep, the best in the solar system." Hearing the praise, Mimi beamed and enthusiastically flexed her tiny arm muscles. She even struck a bodybuilder pose, pursing her lips and grunting, which sent the livestream audience into fits of laughter. The sight of the happy aunt and nephew duo only made Zane, standing off to the side, even more resentful. He gritted his teeth, thinking, if my little demon were still here, today's trending topic would be Leo Kang's bad luck makes him look like an idiot, not this ridiculous scene. Swallowing his jealousy, he quickly put on a friendly face and walked over, forcing a polite smile. "Wow, little auntie, you're so strong to be able to move a heavy table like this. That's really impressive." Mimi, who had no good feelings for him, still maintained her politeness and nodded. "That's right, Mimi is very strong." Zane's frustration grew. He immediately walked over to the table, patted its surface, and feigned a smile. "Oh my, it seems this table is a bit crooked. Let me help you straighten it." Inwardly, he was cackling. "This time, I'll definitely expose them. There's no way this kid can lift it. The production team must have set it up. Let's see about this." But when he bent down and tried to lift it with all his might, the heavy table didn't budge an inch. The veins on his forehead bulged and his face turned as red as a fighting cock. Sweat poured down his back and a sharp crack sound came from his lower back. Ah! The pain was so intense he nearly fell backward. He quickly clutched his back, his face turning pale. The netizens roared with laughter. Oh man, this is a classic case of trying to steal the chicken but losing the rice. He tried to expose someone else but ended up exposing himself. That table is seriously heavy, which proves Mimi's super strength is the real deal. While Zane was dying of pain and embarrassment, Leo quickly stepped in to save the situation. He casually used both hands to lift the table and gently adjust its position, his movements fluid and effortless. He even turned to Zane with a kind smile. You were right, Zane. The table was a little crooked. It looks much better now. Leo's single sentence was like a stamp of confirmation. The table was indeed very heavy, and Mimi had really lifted it. It wasn't a stunt. Zane's face darkened, and he wished a hole would open up and swallow him. He gritted his teeth, screaming internally, I was trying to expose their trick. How did I end up proving it was real? Not wanting to ruin his image in front of the camera, he tried to regain his composure and forced a laugh. I think I pulled my back a couple of days ago, so I couldn't lift it. Hearing this, Leo immediately believed him and patted his shoulder with genuine concern. You pulled your back? You should be careful. It's a good thing your mission is just to play with kids. If it was heavy labor, you'd be in trouble. You should go rest and not move around too much. Zane forced a smile and nodded weakly. Okay. But that smile was just a fragile mask, unable to hide the seething jealousy underneath. On the other side, Mrs. Zhao emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of steaming hot chicken noodle soup. The white steam billowed up, and the rich aroma of chicken mixed with crispy fried shallots filled the house, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. The moment she saw the food, Mimi's eyes lit up like 2 stars, and she called out cheerfully, Grandnephew, come quick, it's time for breakfast. Hearing her call, Leo jumped up, his eyes shining, and he even deliberately imitated an excited voice. Little auntie, I'm flying over. That one line made the livestream audience double over with laughter. This grandnephew is seriously obsessed with his little auntie. Just his voice is enough to make me faint. On the table were 3 bowls of hot chicken noodle soup, with golden shredded chicken, soft noodles, and a clear, flavorful broth. Mimi clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy, as if she had found a treasure. Mrs. Zhao smiled kindly, her voice as warm as a spring breeze. You 2 eat up. You'll have to help the mother pig give birth later, and that's a tricky job. Hearing this, Mimi immediately raised her tiny hand and replied brightly, Yes, ma'am. As soon as I'm done eating, I'll go visit the baby pigs. Her innocent yet serious answer made everyone smile. The 2 of them then happily dug into their hot chicken noodle soup. But just then, the rich smell of the soup wafted over from Mrs. Zhao's house, hitting Zane's pride like a sharp knife. Hao, sitting next to him, sniffed the air and looked over, his eyes full of longing. Soon after, the director's voice echoed through the village. Guests, after you finish breakfast, please begin your assigned tasks for your host families. After breakfast, Leo and Mimi quickly changed their clothes and followed Mrs. Zhao to the pig pen. The atmosphere grew more tense. Mrs. Zhao gently patted the hip of the sow lying in the pen and said slowly, To help her give birth, we need to move her to a cleaner birthing pen. Here, take this apple and lure her over. She handed a bright red apple to Leo, who took it and eagerly volunteered, Let me try. He approached the mother pig, holding the apple out to her nose, and coaxed her gently. Come on, good girl. Follow me. I'll take you to a cleaner place. The pig sniffed, its big eyes wary, but it was drawn by the scent of the apple and started to move. Mimi stood beside them, her eyes wide as she looked at the pig's round, full belly, and a pang of sympathy welled up inside her. She said softly, her voice small but touching, My mommy used to say her belly was this big when she was having me. It was very hard. The mother pig must be in a lot of pain, too. Mrs. Zhao listened, surprised, and then smiled kindly, her eyes full of affection. Oh, Mimi, you feel for your mother? You're such a good girl. Hearing that, Leo immediately tensed up. His expression changed, and he quickly turned to look at Mimi, his heart pounding. Oh, no. Whenever little auntie hears someone mention her mom, she always cries. This is bad. The live stream is going to turn into a tear-jerker. Leo looked at Mimi's downcast little face, his heart aching with an indescribable sorrow. He clenched his fists, wishing he could grab a megaphone and shout to the entire village, If anyone dares to mention my little auntie's parents again, I'll deal with you. Mimi's sad eyes and tightly pressed lips were immediately captured by the camera. The netizens watching the live stream held their breath. No way, is our little auntie really going to cry? Oh my God, just mentioning her parents makes her tear up. My heart hurts. This is so sad. I wonder where Mimi's parents are. Right after, the comments were flooded with a new sticker pack of Leo. His worried expression, so scared his little auntie will cry, is so cute it makes me want to cry. But this time, Mimi didn't burst into tears as everyone expected. She took a deep breath and forced a fragile smile. Her eyes shimmered like a lake about to overflow, but she bravely spoke. Yes, Mimi loves her mommy very much. And I love my daddy too. Because he took such good care of my mommy. When I was little, I wasn't a good baby at all. I cried all the time and kept them up all night. At this, she blushed and scratched her hair, looking both embarrassed and confessional. Mimi's eyes welled up, tears threatening to fall, but she gritted her teeth, held them back, and smiled with a maturity beyond her years. But it's okay. Mimi is a big girl now. I'm a good kid, and I'm going to work hard to wake my parents up. Her innocent words carried a heavy weight. Leo, standing beside her, felt his heart clench. He bit his lip, a tear rolling down his cheek, and he quickly wiped it away, muttering as if to himself, "Little auntie isn't crying? Has she really grown up? Sob, she's so strong." Mrs. and Mr. Zhao, standing to the side, also froze, looking at each other in bewilderment. A sense of shock rose within them. No way. A 3-year-old saying something like that? Adults who sleep and never wake up? Doesn't that mean they've passed away? So this child's parents are... They didn't dare to think further. Mrs. Zhao quickly smiled kindly and changed the subject, trying to pull Mimi out of her sadness. Mimi is such a good girl. How about we help the mother pig give birth now? Hearing the mention of the task, Mimi's eyes lit up again. She nodded eagerly. The sadness from before began to fade, but then her eyes widened in alarm and she shouted like a thunderclap. "Grandnephew, the mother pig is about to eat your hand." Leo jumped, looking down to see that the large sow had gotten close, its wet lips opening to chomp down on the apple in his hand. "Whoa, mother pig, calm down. This is an apple, not my hand." The group burst out laughing, and the tense atmosphere instantly shattered in a wave of cheerful laughter. Leo let out a sigh of relief and held the apple up high to entice her. "Come on, mother pig, follow me. I'll take you somewhere cleaner." Mr. Zhao, standing nearby, laughed heartily and nodded in encouragement. Very good, just like that." Mimi ran over to the mother pig's side, her tiny hands on her hips, her demeanor like that of a miniature birthing coach. She cheered her on in a high-pitched voice. "Go, mother pig. You're the best pig. Mimi believes in you." Unexpectedly, the mother pig seemed to understand. She lowered her head and rubbed against Mimi's shoulder, letting out a few hoarse but affectionate grunts. Mimi paused for a second, then burst into giggles, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Ha ha ha ha, the mother pig likes Mimi too." Leo could only shake his head at the scene, thinking to himself, only my little auntie could turn a pig in labor into a cuddly pet. Finally, under their guidance, the mother pig was moved to the birthing pen. Mimi squatted right in front of her, her small hands stroking the pig's large head, as she whispered soothingly, There, mother pig, you can do it. Mimi is here, it won't hurt anymore, you've got this." The camera focused on this scene, and the online community exploded with comments. "Oh my god, the baby chicks from before all flocked to her, and now the mother pig is letting her comfort it. She must have an animal whisperer charm. If little auntie were reborn in ancient times, she'd probably be canonized as the patron saint of animals. Hey, quiet down, look! The mother pig is about to give birth. This is so nerve-wracking." Just then, the mother pig began to struggle violently. Mrs. Zhao quickly walked over, helped Mimi up, and gently said, "Little Mimi, when the mother pig gives birth, she'll be in a lot of pain and will move around a lot. It's very dangerous. If you accidentally get pushed over, it won't be good. Why don't you go outside with me?" Mimi looked up with her small face, her eyes shining, her voice firmer than a grown-up. "It's okay, Grandma. The mother pig won't knock Mimi over. Can I stay here and cheer for her?" Mrs. Zhao was about to offer more advice, but Mimi seemed to read her mind. She quickly flashed a bright smile, then clenched her small hands with determination. "Grandma, Mimi understands. If I don't complete the task, I won't have dinner tonight. I want to finish the task, and I also want the mother pig to be healthy." Hearing her innocent yet determined words, Mrs. Zhao was stunned, then smiled kindly and gently patted her head. All right. You're such a good, understanding girl. This little auntie is just too adorable." Just then, the mother pig's pain squeals echoed and the whole pen shook. Mimi grew tense, her small hands clenched into fists, and her tiny voice rang out like an encouraging bell. "Big pig, you can do it. The first baby pig is almost here. Don't be scared." She widened her big round eyes and enthusiastically counted for the mother pig. 3, 2, 1, push, mother pig. Go, it's almost out." With Mimi's resounding cheers, the mother pig finally pushed through the pain and gave birth to a tiny, wet, and trembling piglet. Mimi was overjoyed, clapping her hands like little drums and cheering like a bell. Aha! It's out! It's out! The baby pig is born! Mr. Zhao immediately came over, his voice calm but firm. Good job. Now, the next step is to cut the umbilical cord. Leo, be careful. Yes, sir. Leo immediately took the scissors. His hands, usually accustomed to holding scripts and microphones, were trembling but focused. With a snip, the umbilical cord was cut cleanly. He picked up the newborn piglet, his voice unusually gentle. There, there. Let me help you get cleaned up, little piggy. He carefully used a towel to wipe the mud and blood off the piglet. His movements were so gentle that the netizens watching immediately did a 180. The comments exploded. Oh my God! A rich young master who isn't afraid of getting dirty and is even cleaning a piglet by hand. The rumors about him being a difficult star must be wrong. I'm screenshotting this right now. Caption, let me see what an adorable little piggy this is. Imagining the handsome star wiping down a piglet is making me die of laughter. In the midst of the emotional and laughter-filled atmosphere, Zane, who had been hiding in a corner, finally couldn't stand it anymore and stepped out to steal the spotlight. He put on a concerned face and said with a faint smile, Leo, little auntie, how are you two doing? Do you need any help? Hearing him, Leo was surprised and turned around. Huh, Zane? Is your mission done already? Zane quickly glanced at a nearby camera, a fake smile on his lips. Yeah, my mission was simple. Hao is playing with Li Yang now, so I came over to help you two out. I was worried it would be difficult over here. Without letting him continue his act, Leo immediately held up the squirming piglet in his hands to show off, his eyes sparkling. No need. Everything's going smoothly over here. Look, isn't this newborn piglet adorable? The towel was still stained with blood, but Leo's radiant smile made the netizens melt. Zane, on the other hand, grimaced, screaming internally. So disgusting. But in front of the camera, he couldn't show his revulsion. He forced a smile, squatted down next to Leo, his voice as sweet as honey, but full of hidden meaning. Oh, I didn't know, Leo. You even know how to deliver piglets. You look so skilled, you must have done this many times before. As soon as he said that, the netizens immediately started buzzing, many of them led astray. Wait a minute, something smells fishy. Did the director take money from the Kang family and give Leo the script in advance? Exactly. How else would a pampered young master be so good at this? This is clearly a whitewashing stunt. Just as the atmosphere was starting to turn, the mother pig, who had been quietly enduring, suddenly let out a loud squeal and thrashed violently, shaking the whole pen. Mimi immediately went over, her small hand gently patting the mother pig, her clear voice as soothing as if she were comforting a baby. Big pig, don't be scared, don't be scared. Mimi is here. The mother pig, panting, her eyes teary, turned to look at the little girl. As if feeling her comfort, it let out a soft grunt, its body trembling a little less. Meanwhile, Zane, standing to the side, his eyes glinted with calculation. Ah, perfect. Enlist actor like me, daring to comfort an animal while it's giving birth, showing my golden personality on the live stream. The audience will surely praise me to no end. As for Leo, his image will be completely overshadowed. Oh, I'm just too kind. With that thought, he gritted his teeth, swallowed his disgust, and put on a gentle, friendly expression. He slowly reached his hand towards the mother pig, his voice feigning reassurance. There, there. Don't be scared. Big brother Zane is here. But the result was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. The mother pig immediately thrashed violently, its legs kicking the ground, its neck stretching to avoid his hand. It let out a piercing squeal, and the whole pen shook violently. Zane froze on the spot, his face pale, screaming internally, "Is this damn animal crazy? Why is it as meek as a puppy when Leo and that brat Mimi touch it, but it recoils when I get close? What do I lack compared to them?" His horrified and angry expression didn't escape the camera. The netizens watching the livestream burst out laughing, comments flooding the screen. Haha, look at your precious Zane. Tisk tisk, even a pig rejects him. Exactly. Animals are very sensitive. It must have sensed his bad energy and reacted so strongly. Oh my God, how pathetic. He can't even compare to a 3-year-old. Zane's loyal fans quickly rushed to his defense. It's not Zane's fault. That pig is clearly out of control. My Zane is an animal ambassador. He even has a cat. This is just one pig. What's the big deal? Yeah, that pig is probably just panicking. It has nothing to do with Zane. But the truth was undeniable. After its violent struggle, the mother pig suddenly collapsed, its whole body trembling. It let out a pained squeal, but there was no progress from its lower half. Mr. Zhao rushed over, his face filled with panic. Oh no, this is bad. She's too scared. Now she's having a difficult birth. The piglet is halfway out but stuck. She can't push it out. The atmosphere in the pen immediately became tense and suffocating. Leo's face changed and he asked anxiously, "Then, what should we do? Is the mother pig in danger?" Mrs. Zhao was just as panicked, her forehead covered in sweat. "Of course she's in danger. If we delay, both the mother and the piglet could die." She urged, "Quick, we have to pull the piglet out." Zane, seeing everyone in a frenzy, pretended to step forward, putting on an enthusiastic face as if he wanted to help. "Tell me what to do. I can do it." But as soon as he got close, the mother pig thrashed and squealed loudly. Its pained cries filled the air, its body trembling as if it wanted to fight back. Mr. Zhao, already on edge, lost his patience and yelled at him, "Don't come any closer. The more she sees you, the more panicked she gets. This is our task. We only needed Leo's help. You're just causing trouble here." The words were like a bucket of cold water, leaving Zane stunned, his face frozen for a few seconds, the fake smile on his lips vanishing. He screamed internally, "What? Am I being treated like a nuisance?" But on the outside, he still tried to hold it in, just forcing a strained smile as if nothing had happened. Leo, however, wasn't paying attention to Zane. He anxiously walked over and asked, "Mr. Zhao, what should I do now? I'm worried that delaying will be dangerous for both the mother pig and the piglet." Mr. Zhao sighed, his voice heavy. "First, we have to calm the mother pig down. She's in so much pain that she's struggling. If she doesn't calm down, it will be very difficult for her to give birth." Hearing this, Mimi started rummaging in the small bag she wore. A moment later, her big, round eyes lit up and she cheered, "Mimi found it!" She held up a small medicinal pill, her eyes sparkling as if she had just found a treasure. She then scurried over to Leo and held it out to him. "Seventh grandnephew, quick, give this to the mother pig. It will help with the pain." Zane, standing to the side, saw this, and a sinister smile formed on his lips. "Ah, perfect timing. If this brat gives the mother pig some random thing to eat and something happens, public opinion will immediately turn against her. I just need to stop her for a moment and my image from before can be salvaged." With that thought, he quickly grabbed Mimi's small wrist, his voice seemingly gentle but laced with daggers. "Little auntie, the mother pig is having a difficult birth right now. You can't just feed her anything. Even candy could kill her. Listen to me and put it down." Mimi was surprised, her eyes wide as she looked at her restrained hand, anxiously listening to the mother pig's pathetic cries behind her. Her little heart ached, and she struggled. "Let go of Mimi. Mimi wants to help the mother pig." But Zane deliberately tightened his grip, putting on a calm, adult-like expression as he advised her, while smirking inwardly. "Be good, little auntie. This is a serious matter. You can't just carelessly harm the mother pig." Mimi pouted, her cheeks flushed with anger, her eyes welling up with tears of frustration. She gritted her teeth and threatened him, "If you don't let go of my hand, Mimi will hit you. I'm not kidding." She then secretly clenched her hand into a fist, her small body tensing as if ready to deliver a fatal blow. Zane was momentarily taken aback but tried to maintain his composure. Just then, he suddenly let go, feigning helplessness and sighing as if giving in. "Oh, fine, fine. You're too stubborn, little auntie. I'm not going to worry about you anymore. Do what you want. If you want to feed it, go ahead." Watching Mimi's small figure rush towards the mother pig, a malicious glint appeared in Zane's eyes, and a sinister smile formed on his lips. If this brat kills the mother pig with that ridiculous pill, then Leo will surely be implicated, and his image will be ruined. Ha 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 ha. With such a beneficial outcome, why should I stop her? Mimi got close, her small hands holding the sparkling medicinal pill, and said in an innocent voice, "Here, mother pig, eat this. You won't be in pain anymore." Mrs. Zhao was horrified and rushed over to stop her. "Mimi, no, this is not the time to feed her anything. It's very dangerous. Can you please come outside with me?" Mimi looked up with her round face, her eyes shining, and tried to explain. "Grandma, this isn't candy. It's a medicinal pill." Before she could finish, the mother pig reached out its neck, and with a slurp, it snatched the pill from Mimi's hand and swallowed it. There was a moment of silence. Zane stared in disbelief. What? It swallowed it on its own? Why didn't it go into shock and die? But what happened next stunned everyone. After swallowing the pill, the mother pig's breathing gradually stabilized, and its tense body relaxed. It lay down steadily and continued the birthing process. "It's working. She's giving birth. She's giving birth," Leo exclaimed, his eyes shining. Everyone was immediately uplifted, focusing all their attention on the mother pig. Only Zane's face darkened, his lips pressed into a thin line, his heart screaming in frustration. How could it be going so smoothly? I had it all planned out. With the seamless cooperation of Leo and Mr. Zhao, less than an hour later, the mother pig had successfully given birth to 9 tiny, adorable piglets, like little moving cotton balls. Mimi clapped her hands excitedly, her cheerful voice echoing through the pen. The mother pig is so amazing! She had 9 babies at once! The mother pig seemed to understand, letting out a few soft oinks, as if she were laughing in response to the little girl's praise. While everyone was still emotional, Leo suddenly turned to look at his little auntie. His expression hardened when he noticed 3 red bruised marks on Mimi's delicate white wrist. He quickly took her small hand, his voice trembling with a mix of pain and anger. Little auntie, who did this? Mimi blinked and without hesitation pointed directly at Zane. It was him. He grabbed my hand really hard and it hurt so much I almost cried. She frowned, pouted, and stomped her foot. You need to apologize to Mimi right now or Mimi will hit you, for real. The entire crew gasped, and the online community exploded with comments. The camera zoomed in on the tiny wrist with its 3 clear red marks, a sight that made everyone's heart ache. Leo felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart. He bent down and blew on the sore spot for his little auntie. He then shot up, his eyes as cold as ice, and fixed his gaze on Zane. His voice was low but full of power. Zane, apologize! Now! Everyone was stunned, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. My little auntie is the darling of the Kang family. If you ever dare to touch her again, he paused, his eyes as sharp as a blade, then you'd better watch your back. The set fell silent. Zane, being called out in front of the camera and pierced by Leo's sharp gaze, gritted his teeth in anger. He seethed internally. Since when did this brat dare to be so arrogant with me? Mimi wasn't letting it go either. She put her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out like a little bun, and held up a tiny fist threateningly. Are you not going to apologize to Mimi? If you don't, then Mimi will just have to give you a punch. Inwardly, she thought, if I unleash this special punch, a bad guy like Zane will surely go flying. It'll be a great way to vent my anger for my grandnephew and for the mother pig he scared. Being called out by one person after another, Zane's handsome face was now twisted with ugliness. He growled internally, damn it, this is not good. I have to find a way to turn this around or I'll lose all face. With that, he changed his tone, trying to appear innocent and harmless. He bowed his head to Mimi, his voice soft as if he were genuinely remorseful. Little auntie, I'm sorry. I was just worried you would cause trouble for the mother pig. I didn't mean it. To make his performance more convincing, he bowed even lower, looking miserable. You can hit me if you want as long as you're not angry anymore. I'll let you do whatever you want. But the mother pig is fine now, and that's what's most important, right? Mimi narrowed her eyes at him. Although she was still angry, she remembered her father's words. If someone makes a mistake for the first time, you can forgive them. But if they do it again, you can't let it slide. She snorted, lowered her small fist, and said sternly, my daddy said that for the first mistake I can forgive you. But if you grab my hand that hard again, Mimi will really hit you. You hear me? Zane quickly nodded, forcing a friendly smile. Yes, I definitely won't do it again. I'm really sorry. I was just worried the mission wouldn't be completed and something would happen to the mother pig, so I was a bit hasty. He then deliberately turned to Leo, acting chummy. We've been good brothers for so many years. You won't hold this against me, will you? Leo, being simple-hearted and soft, was easily swayed and clapped him on the shoulder. It's fine, as long as you've explained yourself. But you really need to be more careful next time. Zane's lips curled into a sly, hidden smile. He made an excuse. If there's nothing else, I'm going to go check on Hao and Li Yang. I'll be going now. He then waved and cheerfully left. But a few hours later, as evening fell, and he was sure no one was at the pig pen, Zane quietly returned. His eyes glinted with a cold light, his usually elegant face now twisted with malice. As soon as she saw him, the mother pig started to tremble, squealing continuously and backing into a corner in fear. Zane sneered. Even a lowly animal dares to embarrass me in front of so many people. Fine, you can die early, and then I'll be satisfied. Not long after Zane had secretly done his deed, Mimi's familiar, clear laughter echoed from outside. Yumi, come quick! I'll show you the piglets that Big Pinky just had. They're so cute! Her voice chirped like a little bird as she pulled Yumi along towards the pig pen. Following behind were Iris and Leo, chatting as they walked, completely unaware of the unusual situation inside the pen. But as soon as she reached the entrance, Mimi stopped, her big, round eyes blinking with suspicion. The mother pig was lying on the straw, its whole body trembling, white foam coming from its mouth and letting out pained oinks. Yumi screamed in fear and quickly hid behind her mother. Mommy, that's so scary! What's wrong with it? Even Mimi and Leo froze on the spot. The scene before them left them speechless, their hearts clenching. The noise brought Mr. and Mrs. Zhao running over. Seeing the mother pig's face turning black and its breathing weak, Mrs. Zhao started to tremble, tears streaming down her face. Oh my God, what happened? What bad karma have we done to deserve this? Mr. Zhao tried to give the mother pig first aid, but it was no use. He gritted his teeth, his hands shaking, sweat pouring down his face. Mrs. Zhao looked at the animal she considered a member of her family, her heart filled with despair. We're too far from town. It would take at least 2 hours for a vet to get here. But by then, I'm afraid the mother pig will already be dead. While everyone was in a panic, Mimi rummaged through her small bag, her hands trembling with urgency. A moment later, she let out a soft cry, her eyes shining. Ah, Mimi found it. In her hand was a small medicinal pill that gave off a strange scent. Without hesitation, Mimi squeezed through the crowd and held the pill out to the pig. Here, Big Pinky, eat this. You'll definitely get better. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhao was startled and quickly held her back, crying and pleading, Mimi, sweetie, don't mess around. This is a real life. We can't take such a risk. Not far away, Zane hadn't actually left. He was quietly observing, a smug smirk on his lips. The timing was perfect. He pretended to have just arrived, his face full of concern. Huh, what's going on? The mother pig was fine when I left. Why is she foaming at the mouth now? His voice immediately made the heavy atmosphere even heavier. Leo anxiously wiped his sweat, his voice trembling. I don't know either. She was perfectly healthy when I took little Auntie to find Yumi. Thinking of Mimi's magical abilities, he couldn't help but turn to Mrs. Zhao and plead, Grandma, can't we please let my little Auntie try? Maybe she can save her. Mrs. Zhao's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head in despair. No, no. This is a life. How can we let a child experiment? If something happens, how can we bear it? Just then, Zane immediately cut in, patting Leo's shoulder, his voice a mix of disdain and sarcasm. Leo, your little Auntie may have a high status, but in the end, she's still just a 3-year-old. Who can be sure that the trinkets in her bag aren't just candy or some random pills? If she feeds it something wrong, she could kill the mother pig. His words were like adding fuel to the fire. Mrs. Zhao paused, a look of hesitation on her face. She looked at Mimi, and a seed of doubt was planted in her mind. That's right. Who knows what's in that pill? What if it's mixed with something bad? Zane put on a virtuous and reasonable expression, his lips curling as if he understood everything. But inwardly, he was setting a trap, his every word designed to put Mimi and Leo at a disadvantage. Don't be too sad, you two. My brother here won't skip out on his debt. Don't worry, he'll definitely compensate you. After saying that, Zane glanced at Leo, a sinister glint in his eyes, a triumphant laugh echoing in his mind. Humph, let's see you get out of this one. Once this news gets out, your images will be ruined. And me? Ha ha ha, my time has come. While he was scheming, Mimi looked at the dying mother pig, her eyes turning red, her little heart pounding. Grandma, I think Big Pinky must have eaten something else to get like this. Mrs. Zhao, you have to believe Mimi. It's not Mimi's medicine that's the problem, it's really not. Her voice trembled and she sobbed as she spoke, tears rolling down her face, a heart-wrenching sight. Leo, standing beside her, felt his heart break. He wanted to pull his little auntie into a hug to comfort her, but was afraid of making her even more upset. Seeing Mimi's tear-filled eyes, he also started to tear up, blaming himself. Little auntie, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm not cut out for this entertainment industry. I'm so clumsy, and I've dragged you into this. The netizens watching live, most of them had already started to place the blame. Oh my God, Mimi is so young but so reckless. It's dangerous to just feed animals whatever she wants. Hey, didn't she give that old man something yesterday too? What if that was poison as well? The increasingly harsh comments were like needles pricking Mimi's heart. She clenched her fists and lowered her head, thinking, no, that's not right. I already calculated it. The pig's fate was normal, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao weren't going to suffer any financial loss, and even 7th grandnephew's luck wasn't declining. So, does that mean the fault lies with me? Her big, round eyes blurred with tears, but then her mother's words from long ago echoed in her mind. Mimi, remember, fate is not always fixed. You can hold it in your hands if you dare to believe in yourself. As if a light had switched on, she took a deep breath. Her tears hadn't dried, but her eyes were shining with a newfound determination. That's right. Have to save Big Pinky. This isn't just about saving a pig. It's about protecting my own fate and my 7th grandnephew's luck. I absolutely cannot let him be implicated. With that thought, while everyone was still in an uproar, Mimi secretly crept over to the mother pig, her small hands trembling but her gaze firm. She whispered, Big Pinky, you can do it. Eat this and you'll get better. With a swift movement, Mimi popped the medicinal pill into the mother pig's mouth. Just then, Mr. Zhao, who had just finished a phone call, turned around and saw this. He was furious, his voice booming like thunder. This child! The mother pig is already so weak and you dare to shove something into its mouth? Do you want it to die? If the mother pig dies, the piglets will be gone too. His reprimand made the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Mimi bit her lip, her eyes welling up with tears, her small hands clenched. But before she could explain, the mother pig suddenly shivered, and its ragged breathing instantly stabilized. The blackish color on its face gradually faded, its eyes grew brighter, and it even tried to stand up. Mr. Zhao was stunned, his eyes wide, and he stammered, "Hey, everyone look, she's alive." The courtyard erupted in chaos. Mrs. Zhao, tears streaming down her face, clutched her chest, crying and laughing at the same time. "Oh my God, it's a miracle! My big pinky is alive." After recovering, the mother pig, as if to thank her, slowly walked over to Mimi and gently rubbed its head against her shoulder. Mimi giggled, her small hands patting its back, her voice as sweet as sugar. There, big pinky. Don't worry, Mimi will help you take care of the little ones too." The netizens at this point had also started to do a 180, comments flooding the screen. "Oh my God, my little auntie is a miracle worker. She's a little angel. She's adorable and she saved a pig's life. Who dares to say anything bad about her now?" Mr. and Mrs. Zhao were both overjoyed and ashamed. They bowed to Mimi and said, "We're so sorry, we doubted you. Thank you so much." Mimi shook her head, her innocent smile shining. "It's okay. Mimi isn't mad." Leo looked at his little auntie, his eyes sparkling as if they held the entire night sky. He gave her a big thumbs up. Little auntie is the best, absolutely #1. While everyone was filled with joy, Zane was speechless, his expression shifting constantly. He was in turmoil internally. Impossible. I clearly drugged it. How is it alive? Does that little girl really have something special? The thought made him shiver. But then he sneered to himself. Humph, even if she's special, they don't know it was me. I got away with it this time, but I'll have other chances. With that, he secretly turned to leave. But life isn't a dream. The mother pig suddenly bared its teeth, its eyes turning red as it charged straight at him. Oink! Oink! Bam! A headbutt like a bolt from the blue sent Zane flying, and unfortunately, his hand landed right in a pile of fresh, warm pig manure. "Oh, gross!" he screamed, his face contorted in a mix of pain and humiliation. The netizens roared with laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha! That's karma for you, Zane. Serves him right. Even a pig knows who the bad guy is." Mimi's eyes widened in surprise. She bent down and whispered to Big Pinky, "Huh, why did you headbutt him?" The mother pig lifted its head and let out a few angry oinks, as if reporting all of Zane's crimes. After hearing Big Pinky's testimony, Mimi's face turned purple with rage. She pointed a small finger directly at Zane, her voice as clear as a tiny judge's. "Pinky said it clearly! You're the one who put something in her food and poisoned her! You're a bad person!" Her childish words echoed through the courtyard, leaving everyone frozen for a few seconds. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao, Iris, and even the camera crew stared in disbelief. Hearing this, Zane's face went pale, his lips twitching, his teeth clenched so hard they audibly ground together. His meticulous plan had been exposed right in front of the camera. For a moment, he wanted to scream in denial, but his list actor instincts quickly took over. A few seconds later, he regained his composure, dusted himself off, and forced a pained laugh. "Hey, little auntie, the adult world isn't as simple as a game. You need proof for everything, not just a few words to make something true." Mimi was furious, her small hands clenched, and she retorted seriously. "But Big Pinky said so. You're the one who put the poison in her food. Animals know how to be grateful, and they also know how to report crimes. You can't get away with it." Not only did he not feel any remorse, but he shot back with a sarcastic tone. "A 3-year-old kid who claims to understand pig language? Ha 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 ha, Leo, doesn't that sound ridiculous? Is it because your little auntie is still mad at me for accidentally hurting her hand that she's making up stories to frame me now?" He then deliberately looked straight into the camera, his tone pitiful as if he were an innocent victim. "We're live right now. Is it really okay for you all to ruin my reputation like this?" Leo strode forward, picked up Mimi to protect her, his eyes as cold as ice as he replied sharply, "My little auntie never lies. I believe her." Their gazes met, one cold and proud, the other shifty and deceitful, the tension so thick you could almost see the sparks. The netizens watching the live stream immediately split into factions. One side believed Mimi, but the majority were swayed by Zane's manipulative words. Good heavens, a little kid framing an adult? That's hilarious. If she can really predict things, why didn't she know the mother pig would be poisoned? I have a feeling the adults behind her are telling her what to say to frame Zayn out of jealousy for his awards. Hearing these words, Mimi's little heart felt like it was being squeezed, her big, teary eyes welling up as she choked out, "Why? Why don't they believe Mimi? Sniffle!" Leo held her tightly, so pained that he wished he could shield her from the whole world. Just then, Iris, who had been quietly observing, spoke up calmly, her voice as clear as a bell, a wake-up call to everyone. "The fact is that the mother pig was poisoned. Arguing like this is pointless. I think we should call the police and let them investigate properly. That's the only way to be fair to everyone." Her suggestion made the set fall silent for a moment. Zayn, though his heart skipped a beat, still maintained his righteous facade. He laughed faintly, his tone feigning nobility. "Call the police, then. My conscience is clear. I have nothing to fear." Mimi looked at him, her eyes filled with boundless disappointment. She tugged on Leo's sleeve, her voice choked with sadness. "Mimi really isn't lying. Why doesn't anyone believe me?" Leo held Mimi in his arms, bent down, and gave her a light kiss on the cheek, his voice a low, comforting murmur. "It's okay, little auntie. It's okay. They don't believe you now, but once the police investigate, the truth will come out." Mimi snuggled into his embrace, her eyes still teary, but her gaze was firm, as if to say, "I'm not scared. I know I'm not wrong." But Zayn wouldn't let it go. He smirked maliciously, his voice sharp and sarcastic. "Well, I just hope that after the police investigate, they don't find out that the thing your little auntie gave the mother pig was the problem. But she's just a kid, right? Even if she's wrong, no one will do anything to her." His words were like pouring oil on a fire, and the netizens' comments exploded. "Ha ha ha, I'm just waiting for the police to show up and slap Leo and his little auntie in the face." Exactly. That kid is always causing trouble. This time, her true colors are showing." Hearing this, Leo's face turned cold, his gaze as sharp as a knife as he shot back without hesitation. "There is absolutely nothing wrong with my little auntie's medicine. Zayn, stop trying to pin the blame on others." Mimi, beside him, also glared at Zayn, her small face etched with anger. "You're a bad guy, always trying to blame everything on Mimi." The director, who had just received news that the police were on their way, rushed over, looking tense. He held up his hands and suggested, all right, everyone, let's go back to Mr. Lee's house and wait for the police. Making a scene here will only cause more trouble." The group left the pig pen and returned to Mr. Lee's house, the heavy atmosphere still lingering. Yumi was still haunted by the sight of the mother pig in pain, her eyes red as she rubbed them continuously. Mimi sat beside her, her little heart aching to see her friend cry. She gently pushed Yumi's hand away and advised her softly, "Don't rub them anymore. If you keep rubbing, your eyes will get swollen and you won't be pretty anymore." Yumi looked up, her voice choked, and when she saw Mimi's eyes were also still teary, she quickly reached out to wipe them, comforting her in return. "Mimi, you shouldn't cry either. I believe you." Her simple but heartfelt words made Mimi laugh through her tears. Suddenly, Yumi leaned in and whispered in Mimi's ear, her voice secretive as if she were afraid someone would hear. "Mimi, I have a secret to tell you. I think Zayn is a jerk too." Mimi's face immediately flushed with anger. She clenched her small fists and said loudly, "He is a jerk, a big, mean jerk." The two little girls looked at each other and then burst out laughing, clapping their hands in agreement. "I knew you'd understand." This scene was accidentally caught on camera. And as expected, the netizens immediately split into factions again. "Oh my god, Yumi has been corrupted by Mimi. So young and already cursing at Zayn. Iris, don't let your daughter play with Mimi. That kid is a bad influence. First, she feeds people pig food, and now she's teaching others to talk behind people's back. How can a child like that be good?" In a hidden corner, Zayn held his phone, his voice low but full of malice. "The incident with the mother pig, make sure you edit it carefully and release it online. I heard what that brat said just now. Turn her into a target for public criticism. Do it now." Hanging up, he looked up, his cold eyes filled with hatred and stared straight at Mimi. His lips curled into a sinister smile. "Leo Kang, Mimi Kang, this time I'll make sure you're both finished." Just as he planned, less than an hour later, maliciously edited clips spread like wildfire on social media. Images of Mimi crying and pointing at adults were framed as her throwing a tantrum, and malicious comments quickly swarmed in. "This kid is such a troublemaker. Look at the way she's pointing and yelling at adults. She must have been the one who fed the pig something bad. Ha ha ha, so she's a kid from the Kang family? I thought she was some kind of saint." Speaking of which, wasn't Leo Kang involved in that scandal with Aaron a few years ago? If it weren't for President Chin backing him, he would have been out of the entertainment industry long ago. The netizens, rehashing old stories with glee, immediately turned their attacks on Leo. It must be the two of them, uncle and niece, who staged the whole thing and framed Zane. How ridiculous. While the storm of public opinion raged, back at the Kang estate, Mr. and Mrs. Kang sat in front of the TV, their faces red with anger. Mrs. Kang was worried, her voice trembling. That Zane is so shameless. He's acting like he has nothing to hide. He must have destroyed all the evidence. How can our little auntie prove her innocence now? Seeing his wife on the verge of tears, Mr. Kang quickly patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. If it weren't for the fact that little auntie needs our 7th grandnephew to save her parents, I swear I would never let her get involved with that Leo. Their eldest son, sitting beside them, cut in, his voice firm. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I've already sent people to investigate Zane. We'll definitely find proof that he was the one who poisoned the pig. Mr. Kang's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Good, good. Investigate it thoroughly. We absolutely cannot let this dirty water be splashed on our little auntie and Leo. Back on set, in a corner of the yard, Mimi and Yumi were sitting by a basin of water, happily playing with floating rubber ducks. The innocent laughter of the two little girls echoed, partially dispelling the heavy atmosphere. But behind them, Zane was silently signaling to his little brother. He patted Hao's shoulder, a fake smile on his face like a command. Go now, do as I told you. Hao hesitated, his eyes darting around nervously. He didn't want to, but the fear in his brother's threatening gaze made him swallow his reluctance and nod. Walking up to Mimi and Yumi, Hao forced a strained smile and scratched his head. Little Auntie Yumi, do you two want to come play over there? Li Yang has a really fun set of wooden blocks. Hearing his name, Mimi and Yumi both turned their heads. In front of them was Hao, and right next to him was Li Yang, clutching a large box of wooden blocks. When Li Yang shyly held out the box, Mimi politely accepted it, her eyes sparkling like stars. Thanks, Li Yang. She opened the box and exclaimed with delight, Wow, you built a big yellow dog. Yumi curiously leaned over to look, her eyes shining. A big yellow dog? Let me see. Mimi grinned and pointed to the model, her voice as proud as a little professor. That's right. This is the dog's head, these are its paws, and this is its long, long tail. Li Yang was stunned. He had often been teased for being quiet, but this little girl had recognized every detail with just a glance. He couldn't help but smile, a silent nod confirming that everything Mimi said was correct. Yumi tilted her head and whispered to her friend, Mimi, why isn't this big brother saying anything? Do you think he can't talk? If so, I feel so bad for him. Her innocent words struck Li Yang like a blow. He had heard too many similar taunts before, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Are they going to make fun of me too? But before he could sink further into sadness, Mimi spoke up, her voice as clear as a silver bell. Who said that? He can talk. He just doesn't want to. But that's okay because we're good friends now. Yumi's eyes lit up, and she quickly chimed in. That's right. It's like how I don't like to eat my dinner. Grandma scolds me for not being good, but Mommy says that even if I don't eat, I'm still her precious baby. Mimi laughed and gently patted her friend's head. Our Yumi is so smart, you even know how to use an analogy. The two of them giggled, and the tense atmosphere from before began to lift. Li Yang, standing behind them, heard every word, and the heavy weight on his heart suddenly felt lighter. He looked at the two girls, his gaze gradually warming, and a shy but sincere smile formed on his lips. Seeing this, Mimi clapped her hands and suggested enthusiastically, How about we all play with the blocks together? Just then, the sound of a police siren blared from outside the village gate. The police had finally arrived. Everyone immediately gathered, and one by one, they explained what had happened. The atmosphere was both serious and tense. Leo stood up and, with a calm but restrained voice, recounted the events from beginning to end for the police to take notes. The tense atmosphere was just starting to settle when suddenly, thump, a loud noise made everyone jump. All eyes turned. In front of them, Li Yang had tripped and fallen headfirst into a nearby basin of water. Water splashed everywhere, and the little boy coughed and sputtered. The scene descended into chaos. To everyone's surprise, Hao suddenly screamed, his voice shrill, Mimi, why did you push Li Yang? Mimi rushed over in a panic, her small hands trembling as she helped the fallen Li Yang. The boy's face was red from choking, his breathing ragged, and his eyes were blurry with water. Seeing her friend in such pain, Mimi was both horrified and indignant, her big, teary eyes welling up. I didn't push him! It was clearly Hao. He pushed Li Yang. But Hao shook his head frantically, his face pale but his voice firm. No, it wasn't me. I was still here playing with the blocks. You were the one who pushed him. Li Yang, clutching his mouth, his face smeared with dirt and scratches, saw his father rush over and burst into tears, clinging to his father's shirt as if for dear life. Mr. Li held his son, his face red with anger, and yelled at the group of children, "Which one of you dared to bully my son?" He knelt to comfort him, his voice softening. "Yang, tell Daddy. Did you see who pushed you?" But Li Yang, his eyes still filled with tears, just trembled and shook his head, not saying a word. In that moment, Zane, standing not far away, let out a sigh of relief. He smirked to himself. "Humph, kids don't know anything." A shake of the head, and it's over. This matter is as good as buried. He immediately stepped forward, putting on the face of a kind, list actor, his tone chiding but as if he were teaching a lesson. "Little auntie, you shouldn't keep lying like this. You pushed him, so why can't you admit it? He's hurt like this, and you're still going to deny it?" Hearing this, Mimi's eyes turned red, her lips trembling as she stubbornly shook her head. Iris, holding Yumi, her expression turning cold, spoke up in protest. "Zane, don't jump to conclusions. We have a camera here. We can just review the footage and see what happened." The cameraman, standing to the side, scratched his head, a cold sweat breaking out. "About that. I don't know why, but the camera screen suddenly went black, so it didn't record this scene. It's working normally again now." The crew immediately gasped in surprise. The cameraman lowered his voice and added, but his words were like a dagger to Mimi's heart, "But I saw with my own eyes that it was Mimi who pushed Li Yang." As soon as he finished, Zane's lips curled into a smug smile. Outside, the netizens exploded, comments flooding in. "Ha! So Mimi is a habitual liar. See? Now this proves that her medicine was also a problem." Even the staff confirmed it. What else do Leo and that brat have to say? Faced with this wave of criticism, Mimi felt as if the whole world had turned against her. She burst into tears and ran towards Leo. "Seventh grandnephew!" Her choked cry broke Leo's heart. He quickly knelt, opening his arms to hug his little auntie tightly. Seeing her small, tear-streaked face, he asked anxiously, "Little auntie, what's wrong? Why are you crying so hard?" Mimi whimpered, clutching his shirt, and sobbed out a broken story. "Just now, Hao showed me a toy, and while I was looking, he suddenly pushed Li Yang. Then he ran away with the toy and said that I was the one who pushed him." The more she spoke, the more upset she became, a sob catching in her throat. "The cameraman said so too, but it wasn't. It wasn't me. Mimi didn't push Li Yang, I didn't." At this, she burst into loud sobs, hugging Leo's neck as if he were her whole world. "Seventh grandnephew? I really didn't push him. Wah!" Leo tightened his arms around Mimi, his large hand continuously patting her back as if to transfer all his warmth to her. His brow furrowed as he heard her choked sobs. "It really wasn't Mimi. Mimi is not a bad girl who lies. Wah!" Her choked cries were like daggers to Leo's heart. He bent down and comforted her, his eyes filled with pain. All right, little auntie. Don't cry. Seventh grandnephew believes you. I believe you more than anyone." But before the atmosphere could calm down, Zane quickly interjected, putting on a magnanimous air but with words full of barbs. He patted Mr. Li's shoulder and pretended to mediate. "Oh, my friend, it's normal for kids to argue and have accidents. I already asked, but little auntie still refuses to admit it. Let's not be angry anymore. Leo and I are good brothers. How much money do you want? I'll compensate you on his behalf, and we can settle this peacefully." His words, which sounded generous, were like pouring oil on a fire. Mr. Li immediately flew into a rage, his eyes blazing with anger. "Compensate me? You think my son being bullied can be soothed with money? You celebrities think you're so great? You think you can just throw some money around and make everything go away? No way!" He emphasized each word, pointing at Leo, his voice as cold as ice. "If your kid pushed my son, then for the sake of fairness, she should be pushed back once. How about that? That's not too much to ask, is it?" Hearing this, the entire crew was stunned. Mimi's red-rimmed eyes widened, and she cried out in protest. "It wasn't me who pushed him. It's true, it was Hao who pushed Li Yang. Mimi didn't do anything bad." But her cries were like a whisper in the wind against the rising tide of suspicion. In a panic, Mimi rummaged through her small bag. Her trembling hands took out a vial of medicine, and with hope in her clear eyes, she hurriedly offered it to Mr. Li. "Mr. Li, this is medicine for bruises. Please give it to Li Yang. It will make the pain go away." Her innocent gesture only made Leo's heart ache more. He looked at his little auntie, being wrongly accused yet still worrying about her friend, and felt both pained and proud. My little auntie is so understanding. But Zane wouldn't let it go. He laughed coldly, his voice sweet but venomous. "Oh, little auntie, you shouldn't just hand out medicine like that. What if your medicine poisons Li Yang, just like what happened with the mother pig?" His words were like a bucket of cold water, and Mr. Li immediately became wary. His expression grew serious, and he didn't dare to take the vial of medicine. He turned to Leo, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "Tell me, how are you going to handle this? Make it clear to me." Leo frowned, his gaze firm, and he replied resolutely, "No, it wasn't my little auntie who pushed him, so we will absolutely not take the blame." The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring when the sound of a police siren echoed from a distance. A group of police officers quickly entered, their serious demeanor making the already heavy atmosphere even more tense. One officer approached, flipping open his notebook. "Are you Leo Kang?" "Yes, that's me," the officer declared in a cold voice. "We are aware of what has happened. You will now bring Mimi Kang with us to the station for questioning." The news was like a thunderbolt. Outside, on the livestream, the netizens exploded, comments flooding the screen. "Ha! The naughty kid is finally getting what she deserves. Thank you, officer. You're helping the netizens get their revenge. I support arresting her. This kid has been a troublemaker from the start. Lock her up so everyone else can have some peace." Just at that most tense moment, as the police were about to take Mimi away, a small but clear voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. "It wasn't Mimi!" Everyone immediately turned. It was Li Yang, the little boy who hadn't spoken a word until now. Mr. Li was so stunned he nearly dropped his glasses. He held his son tightly, his voice trembling. Yang, you're talking?" Meanwhile, Leo's gloomy face lit up, his eyes shining with joy. He held Mimi even tighter, both moved and proud. "Little auntie, did you hear that? Little Yang spoke up for us." Mimi, tears still on her cheeks, her eyes shining like the night stars, laughed with happiness. "It's true. Mimi was wronged. Mimi didn't push Li Yang." The scene erupted in joy. But that wasn't all. Li Yang seemed to have gathered all his courage, and his small, trembling hand pointed directly at Zane, his voice choked but clear. "Also, I saw him take medicine from our house." The crowd fell silent. The police immediately turned serious, pointing at Zane and asking, "Are you sure? You're saying you saw him take medicine from your house with your own eyes?" Zane's face instantly went pale. His perfect plan, so close to completion, had just been ruined by a little kid. He screamed internally, "Impossible! This mute kid has never spoken before. Why now, of all times, is he turning the tables?" Though his heart was pounding, the list actor was used to being thick-skinned. He quickly regained his innocent facade, forced a smile, and calmly walked up to Li Yang. "Little boy, why are you making things up? I never took anything from your house. Don't be like Mimi and tell lies." Before he could finish, another childish voice, high-pitched and sharp, rang out. "Don't say Mimi lies. Mimi never lies." It was Yumi. Zane nearly choked, his face turning purple for a few seconds. He cursed internally. "Damn it. Are all these brats ganging up on me today?" He then put on a calm, older brother expression, turned to Iris, and said with a fake tone of disapproval, "Iris, I respect you as a senior, but it's a real shame that your daughter is being corrupted by Mimi like this." Hearing this, Iris sneered, her eyes as sharp as a knife, not even bothering to look at him. She bent down and hugged her daughter, her voice gentle but clearly a slap in Zane's face. "Yumi, you did a great job. You dared to stand up for your good friend. Mommy is so proud of you." Her warm but firm words made Mimi also look up and smile, her cheeks rosy. Zane was left standing there, his face frozen like a wax figure, the feeling of being ignored and disrespected almost making him suffocate. He gritted his teeth, forced a cold smile, and his voice cracked. "Iris, are you saying you're also taking Leo and this brat's side and accusing me of poisoning the pig?" Iris replied bluntly, each word like a carving knife. "There's no need to beat around the bush, Zane. I believe the children. Kids can be mischievous, they can cry, but they absolutely do not have the malicious heart to harm a small animal." Li Yang stood next to Mimi, his eyes sparkling, and his young but firm voice said, "Mimi, I choose you too." Those simple words were like a soothing balm, making Mimi's little heart tremble. She was so moved that her eyes welled up with tears, on the verge of overflowing. "My good friends all believe me. Yumi, Yang, and even my 7th grandnephew have always stood by my side. But I'm the little auntie. Why do I keep crying like this? It's so unbecoming of an elder." She wiped her tears and pouted, scolding herself. But then a radiant smile bloomed on her face, and she said softly but sincerely, "Thank you, you guys. Thank you for believing in Mimi." With that, she turned and gently tugged on Leo's sleeve, leaning in to whisper seriously in his ear, "7th grandnephew, you said before that I should ask for your opinion before I do anything, right? So can I use that method now?" Leo was a bit taken aback, frowning in curiosity. "What method is that?" Mimi rolled her eyes and then lowered her voice to remind him. "It was at our grandnephew's birthday party. Mimi helped you teach a bad person a lesson. You even praised Mimi for being amazing back then. Remember? Hearing that, Leo immediately brightened up, his face as radiant as a headlight. He laughed with delight and nodded decisively. Of course I remember, how could I forget? Of course you can use it, in fact you should have used it sooner. With permission, Mimi immediately took a deep breath, put her hands on her hips, and pointed directly at Zane, her big round eyes filled with a strange authority. Her voice rang out like a battle drum. You bad person, watch this! Mimi is going to punish you! With that, her small hands quickly drew a few lines in the air. In an instant, a shimmering golden talisman appeared above Zane's head, but Zane was completely unaware that his doom was sealed. He was still standing in front of the police, his face innocent as he pleaded his case, his voice as smooth as if he had rehearsed it 100 times. I really just picked up a piece of paper from their table. I was just afraid of being accused of entering someone's house without permission. But as soon as the talisman lit up, he suddenly felt as if his tongue had been pulled. Words he couldn't control tumbled out of his mouth. I also deliberately told little Zhao not to film the part where I took the pesticide. The crowd fell silent. The police were stunned, and the camera caught every single word. It was only then that Zane seemed to wake up. His eyes widening, his hands immediately flying to his mouth, sweat pouring down his face, his expression one of pure panic. What's happening? Why did I say that? Why did I just confess? He was screaming internally, but on the outside he couldn't hide his terror. No, I have to fix this. I have to fix this now. Realizing he had slipped up, Zane's face went deathly pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, but his panicked expression was a living confession, and the netizens exploded. Oh my God, look! He's trembling! He must have accidentally confessed the truth. With that face, how can he hide anything? No way! I believe Zane would never do that. He just misspoke. He must have been too nervous and said the wrong thing. While his die-hard fans were still clinging to hope, Mimi quickly stepped forward, her big round eyes shining, and she put her hands on her hips to question him. Why did you take the medicine? Why did you want to harm Big Pinky? Tell me now. Under the effect of the talisman, Zane seemed to have lost all self-control, and the bitter truth just poured out of him. I wanted to kill that damn animal. It dared to not let me touch it, and it even avoided me. As he said this, he panicked and covered his mouth, his eyes rolling back as if he had been possessed. Good heavens, why can't I control my mouth anymore? Even the police were stunned. They looked at each other and nodded. They had never expected a confession to come so easily. But it wasn't over. Zane continued to approach Mimi, a sinister smile on his face as he spewed the jealousy he had been harboring for so long. Why is it that whenever Leo films, everything goes smoothly for him? He can lift a 100-pound table, and he can even deliver piglets, but I get nothing. I'm jealous. So what? I want him to be smeared. I want him to lose all his contracts. I want him to go to hell. He gritted his teeth. Each word hissed out, his eyes red with hatred. You were born rich. You have everything. I had to grit my teeth and endure, so I got close to you just to drag you down. Remember that time you were surrounded and beaten up by those thugs and you thought I was your brother coming to save you? Ha ha ha, I was the one who called them. This statement was like a clap of thunder. Leo's whole body went rigid, his hands clenched into fists, his red-rimmed eyes filled with disbelief. What did you just say? The netizens were just as shocked. Oh my God, did I hear that right? I can't believe it. This is like a TV drama. Zane, stop it. You're scaring me. Sob. But Zane was getting more and more worked up, laughing with delight, his voice cracking with hatred. Ha 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 ha. I just pulled a few small tricks, and you got even closer to me. You trusted me even more. The directors, the cameramen all gave me opportunities, but you were always the main lead, always the list actor. Why should I be your shadow? Why should I stand behind you? On what grounds didn't you give me the main role? Hearing this, Leo was completely stunned, his heart feeling as if it were being crushed by a boulder. In his eyes, the trust he had for the man he once called his good brother had shattered into a million pieces. So that was it. Everything Zane did, from slandering his little auntie to making things difficult for him, all stemmed from his jealousy. Leo's eyes dimmed, disappointment piling up as he looked straight at Zane, his voice trembling as he questioned him. If you were really that jealous of me, then why did you help me get that role this time? You even said you personally recommended me to the director so he would sign a contract with me. Zane's lips curled into a sarcastic smile, as if it were all a big joke. Under the influence of the spell, he didn't bother to hide it anymore and blurted out his true intentions. That old director already wanted to cast you. I just went along with it. You think I was being nice? Ridiculous. I even went to see a feng shui master. When I found out your luck in the entertainment industry was extremely good, I raised a little demon specifically to suck your luck away. The entire room froze. Zane continued to gloat, a sinister glint in his eyes. That little demon was really useful. All the scandals, from the fights to being exposed for partying and being a game addict, all of it fell on you. And I was still the high and mighty list actor, still being praised to no end. But I didn't expect the little demon to stop working this time, so I had to take matters into my own hands. Anyway, you're just an empty shell now. With just a flick of my wrist, my fans will tear you to shreds. He burst out laughing, a sound that was so malicious it was chilling to the bone. As these confessions poured out, both the set and the netizens watching the live stream were in complete shock. Oh my god, the incident with the little auntie was bad enough, but now he's raising a little demon to suck someone's luck away? I'm seriously creeped out. No, no more Zane. Please don't act out a horror movie on a live broadcast. Oh my god, as a die-hard fan, even I'm scared. As for Leo, his whole body was trembling, his heart feeling as if it had been torn apart. So all the bad luck that had been plaguing him in the entertainment industry for years all stemmed from the malicious schemes of the man he called his good brother. He turned to look at Mimi, his voice choked. Little auntie, what's this about a little demon? Seeing Leo's worried expression, Mimi just stood there, her big, teary eyes filled with a difficult dilemma. She pouted and covered her mouth with both hands, hesitating for a long time before finally whispering like a mosquito, "My eldest grandnephew told me not to say anything." Leo's face immediately lit up, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at his little auntie, cheering internally. Of course, my little auntie must have helped me get rid of that little demon. Good heavens, she's my guardian angel. Without her, I would have been done for long ago. Oh, little auntie, you are my faith, my light, my one true love. At that thought, he was so moved that he picked up Mimi and showered her soft, dumpling-like cheeks with kisses. Little auntie, my angel, you're the best in the world. Mimi struggled against his relentless attack, her small hands covering her face as she pouted. Wah, seventh grandnephew, stop, you're going to squish my face. The scene was so adorable that the netizens watching the live stream spammed the comments. Oh my god, I'm getting a cavity from all this sweetness. Little auntie is too cute. Leo, stop it and let me do it. I totally ship this couple. Give me a whole truck of sugar. On the other hand, Zane, witnessing this happy scene, his face contorted, his eyes blazing with anger. He gritted his teeth, screaming internally, I've been forced to confess everything, and yet Leo is acting as if nothing happened. He's not scared, he's not worried, and he even dares to be happy. Is he looking down on me? The anger exploded, and Zane lost all reason, shouting at the camera, revealing everything. Fine, I'll tell you everything. I was the one who told my brother to push Li Yang. I wanted to frame Mimi. As soon as he said that, the set erupted. How, hearing this, burst into tears. Wah! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. My brother forced me. He said if I didn't listen, he would throw away my wooden man. I just wanted to keep my wooden man. He cried and trembled, his voice full of fear. Seeing his brother crying and confessing, Zane went crazy with anger. He turned and raised his hand to slap him. You nuisance! What are you crying for? I threw that wooden doll away a long time ago. Taking things from the Kang family only brings bad luck. Just as his hand swung, thud, the police quickly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. A cold voice rang out. Zane Chin, you poisoned a villager's pig, and you've confessed to raising a little demon and coercing a child to cause harm. We have enough evidence to arrest you. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you have just confessed will be used as evidence against you in court. Pinned to the ground, Zane's face was twisted in pain, but he still screamed like a madman. No, it's not possible. It's a trap. You're all framing me. The netizens watching had completely exploded. Oh my god, what goes around comes around. No wonder Leo has had such bad luck for years. His luck was being sucked away. Where are Zane's die-hard fans now? Come out and explain this. Meanwhile, Mimi, sitting in Leo's arms, her cheeks still flushed from her seventh grandnephew's kisses, her eyes sparkling, the truth had finally been revealed. After Zane was taken away by the police, the staff members he had bribed turned pale with regret. One of them quickly bowed his head, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, little auntie, I'm sorry. I was foolish before and gave false testimony, causing you to be wrongly accused. This is all my fault. Mimi, being a generous little girl, didn't hold a grudge. She waved her small hand, her clear voice ringing out. It's okay. It's best to admit when you're wrong and fix it. Her simple words made everyone present fall silent for a moment. Not just Mr. and Mrs. Zhao, but also the film crew were moved. Online, the netizens also began to do a 180. Comments flooded in. Oh my god, I want to apologize to little auntie. I'm switching from an anti-fan to a fan right now. Mimi is so forgiving. She's definitely going to grow up to be a fairy. Leo, having a little auntie like that is a blessing for 7 lifetimes. Leo's phone kept buzzing with notifications. A flood of apologies, encouragements, and praises from netizens poured in. He read them, a smile forming on his lips, the heavy weight he had been carrying for years finally lifting. A soft sigh of relief escaped him, as if he had just shed a 1,000-pound boulder. Mr. Lee also took the initiative to walk over and bow apologetically. "It's all my fault for letting you be wrongly accused. I'm truly sorry." When Hao was mentioned, everyone learned that he had been taken away by his family. Mimi saw his retreating figure and called out, "Hao, goodbye! I'm giving you this wooden man." The little boy took it, his trembling hands clutching it tightly, tears streaming down his young face as he sobbed. "Thank you, Mimi. I'm sorry for blaming you. I won't do bad things anymore." Mimi smiled brightly and clapped her hands to encourage him. "It's good to admit when you're wrong and fix it. Don't worry, we'll see each other again." Beside them, Yumi and Li Yang also waved happily. "Goodbye, goodbye." The atmosphere was cheerful, but that evening, the director personally sought out Leo, his face full of apology. "Leo, I'm so sorry to you and little auntie. If Zane hadn't confessed, I'm afraid little auntie would have been wrongly accused for a long time. On behalf of the entire staff, I apologize." Leo waved his hand and laughed heartily. "It's okay, really. No need to be so formal. I should be thanking you. Thanks to the show, both my and my little auntie's reputations have been cleared." Inwardly, he was rejoicing. This is a golden opportunity. Not only did I clear my name, but little auntie has also gained more love. The director, hearing his positive attitude, was overjoyed. He even revealed, "Actually, I really liked your first movie, and you're very popular right now, so inviting you to this show was mutually beneficial. Oh, one more thing. We've already invited a new guest to replace Zane. They'll be flying in tonight and joining the crew tomorrow morning. I'm telling you in advance so you can be prepared, because this person is quite special to you." Leo was a bit taken aback. "Special, do I know them?" He went to bed with that question on his mind, but before he could have a good dream, the next morning at 5:30 a.m., the show's alarm blared. Both Mimi and Leo, snuggled in their warm blankets, grimaced with sleepiness. Leo mumbled groggily, "What's that noise? Who dares to ruin my beautiful dream?" Outside, the director's energetic voice echoed through a loudspeaker. "Dear guests, it's 5:30. Time to wake up, greet the sun, full of energy, and feel refreshed." Leo groggily stumbled to the door, and the first thing he saw was a cameraman with a huge grin. "Good morning." In the room, Mimi was still sitting sleepily on the bed, her little head nodding like a kitten being forced to wake up early. Seeing this, the director chuckled and said gently, "Little Mimi, the other kids have already brushed their teeth. Don't fall behind. There's a new mission today." Hearing new mission, Mimi's eyes lit up. She shot up, stretched, and even did a few warm-up exercises. The cameraman quickly filmed every moment. Mimi smiled brightly and waved at the camera. "Good morning, Mr. Cameraman. Good morning, everyone on the other side of the camera." Netizens watching screamed in the comments, "Ah, so cute. I want to kidnap little auntie and raise her myself. Mimi is my morning vitamin C. Just looking at her makes me feel healthy. Director, let little auntie sleep for another 5 minutes. Look, she's still sleepy." Mimi, full of energy, tilted her head and asked curiously, "Do we have a new mission today?" The atmosphere was lively, heralding a new day full of promise and surprises ahead. Knowing he had let something slip, the director winked at her. "Let's keep it a secret. Little Mimi, you should go join the others now." Mimi smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, sir." Leo, still half asleep, went downstairs to join everyone. As soon as they saw each other, Yumi and Mimi ran to each other and hugged excitedly. "Good morning, Yumi." "Good morning, Mimi." Noticing a similarity in their outfits, Mimi laughed and said, "I can't believe our clothes both have little ducks on them." Looking at the little duck on her shirt, Yumi was reminded of the 2 ducklings from before. She asked, "Oh, Mimi, where are Big Yellow and Little Yellow?" Hearing this, Mimi remembered and let out a small "ah." She went over to Leo and said, "Hey, 7th grandnephew, Mimi wants to go upstairs and bring Big Yellow and Little Yellow down. Don't worry, I'll be right back." Leo instructed her, "Okay, the show hasn't started yet, so you can go, little auntie." With his permission, she and Yumi happily held hands and ran upstairs. Suddenly, an arm reached out and blocked their way. Zach stood in front of them, his face red as he stammered, "I want to go with you guys." Mimi didn't understand why Zach wanted to tag along, but she generously agreed. "Okay, you can come with us." Yumi kept turning her head to look at Zach, sizing him up. Her actions only made Zach blush more. Zach stubbornly followed them, which started to annoy Yumi. She whispered to Mimi, "He's so nosy. He keeps following you but doesn't say anything." Just as she looked back again, Yumi gasped. She realized someone else had joined them, and she asked in surprise, "Why is Liam here too?" Mimi also stopped and looked at the two boys behind them. Hey, why are you all following us? Liam, his expression unreadable, replied calmly, I want to see Big Yellow and Little Yellow too. The atmosphere suddenly became strange, as if a little squad had spontaneously formed just for two ducklings. The contrasting expressions of the two boys made the netizens watching at home burst out laughing, comments flying in. Ha ha, it's so obvious these two boys are competing for the girls' attention. Zach is so awkward he's blushing, while Liam is so direct. I'm dying of laughter. But I have to admit, after Mimi put him in his place, Zach has gotten so much better behaved. He's actually really cute. Mimi didn't pay much attention, just waving them over, her voice as sweet as candy. All right then, you two can come with us. Let's go. Her generosity made Liam smile faintly, his gaze softening, as he naturally stepped forward and took Mimi's hand. Let's go. This action completely changed the group's dynamic. Behind them, Zach was so angry his eyes welled up with tears, his expression one of pure dejection. Sniffle. I wanted to hold Mimi's hand too. Why did that guy get to it first? This both hilarious and adorable scene once again made the audience in the comment section explode with laughing, crying emojis. While the kids were off to find Big Yellow and Little Yellow down in the hotel lobby, the director's voice boomed, Please welcome our special new guest for this episode. Everyone on set turned their heads, their eyes fixed on the door. The person who walked in was a woman with a powerful aura, her long hair in soft waves, her smile radiant, her posture confident. When Leo saw her, his expression immediately darkened, and all his interest vanished. He muttered under his breath, Her again? The newcomer was none other than Era. She smiled charmingly and waved. Hello, everyone. I'm Era. It's been a while. Immediately, Iris and Vivian went over to chat with her, while the audience on the live stream spammed the chat at lightning speed. Leo crossed his arms, his cold gaze following her as old memories flooded back. That year, on a film set, he had actually slapped this woman, for real, not as part of a scene. At the time, Era was just a rising newcomer. But 6 months ago, she had surpassed a host of talented actresses to win the prestigious Golden Rooster Award, and had even started her own management company, becoming a top star in the entertainment industry. Her appearance on this variety show was clearly a ploy by director Who. Leo sneered to himself, just as I expected from Who the troublemaker. He loves to stir up drama to boost ratings. Meanwhile, Vivian was acting sycophantic, eagerly shaking her hand. Oh my goodness, President I, what brings you to a variety show like this? What a surprise. Era laughed softly and replied politely, You're too kind, Senior. Don't call me President I, it sounds so distant. You debuted before me, so just call me Era. Besides, this isn't a place for business, is it? With that, Era turned to look at the little girl beside her, her smile full of pride. Chloe, quick, say hello to Auntie Shu. Chloe immediately bowed politely, her clear voice ringing out. Hello, Auntie Shu. My name is Chloe, and I'm 5 years old. The netizens immediately started spamming heart emojis, many of them recognizing the little girl right away. Oh my god, isn't that the little Princess Chloe? Last year's junior ballet champion. Yes, she's the one who's both elegant and beautiful, the perfect image of a little princess. Ha ha ha, this show is getting more and more popular. The little princess and our little auntie in the same frame. Oh my god, I can't wait. While the online audience was in an uproar, Chloe looked up at her mother with her pretty face and asked with an adorable seriousness, Mommy, didn't you say this show has a lot of outstanding kids, so why don't I see anyone? Era chuckled softly and replied with a gentle cleverness, You should take a look around, sweetie. The other kids are probably busy somewhere else. She then deliberately glanced over at Leo, her tone casual but pointed. Oh, Leo, it's been a while. Where's your little auntie? Being called out directly, Leo was momentarily awkward, but he quickly regained his composure and offered a faint, polite smile. Senior Era, long time no see. My little auntie and the other kids went upstairs to see the ducklings. They'll be down in a bit. On the outside, he was composed, but inwardly, he was sighing. If this were before, I wouldn't have even bothered with Era. I would have treated this kind of trouble, with our deep-seated conflict, as if it were air. But things are different now. I have to think about little auntie. To be her support, I have to learn to be patient. I have to change. His unexpected composure made the 3 women across from him exchange glances, all of them thinking the same thing. Leo really has matured a lot. Just as the atmosphere was getting ambiguous, Mimi's clear, bright voice echoed through the hall. 7th grandnephew, we're back! All eyes turned to the stairs. Mimi came skipping down, holding 2 round, adorable ducklings in her hands, their cheep sounds making the atmosphere more cheerful. Just as she set the ducklings down, a pair of small feet appeared in front of her. Looking up, she saw Chloe's radiant smile. "Hello, I'm Chloe." Mimi paused for a moment, then returned a clear smile. "Hello, I'm Mimi Kang." The moment the two little princesses met, the netizens exploded. "My God, this frame is worth 1,000 gold! A ballet princess on one side and the nation's little auntie on the other. The producer of this show is a genius." Chloe squatted down, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the two little ducks. "You ducks are so cute! Let's take them outside to play." With that, Chloe gently reached out to pick them up. But a strange thing happened. Big Yellow and Little Yellow, who had been happily chirping, immediately recoiled when her hand got close. They flapped their wings and cautiously backed away. The scene made Mimi's big, round eyes widen. She tilted her head and observed, growing more and more confused. In Mimi's innocent eyes, it seemed as if a faint, dark shadow was covering Chloe, like wisps of cold smoke that wouldn't dissipate. Mimi thought to herself, why does Chloe have so many dark shadows following her? Is she not as simple as her adorable appearance suggests? From the moment Chloe appeared, the two usually gentle ducklings had been continuously cheeping as if they were terrified, their little legs scurrying straight towards Mimi for safety. This put Mimi in an extremely awkward position. She bit her lip, trying to figure out how to keep the ducklings from being scared without upsetting Chloe. Just as Mimi was at her wit's end, Liam appeared from behind like a silent savior. He walked over, picked up Big Yellow and Little Yellow with one hand, and with the other, he firmly took Mimi's small hand, pulling her to her feet as he said in a low voice, "I need to talk to you." This sudden action made Chloe's face darken instantly. Her bright eyes from before were now filled with jealousy, but she just bit her lip and said nothing. Mimi, on the other hand, felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Big brother Liam must be helping me get out of this awkward situation. Right after, Yumi also scurried over. The three children quickly left, but no one noticed that as she watched them go, a cold, malicious glint flashed in Chloe's big, round, sparkling eyes, gone so quickly that it was hard to spot. When they reached a field of bright yellow flowers, Liam finally set the two ducklings down. Mimi bent down and gently stroked their soft wings, smiling sweetly as she said, "Big Yellow, Little Yellow, you two go find some food now. Mimi will come visit you when I have time." The two ducklings seemed to understand, letting out a cheep cheep before scurrying into the grass. Liam still hadn't let go of Mimi's hand. His grip was tight, his eyes calm, but with a hint of stubbornness. Mimi looked up, her heart full of gratitude, and said softly, "Thank you for helping me just now." Liam's face was still cold, but his heart was pounding in his chest. He just said curtly, "It's nothing." Yumi, standing to the side, saw this and stomped her foot in frustration. She let out a small, indignant huff and quickly squeezed in, taking Mimi's other hand. Yumi's big, sparkling eyes glared at Liam, clearly signaling, "Mimi is mine! Don't you dare try to take her!" Liam remained as calm as ever, not even seeming to notice, just smirking slightly, which only made Yumi more annoyed. Mimi was stuck in the middle, her hands being pulled left and right by her two friends, her expression one of pure confusion. Why did this suddenly turn into a tug-of-war? Just as the atmosphere was getting a bit tense, the director's voice came over the loudspeaker. "Attention! Attention! Today, the village will not be providing meals all day. Each family will only be given a stove. As for food and firewood, the children will have to figure out how to cook for themselves." Seeing Leo, Mimi immediately pulled her hands free from Liam and Yumi, her eyes shining like stars as she ran towards him excitedly. "Seventh grandnephew, let's go find some food with Mimi." Leo opened his arms and laughed, catching the little auntie who was rushing towards him like a gust of wind. The feeling of the little ball of fluff in his arms made him laugh, and all his fatigue vanished. Mimi held his hand tightly, turned to look back, and smiled as brightly as the sun. "Yumi, big brother Liam, do you two want to come with me?" Her innocent invitation was like an arrow to the hearts of the two contenders for her affection behind her. Leo glanced over and almost fell over. Good heavens, why are those two kids looking at me like they want to eat me alive? What happened? He wondered in confusion. It turned out it was just because he had stolen the central position in Mimi's heart. Yumi and Liam, their faces grim, quickly followed, determined not to let Mimi and Leo have all the fun. Just then, Zach suddenly appeared, blocking Mimi's path. Why didn't you say my name?" He pouted, his eyes full of jealousy. Mimi looked at his unhappy face and asked with concern, "Zach, what's wrong?" But Zach immediately crossed his arms, snorted, and turned his head away in a huff. He thought to himself, "At home, whenever I do this, my grandparents immediately coax me. If Mimi begs me, I'll reluctantly forgive her." But he waited, and no one paid him any attention. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned to find that Mimi's group had already left. "Oh my God, where did everyone go?" His small face immediately turned sad, his eyes welling up. Does Mimi really not like me? Just then, Chloe walked over and asked gently, "You look very sad. Is something wrong?" But Zach was in no mood to talk. He ran straight to his mother, his voice choked with sobs. "Mom, let's go. Let's go find some food too." Being completely ignored by a little kid, Chloe was stunned, an indescribable feeling of annoyance rising within her. What kind of stupid kid dares to ignore me?
Meanwhile, in another corner, Mimi, Yumi, and Liam were happily running through a field of brilliant flowers. Countless butterflies fluttered around them, sparkling like flying flower petals.
Mimi exclaimed with delight, "Wow, so many butterflies." Yumi tilted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity, and asked softly, "But why are all the butterflies here white?" Mimi giggled and explained with an innocent voice, "The books I've read say that butterflies come in all sorts of colors." Then she suddenly became serious, like a little professor, her sparkling eyes looking at Yumi. "When all the butterflies are asleep, I'll show you lots of different colored butterflies." Hearing this, Yumi grinned from ear to ear, her eyes shining with anticipation. "Okay, Mimi, you have to show me. Hehe." She then turned to look at Liam behind them and boasted with a smug smile, "Did you hear that? Mimi is going to show me the butterflies, not you." She thought this taunt would make Liam angry, but he just calmly said, his face as cold as usual. His indifferent attitude made Yumi pout, as if her provocation had been useless. "No, I have to make him mad." Yumi immediately hugged Mimi's arm tighter, as if marking her territory, and then stuck her tongue out at Liam.
But just then, Yumi's eyes widened in surprise. "Mimi, come look!"
"There's a pretty little red flower." Mimi curiously squatted down to look, her small hand gently touching the petals. She said seriously, as if giving a lecture, "It's called one-point red, also known as goat's hoof herb. Its leaves look like a goat's footprint. It's a very good traditional Chinese medicine. It can improve blood circulation, clear heat, and detoxify." She paused, frowning as she tried to remember more. "What else can it treat? Oh, I must be too hungry, I forgot. Mommy told me, but I can't remember." Just then, Liam's voice, calm but with a hint of gentleness, spoke up. It was as if he couldn't help but complete her answer. "It can also treat urinary tract infections, sore throats, and boils." Mimi looked up, her eyes shining, and then held the small red flower in her hand, smiling in praise. "Wow, you're so smart." In that moment, her cuteness made the netizens watching on screen melt. "Ah, so cute. Someone screenshot this. If I don't make this my wallpaper, I'll have wasted my life. The cameraman is definitely getting an extra chicken leg today. This shot is perfect." Even the usually calm Liam felt his heart pound at Mimi's radiant smile. His face turned slightly red, and he quickly looked away to hide his embarrassment. "It's just a coincidence. I read about it in a book before," he muttered, as if to cover up his feelings. Just then, Era and Vivian arrived. Seeing the small group gathered around the wildflowers, Era spoke up with a bright smile. "Why are you all just getting here? I heard there are a lot of wild vegetables and mushrooms on the mountain. We can pick some on the way back to cook." Chloe took a tender green wild vegetable from her basket, her smile as sweet as honey, her tone full of confidence. "Aunties and uncles, this type of wild vegetable is called a fern. It's a very delicious vegetable. If you see it on the way, be sure to pick some. We can use it for breakfast." Leo took the vegetable from her hand and examined it, nodding as if to commit it to memory. I'll remember that." He then deliberately held the vegetable out to Mimi as if for inspection. "Little auntie, this is a fern, right?" But as soon as she looked at it, Mimi's face tensed up. Her big, round eyes filled with worry, and she quickly pulled his hand down, her voice alarmed. "Seventh grandnephew, what are you holding? That's poisonous!" The atmosphere immediately froze. Chloe, hearing this, giggled, her sparkling eyes feigning innocence, but her tone was one of public refutation. "Little Mimi, what nonsense are you talking about? How could this be poisonous? It's a fern, the most common vegetable in the countryside." Her light-hearted words seemed harmless, but they were like an invisible knife, immediately causing a stir among the netizens. Does our little auntie not know her wild vegetables? I just Googled it. Ferns are edible. It doesn't say they're poisonous. I'm dying of laughter. Mimi must be trying to show off again. She's probably just jealous that Chloe picked a vegetable first. The flood of comments suddenly made the netizens' affection for Mimi waver. But Mimi was not afraid. She pointed directly at the vegetable in Leo's hand, her voice surprisingly serious. "This isn't a fern. It's called a crown fern. They're very easy to confuse. They look identical, but eating it will cause headaches, nausea, weakness in the limbs, and even difficulty breathing. It's really poisonous." Her clear words and firm gaze startled the entire crew on set. A few viewers outside also began to slowly change their minds. "Wait, I searched for it. Wow, There really is a crown fern that looks like a regular fern. Damn, I almost fell for it. Thank goodness for little auntie. Mimi is much more reliable than those adults. While everyone was talking, a sharp, annoyed glint flashed in Chloe's eyes. She turned to look at Era, her eyebrows furrowed, silently scolding her. Mom, why are you like this? I clearly told you to memorize the shapes of the vegetables. Era, who had always been confident, broke out in a cold sweat at that look. Damn it, I was sure I recognized this one. Did I really get it wrong? Era bit her lip, forcing a smile, but her eyes showed a hint of frustration, and she thought to herself, I used to think that by latching onto Mr. Ford, the heir of the Ford family, I could live a life of luxury. I never expected him to be such a chauvinistic control freak, completely obsessed with his daughter. And Chloe, at only 5 years old, already knows how to act innocent. She's even a better actress than me. On the outside, she's sweet and pure, but behind my back, she's so manipulative she'd kill a small animal and then frame me for it. At that thought, Era's heart grew even colder, but on the outside, she remained confident. She was sure of her limited knowledge. I couldn't have been wrong. The leaves of this vegetable have a distinctive curled edge. It's very easy to recognize. Era bent down and forced a kind smile, telling Mimi, Little one, you shouldn't just say things like that. How could this vegetable be poisonous? This is definitely a fern, there's no mistake. Chloe immediately chimed in, her voice as sweet as honey, deliberately trying to elevate herself. See? I told you so. Era, hearing this, was even more encouraged to flatter her. She turned to the little girl beside her. Chloe, the vegetable you picked is definitely fine. Your little sister is still young and doesn't know any better. We don't need to argue with her. Inwardly, she thought, this kid cares a lot about her image. She'll definitely be happy with what I said. But unfortunately, Chloe was not that simple. Behind her innocent facade, she had already calculated that she absolutely could not let Mimi steal the spotlight. If anything went wrong, she could just blame it on her stepmother. So she pretended to be obedient and said sweetly, I don't think there's anything wrong with it either. After all, you were the one who taught me how to identify it. She then took the opportunity to add, Mom, you said you ate a lot of wild vegetables when you were little. Are there any other kinds here? Can you teach me more? Era had no idea of her malicious thoughts, and thought the little girl was praising her, and she was overjoyed. She took Chloe's hand and led her to a patch of wild plants, pretending to be an expert as she pointed them out. Here, look. This is also a fern. Meanwhile, Mimi watched the scene, her heart filled with unease. She had explained it so clearly, but no one would believe her. Her dark eyes were filled with anxiety. Mommy taught me that medicine is meant to save people. If I know they're about to eat poisonous vegetables and still do nothing, isn't that the same as watching someone die and not saving them? Mimi was so worried that her small hands clenched her dress, conflicted about what to do. Just then, a calm voice spoke up beside her. Liam stood there, his face composed, his deep, dark eyes glinting with a cold light. He spoke, his voice firm. You don't need to worry. If they want to eat it, let them. Seeing Mimi's confusion, he tilted his head and added, as if explaining an unchangeable truth, Have you ever heard the saying? Some people won't cry until they see the coffin. Mimi, who had been carrying a heavy weight on her mind, felt all her worries drift away with Liam's simple words. Her big, round eyes lit up again, and a cute smile formed on her lips. I've heard it. My daddy told me what it means. Well then, let's just ignore them for now. With that, Mimi shook her head, shaking off all her worries in an instant. She took Yumi's hand, laughed brightly, and ran ahead, her voice chirping like a little bird. Hey, 7th grandnephew, Mimi has to go find food to feed you. Yumi, let's go! Yumi quickly caught on and happily ran after her. The two of them ran and laughed, their cheerful laughter echoing through the flower field. Before long, Mimi exclaimed with delight when she found a patch of mushrooms growing in a nearby bush. Yumi, come quick! There are so many mushrooms here! Yumi's eyes widened at the sight of the small, pretty mushrooms nestled in the green grass, and she jumped with excitement. Wow, so cute! Mimi then bent down and opened the small bag she was wearing. From inside, she pulled out what looked like a wooden doll. But in an instant, it twisted and transformed into a small, pretty wicker basket. Yumi, seeing this, gasped in amazement. Wow, that's so magical. Mimi beamed and held up the basket. Heh heh, this is Mimi's special treasure. Now we can pick as many mushrooms as we want. So the two little girls sat down, their small hands quickly picking mushrooms and putting them in the basket, laughing as they worked. Just then, Chloe walked over. As soon as she saw them, she stood up straight, pretending to be a knowledgeable older sister, her tone full of instruction. Mimi, you have to remember, only white mushrooms are edible. She even bent down, picked a mushroom, and held it up, acting wise. Red-capped mushrooms with white stems are poisonous. If we eat them, we might all end up dead. Mimi and Yumi exchanged a look and then completely ignored her. The two of them didn't even bother to reply, just turning and walking away. Mimi thought to herself, I've made up my mind. If Chloe wants to act so smart, I'll let her see the coffin before she cries. Let's see who really knows which mushrooms are edible. Being so rudely ignored, Chloe gritted her teeth in anger, a cold glint in her eyes as she screamed internally, I can't believe Mimi dared to ignore me. What a rude child. How can she be a member of the Kang family? Well, the Kang family is much richer than the Ford family, so it's no wonder everyone treats her like a treasure. At that thought, the jealousy in her heart grew even stronger. But in an instant, Chloe's expression changed, and she immediately put on her gentle princess mask. She flicked her hair and forced a sweet, innocent smile, her eyes sparkling as if she were completely carefree. I can't lose points in front of the camera. I have to act perfectly to get more followers on the broadcast. I have to be better than Mimi. I have to become the kind princess in everyone's eyes. With that, a benevolent smile on her face as she schemed. That's right. A kind princess can't just stand by and watch others pick poisonous mushrooms without stopping them. Mimi happily picked a large round mushroom, still dewy, and held it out to Yumi. Yumi, smell this. This mushroom is delicious. It's called a porcini, and it smells so good. A fresh scent, like newly cut grass, filled the air and wafted up to Yumi's nose. She immediately grinned, shaking her head in delight. It smells so good, Mimi. Just as the atmosphere was getting warm, Chloe suddenly appeared like a rescuing heroine. She held out her hand to stop them, her face serious, her older sister voice ringing out, Little sister Yumi, you have to believe me. Mushrooms with bright colors like this are definitely poisonous. You can't eat them. The netizens watching the live stream immediately fell for this saintly image of the little princess, commenting live, Oh my god, the little princess is so kind and generous. Even though Mimi was rude to her before, Chloe is still reminding her. She has the heart of a bodhisattva. Our little princess is a true role model. I'm smitten. Of course, a few clear-headed netizens spoke up in defense of Mimi. Honestly, if Mimi did pick the wrong mushrooms, it would be dangerous, but I still believe in her. Chloe sounds nice, but something about her feels a bit fake. Chloe confidently thought Yumi would be grateful and take her side. But life isn't a movie. Yumi tilted her head, her gaze fixed on Chloe with an annoyance that seemed to say, just stay out of it. Then she delivered a firm statement that shocked the audience. I believe Mimi. With that, Yumi didn't even give her another look, just took Mimi's hand and pulled her away, completely ignoring Chloe. Mimi, let's go pick more mushrooms over there. Chloe was left standing there, her face frozen, her eyes flashing with jealousy as she gritted her teeth. So annoying. Why does everyone have to follow Mimi around? Half an hour later, under the bright sun, Mimi and Yumi had harvested 3 full baskets of fresh mushrooms and tender wild vegetables. Mimi dusted off her hands, her face as radiant as a little sun. All right, we have mushrooms, purslane, and herbs. We have everything. Just then, Leo's group also gathered. Mimi suddenly had a brilliant idea, her eyes sparkling as she looked at everyone. Hey, does everyone want to eat meat? Just hearing the word meat, Yumi jumped up and down, her hands in the air as if she were cheering for a sports team. Yes, 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 Yumi loves meat. Who was passing by immediately sneered, her tone full of sarcasm. Little Mimi, where are you going to get meat out here? Don't try to be funny. Mimi immediately frowned, her bright eyes shooting back without a trace of fear. I'm not kidding. Without wasting another word on the stepmother-daughter duo, Mimi turned to everyone else, her voice as clear as if she were making a grand announcement in court. So, does everyone want to eat wild rabbit or wild chicken? As soon as she finished, the whole group cheered with excitement. Everyone's face lit up as if they had just seen a food-saving angel. They all had absolute faith in Mimi. Yumi was the first to claim her choice. I want rabbit meat. Mimi held Yumi's hand and smiled with a confidence that seemed to guarantee success. Okay, Mimi wants to eat rabbit too. The rabbit is coming soon. Just as Mimi finished speaking, thump, thump, 2 heavy sounds echoed, making everyone look up. From the sky somehow, 2 plump rabbits fell straight down, landing right in front of the group. Mimi cheered, her eyes shining like stars. Look, the rabbits are here. The group was so stunned their jaws dropped, as if they had just witnessed a miracle. A few of them even rubbed their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. The same question echoed in everyone's mind. How could this be such a coincidence? Amidst the uproar, only Mimi remained as calm as ever. She smiled and thought to herself, this is completely normal for me. Ever since I was little, whenever I wanted to eat something, the animal would just appear at my door. Mommy used to say this was a special gift from heaven. She also told me very clearly that if I eat an animal, I have a responsibility to guide its soul so it can be reborn as a human. And just as her mother said, in front of Mimi, 2 translucent rabbit souls were floating. They were visible only to her, their eyes sparkling as if in anticipation. Mimi bowed her head slightly and whispered gently, "Thank you." Just then, Chloe stepped forward and put on a tragic act, her big, teary eyes trembling as she pretended to be on the verge of crying. "Oh my God, these rabbits are so cute. How could they have fallen and died? How about we bury them instead of eating them?" At first glance, it seemed like a saintly suggestion, but the 2 rabbit souls immediately flew into a rage, rushing over to scold Chloe, though of course only Mimi could hear them. "You little brat! We willingly offered ourselves to be eaten. Do you think we need your opinion?" After scolding her, the 2 rabbits turned back to Mimi and bowed repeatedly, their attitude one of desperate pleading. "Please don't listen to her. Please eat us. We want to be liberated. We want to be reborn as humans soon." Seeing their anxiety, Mimi's heart ached a little, but she still smiled gently to reassure them. "Don't worry, you'll be reborn soon." With that, she clasped her hands, her small palms seeming to glow. Ethereal brushstrokes formed a shimmering golden talisman, which she gently placed on the foreheads of the 2 rabbit souls. A golden light spread, and a gentle wind blew like the chiming of a bell. Mimi spoke sternly, but her young voice was full of warmth. "You can go now." The 2 rabbits were so grateful their eyes seemed to fill with tears. They bowed repeatedly in thanks before dissolving into a soft light, leaving behind a warm but somewhat mystical atmosphere. Once that was done, Mimi turned around, clapped her hands as if she had just completed a familiar task, and said with a cheerful smile, "Seventh grandnephew, quick, take these 2 rabbits with you. We're getting ready to go down the mountain." Leo immediately nodded and without a word even snapped his fingers. "Roger that, little auntie." The scene left everyone stunned. Meanwhile, in the background, Chloe was so thoroughly ignored that she gritted her teeth, growling internally, How dare you ignore me?" Not willing to accept this, she immediately played the victim, taking her mother's hand, her eyes welling up with tears as she cried as if she had been wronged by the whole world. "Mommy, why does Mimi always ignore me? What did I do wrong?" The sparkling tears rolling down Chloe's face successfully swayed the netizens to her side, and comments exploded like fireworks. "Oh my God, Princess Chloe is crying. My heart is breaking. How can Mimi be so heartless? She's made our princess cry her eyes out. Those 2 rabbits were definitely thrown down by the Kang family and the production team. There's no way rabbits just fall from the sky like that. If I remember correctly, Mimi has tried to act all mystical a few times before. Is she really that mysterious? I'm tired of it. I just want to watch the show in peace. I'm not commenting anymore." Hearing her stepdaughter's sobs, Era quickly knelt, her hands trying to wipe away the little girl's tears, her voice as sweet as honey. "Chloe, sweetie, be good. I'm sure your little sister Mimi is just young and doesn't know any better. It's normal for her not to know that she should respond when someone talks to her. Don't cry anymore. It breaks my heart to see you like this." Chloe rubbed her eyes and sniffled, looking so pitiful that anyone would feel sorry for her. But inwardly, she was thinking, "No, it's because I haven't tried hard enough to get all the attention. I have to make everyone remember me more." As if she had just remembered something, Chloe shot up and asked urgently, "Mommy, where's my toy? I want to give it to the little kids to play with." Era immediately took it out of her bag and quickly handed it to her daughter. "Here it is." Chloe dried her tears, her expression changing as fast as the wind. One second she was sniffling, the next she was smiling as brightly as an angel. She took a small branch with something that had a strange scent tied to the end. As soon as Chloe waved the branch, swarms of butterflies were immediately attracted, fluttering around her like a halo. The camera zoomed in, and the image of the little princess surrounded by a swarm of white butterflies immediately made the netizens explode with praise. "Oh my God, it's like a painting. She really is a little princess. She's beautiful when she cries, and even more beautiful when she smiles. Mimi has definitely lost this round. Who can compare to such a saintly image?" Chloe glanced over at Mimi, a triumphant glint in her eyes, and sneered to herself, What does a stupid, worthless brat like Mimi have to compete with me? I'm so generous and forgiving and so kind. The fans will definitely take my side." To further solidify her good image, Chloe pretended to be noble, smiling brightly as she ran towards Mimi and showed off the branch. "Little Mimi, I made a toy. Isn't it fun?" Mimi looked at her fake expression and just felt annoyed. She frowned and thought to herself, I clearly heard her complaining that I was ignoring her. If she knows I don't want to pay attention to her, why does she keep coming over? Mimi's dark, clear eyes blinked, and she quickly turned to look at Leo, her big, round eyes full of a plea for help. "Seventh grandnephew, save me." As soon as Leo saw his little auntie's pleading look, he immediately understood. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. So Chloe was deliberately trying to get close to Mimi from the start. There's a reason little auntie didn't want her to. There must be something unusual about this girl. He compared them in his mind. An adult like him could still force a polite smile to get through a situation with someone he disliked, but forcing a 3.5-year-old to endure and pretend to be happy with someone she didn't like was just too cruel. With his mind made up, Leo knelt to Mimi's level and gently stroked her head, his eyes full of love. "Little auntie, just say what you really think. You don't have to force yourself. You don't have to try to please anyone. The people who love you will definitely love you for who you are." His words were like a soothing balm, and Mimi's clear eyes lit up. She smiled brightly, her chest rising and falling as if a great weight had been lifted. Mimi understands. So the little auntie turned and walked straight up to Chloe. She was small, but her voice was clear, distinct, and surprisingly firm. "Chloe, thank you for your gift, but Mimi doesn't want to be your friend, so I can't accept it either." As soon as she finished, the atmosphere froze. Chloe was stunned. She never expected this 3-year-old to be so blunt. Her mind went blank, her face stiff and awkward, her hands clenched so tightly they trembled, a fire of rage burning within her. This little brat dares to reject me in front of so many people. Era, standing beside her, saw her stepdaughter's dark expression and her heart went cold. Oh no, it's that expression again. At home, whenever she gets angry, she always does something terrible. If she loses control in front of the camera today, the one who will be in trouble isn't her, but me, the stepmother who relies on the Ford family's halo. Not wanting the situation to worsen, Era quickly forced a stiff smile and knelt to change the subject, her voice as sweet as honey. "Chloe, sweetie, don't be angry. Have you forgotten? You're not as pretty when you cry. You know how many people love you when you live stream your ballet. You have to remember, you're the little princess in everyone's hearts." As soon as she said this, the netizens immediately chimed in. "That's right. I love Chloe so much. She's so talented and well-behaved. Little princess, don't cry anymore. We'll always love you. So what if Mimi doesn't like you? Thousands of people here like you, and that's enough." Hearing this, Chloe's big, teary eyes only made her act more dramatic. She choked out, her voice trembling. "Yes, I really like little Mimi, but if she doesn't like me, I won't bother her anymore." She said that, but in the next second, she quickly shifted her gaze, changing her target to Yumi, intending to attack the weaker link. "Little sister Yumi, Before she could finish, Yumi quickly ran over and held Mimi's hand, declaring proudly, "I don't want to be your friend either." Being so bluntly rejected a second time, Chloe's face turned pale with anger. But she quickly put on her familiar fake expression. In the blink of an eye, the tears that had just fallen were gone, and an angelic smile was back on her face. She immediately changed her target again, ostentatiously holding her toy and walking up to Liam, her voice syrupy sweet. "Liam, do you think my toy is pretty? Do you like it?" In Chloe's mind, her plan was clear. This boy is so handsome and has such a calm demeanor. If I act cute, he'll definitely be like the boys in my class, willingly following me around like a loyal little puppy. But she had made one huge miscalculation. Liam was as cold as ice, his face devoid of emotion as he replied flatly, "I don't like it, and don't come near me again." Thud. The rejection was like a bucket of cold water to the face, leaving Chloe stunned. Being rejected 3 times in a row, she was trembling with anger. Her small hands were clenched into fists, her nails almost digging into her palms. She screamed internally, "It's Mimi again! It's always that damn brat!" While Chloe was consumed by her rage, Mimi couldn't be bothered. She looked up, her eyes shining as she saw the sky filled with colorful, fluttering butterflies. She cheered with delight and pulled her best friend's hand. "Yumi, how about we play with the butterflies too?" Yumi happily replied, "Okay, I can finally see real butterflies, but Mimi, how did you attract them?" Just as she finished, Chloe's sharp, mocking voice came from behind, where she had been secretly watching. "Little Mimi wants to attract butterflies too? This toy is very complicated to make. A normal person definitely couldn't learn how. If you want, I can give you mine." Mimi immediately frowned and pouted, her small face clearly showing her annoyance. "I already said I don't want to be her friend, but she keeps deliberately calling out to me. So annoying." At Yumi's curious and expectant look, Mimi reached into her small handbag, rummaged around for a moment, and then pulled out a pretty jar of wax. As soon as she opened the lid, a light, fresh scent filled the air. Yumi took a deep breath, her eyes shining as she exclaimed with delight, Wow, Mimi, you smell so good. Mimi giggled and ran a few steps forward to spread the scent. As she ran, she explained, "This is a special scented powder. Mimi made it with her mommy. Butterflies love this smell." Sure enough, in less than 5 seconds, swarms of large, colorful butterflies were attracted, flocking around her, making the whole sky as vibrant as a multicolored carpet. Yumi was overwhelmed, her big, round, sparkling eyes wide as she exclaimed, "Oh my god, butterflies, real butterflies, I've never seen so many." Yumi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched the butterflies flutter around Mimi. She laughed and clapped her hands, as if she were in the presence of a real fairy. And indeed, at that moment, Mimi looked just like a butterfly fairy. Holding the jar of scented wax, Mimi smiled and suggested, "Yumi, you should try the butterfly attracting powder too. Where do you want the butterfly to land?" "Here! Here!" Yumi eagerly held out the back of her hand, her anticipation palpable. Mimi gently took a small amount of wax and dabbed it on the back of Yumi's hand. Seeing how thin her friend's hand was, with veins showing through, Mimi felt a pang of sympathy. She held her hand tightly, her voice gentle but with a touch of humor. "Yumi, you have to eat your meals properly. If you're too thin, the butterflies might mistake you for a dry twig." "Okay, I'll eat a lot later." Yumi nodded enthusiastically, moved by her friend's concern. Iris, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. To make sure her daughter kept her word, she deliberately stepped in to seal the deal. "Yumi, sweetie, you just made a promise in front of everyone. What will happen if you don't eat a lot later?" Yumi clenched her small fists, her voice as firm as if she were taking an oath. "I will definitely eat a lot. If I don't, Mimi won't play with me anymore." Mimi joined in, grinning. "That's right. If you don't eat a lot, I won't play with you anymore. Pinky promise." She held out her pinky finger to Yumi. Yumi hesitated, her face falling, her heart in a turmoil. "Huh? A pinky promise too? I love pinky promises, but I don't like eating. I already promised Mimi. If I don't eat a lot, she won't play with me anymore. What should I do?" While Yumi was still hesitating, the scent on her hand had already attracted a butterfly. Her face lit up and she gasped in disbelief. "Mommy! Mommy! Look! A blue butterfly!" Iris was also stunned, never expecting Mimi's scented wax to be so magical. Full of curiosity, she smiled and asked the little girl, "Little Auntie Mimi, can I try this butterfly attracting powder?" Mimi generously nodded. "Of course." She then turned and called out, "Seventh grandnephew, come pick Mimi up." Leo, hearing her call, happily ran over and scooped her up. "I'm here!" Mimi took a little of the scented wax on her finger, tilted her head, and politely asked Iris, "Auntie Iris, where would you like me to put it?" Iris eagerly held out her hand. "On the back of my hand, please." Mimi skillfully applied the wax. In less than a minute, a blue butterfly, identical to Yumi's, flew over and landed gently. The mother and daughter looked at each other and laughed, their playful laughter filling the forest, the butterflies seeming to flap their wings in harmony. Seeing how much fun they were having, Leo, the seventh grandnephew, also wanted to join in. "Little Auntie, I want to try too. Can I?" Mimi nodded and smiled, asking, "Of course. So where do you want me to put it, seventh grandnephew?" He immediately pointed to his mouth and winked suggestively. "Here, right here." Knowing she was being teased, Mimi frowned slightly and delivered a sharp but charming comeback. "If I put it on your mouth, the butterflies will faint from the smell." Leo's face fell. "Little Auntie, oh little Auntie, we're live right now. I've never even been in a relationship. If this gets out, how am I supposed to find a girlfriend?" Determined to clear his name, he leaned in closer, shamelessly suggesting, "Little Auntie, let me prove it. My mouth doesn't smell. You can smell it if you don't believe me." Mimi covered her nose with one hand and pushed away Leo's hand, which was covering his mouth, her tone serious but playful. "My mommy used to joke that boys are a little stinky everywhere, especially their mouths after snacking, while girls are always fragrant." Iris, watching from the side, burst out laughing and nodded in agreement. "So true, little Mimi. I couldn't have said it better myself." Leo was speechless, not knowing how to respond, especially with the whole crew filming live. A wave of laughter erupted, and the butterflies seemed to flutter even more in the forest sunlight. Chloe, on the other hand, stood to the side, her eyes dark with jealousy. "So annoying. Why does she always have to upstage me to get attention? On what grounds?" Her gaze shifted to Mimi's baskets of mushrooms by a tree, and her anger subsided slightly. "It's fine. Those colorful mushrooms are obviously poisonous. Let Mimi eat them and see if she can still act so smug in front of me then." After gathering their ingredients, the adults decided to head back to the assembly point to prepare their meal. Era, waiting for the right moment, deliberately approached them, a graceful but calculating smile on her face. "I think my cooking skills are pretty good. How about I cook for everyone?" Leo, though smiling politely, drew a firm line in the sand. No thanks. My little auntie doesn't like you, and neither do I. So please stay out of it. Era was not expecting him to be so blunt. Her expression shifted rapidly, from pale to flushed with embarrassment. On the outside, she tried to maintain a polite smile, but inwardly she was seething. So annoying. His words sound like a backhanded compliment. I can't even get mad without looking bad. Each pair quickly finished their lunch, and everyone settled down to enjoy the food they had just cooked with ingredients foraged from the forest. Chloe, with the air of a noble young lady, gracefully picked up a slice of mushroom and brought it to her lips. Era, trying to win over her stepdaughter, smiled sweetly, completely unaware that behind that long, lashed, graceful facade, Chloe was hiding a mind as deep as a well, polite enough to eat and secretive enough that no one could guess her true intentions. Faced with the two dishes in front of her, Chloe immediately avoided the vegetable dish. What if the fern really is poisonous? She sneered, determined not to touch it. Let Era eat it by herself. I absolutely cannot be poisoned. Her decision, of course, did not go unnoticed by the netizens watching the livestream. Comments popped up like fireworks. Is Chloe also suspicious that the fern is poisonous, so she's not eating it? Yeah, I think so too. Look, she's only eating the mushrooms. She must think they're safer. As Mimi was eating, she suddenly saw a faint wisp of white energy nearby. The white wisp touched the ground and swirled into the shape of a cat, its fur standing on end, a dark red, resentful aura surrounding it. The spirit cat lifted its head, its eyes like two glowing coals, and looked straight at Mimi, letting out a series of pathetic meows. I understand, Mimi replied softly, as if comforting a child. Don't worry, I won't interfere. Inwardly, she had already closed the case. This was Chloe's own karma, and she had decided not to get involved. Receiving her answer, the spirit cat quickly turned and darted towards its target. Chloe was leisurely chewing her mushroom when a long meow, its tone chilling to the bone, suddenly echoed in her ear. Her face went pale, her hand trembled, and her chopsticks clattered to the ground. Everyone at the table turned to look. Chloe shot up from her seat, her eyes wide as if she had seen a ghost, and her lips trembled as she muttered incoherently, rice ball. Era, sitting next to her, immediately noticed something was wrong. She thought in confusion, why is she suddenly mentioning her old cat's name? In Chloe's eyes at that moment, her dear cat Rice Ball suddenly appeared cute and well-behaved. But in the blink of an eye, that image twisted into a nightmare. Its eyes glowed red, its fangs were bared, and its long meow meow was accompanied by a chilling cackle. It was as if it held 1,000 layers of resentment as it pounced, staring at Chloe with eyes full of suffocating hatred. Chloe's whole body went rigid. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands and scrambled under the table to hide, like a child who had just broken a vase. Terrified, she stammered, the words tumbling out as if being pulled from her. Rice Ball, don't come over here. Don't. I didn't mean to hurt you. You were just so annoying. Yes, you were so annoying. Her confession hung in the air like a heavy stone dropped into a still lake, leaving the entire table in stunned silence. Spoons and chopsticks froze mid-air. A few soft gasps were heard, and even the forest wind seemed to hold its breath. Era's face changed, and before she could pull the girl up, her own eyes were glued to the dark space under the table. Mimi frowned slightly, watching from the sidelines. I can't believe her reaction is this strong. Should I intervene or not? Chloe's slip of the tongue was immediately caught by the netizens. Wait, wasn't Rice Ball Chloe's beloved cat? I remember it ran away from home and was hit by a car. So why is she talking like she was the one who killed it? Comments flooded in like a downpour. Sitting next to her, also turned pale. She seemed to be seeing the same thing as Chloe, and her face darkened with fear as she quickly cried out, "Ah, it wasn't me." Chloe, meanwhile, had buried her head in a pillow, her hands clamped over her ears, repeating over and over like a protective charm, "Don't come over here! Don't come over here!" Their terrified faces made the whole set tense up, and everyone became cautious. Yumi looked up innocently and asked softly, Why are they screaming like that? Mimi walked over and gently covered Yumi's ears with her hands, her voice soft and soothing. Be good, Yumi. If you cover your ears, you won't hear it anymore. Observing the situation, Iris guessed, they must have eaten the vegetables and mushrooms and gotten poisoned, so now they're hallucinating. Mimi sighed, her voice full of meaning. They were indeed poisoned, but their screams aren't just because of the poison. It's because they've done bad things, and now they have nowhere to run. A crew member quickly bent down, about to help Era and Chloe outside. You two should go outside and take some medicine. You'll feel better. Era was getting more and more panicked, her face drained of all color. She stammered unconsciously, as if talking to the empty air. Rice ball, I didn't mean to hurt you. It wasn't me. Don't come for me, go find Chloe. Chloe, on the other hand, was no better. Her whole body was trembling, her face gray with tears. She cried out as if grabbing a lifeline. Daddy, save me! Daddy, come save me! Rice ball is climbing on me, he's on me! She seemed to have fallen into a bottomless illusion. Daddy, he's scratching me, he's biting me! As she cried out, Chloe unconsciously clawed at her own cheeks. Tears streamed down her face, smudging her makeup and revealing the flaws she had so carefully hidden. The netizens witnessing this were collectively shocked. Oh my god. So the princess's beauty is also thanks to makeup. So much for being a natural beauty with an ethereal aura. Her haters were ecstatic. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. So was the story about Rice Ball being hit by a car true or not? The comments exploded. I bet Rice Ball was killed by Chloe. Hey, hold on. She's just a kid. How could she do something like that? The production team immediately called for a doctor. He reassured them, his voice firm. All right, take 2 of these pills and you'll be fine. Era and Chloe were given the antidote. The doctor then approached the dining table, examined the food, and concluded, this type of mushroom isn't highly toxic. Eating it can cause nausea. After vomiting and drinking a lot of water, you should feel better in about 20 minutes. At the same time, Chloe's father, Mr. Ford, was glued to the live broadcast. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, What the hell is that Era doing? I clearly told her to say that Rice Ball was in an accident. Even if she's hallucinating from eating the wrong mushrooms, she shouldn't have let that slip. His face grim, he pulled out his phone. Hello, book me a flight right now. Before he could finish, a strange, cold voice cut in from the other end. Mr. Ford, your daughter Chloe is being haunted by the resentful spirit of an animal. Mr. Ford suppressed his anger, his voice cold as ice. Where is my assistant? And who are you? If you're trying to scam me, you've dialed the wrong number. A mysterious chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. You don't have to believe me right now. In a moment, you'll call me back. Go ahead, call, I'll answer immediately. Click. The call was cut off. Looking at the suddenly dark screen, Mr. Ford's anger boiled over, and he gritted his teeth. What a nuisance. As soon as my daughter is okay, I'll deal with this. Back on set, Era, after taking the antidote, had gradually calmed down. She thanked everyone, embarrassed. Thank you, everyone. I'm feeling much better. She quickly turned to her stepdaughter. Chloe, how are you? But no matter how she called, Chloe remained buried in her pillow, silent as a statue, refusing to answer. At that moment, the director suddenly remembered the mysterious little girl on his crew, his mind full of questions. He approached her and politely asked, Little auntie, do you know what's going on? Mimi pretended not to hear, focusing on weaving a string, her voice nonchalant. Know what? Not giving up, the director squatted down to her level and asked directly, About Chloe. She still hasn't calmed down. Mimi tilted her head and looked at Chloe, her gaze as still as water, and replied with a single sentence that was both a sigh and a declaration, Then there's nothing to be done. The director seized the opportunity and lowered his voice, pleading, Little auntie, please tell this grandnephew of yours the truth. What's wrong with her? If she keeps this up, the audience will hate me for not stopping her from eating the poisonous mushrooms. Mimi tilted her head, her voice honest and soothing. Don't worry, you won't have any bad luck. She then suddenly became serious, her eyes shining with a private law. As a human, you shouldn't just do bad things, especially to small sentient animals, our friends. If you do evil, you will face retribution sooner or later. The director looked at her serious face and wise beyond her years tone, and couldn't help but gently pinch her cheeks, grinning. You're too good, little auntie. Why are you so cute? On a whim, he suggested. How about after the show is over, I take you home with me? You can be the little auntie of our family. Mimi was startled and waved her hands like a fan. Oh no, that won't work. Mimi is the little auntie of the Kang family. I can't go to your house. The director immediately put on a pitiful expression, his eyes welling up with tears. But I really like you, little auntie. Seeing the director on the verge of tears, Mimi was a bit flustered. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she raised her hand. Oh, I know. Director, you can just tell your little grand-uncle to have a little auntie for you. Hearing this, the director's ears turned bright red, and he shot up as if he'd been pricked by a needle. You're such a kidder, little auntie. Well, you have fun. I'll be going now. He turned and thought to himself, my little grand-uncle passed away a long time ago. How is he supposed to have a baby? Mimi's words inadvertently unlocked the minds of countless viewers watching the live stream. Sentient animals. She must be referring to Rice Ball. A comment popped up, and someone suddenly remembered. Hey, does anyone remember? Before they ate, little auntie said, I don't care. What did she mean by that? At that time, she was looking at a seemingly empty space. Speculation exploded. Maybe she was talking to Rice Ball, meaning Rice Ball's ghost was next to Chloe because Chloe did something to it? While the group was buzzing with discussion, a comment in all caps suddenly appeared, as urgent as an alarm. Everyone, go watch the video! Chloe is so scary! For some reason, at that exact moment, a clip appeared online showing Chloe about to harm her cat, Rice Ball. The netizens immediately checked the timestamp in the video and were horrified. The time coincided exactly with when the family had announced that Rice Ball had been hit by a car. Is this video real? After seeing Chloe's true colors, the comments did a 180, scolding her mercilessly. Is this a corrupted soul or what? Can you even call her a child anymore? At the same time, in the airport lounge, Mr. Ford was watching his company's stock price plummet due to his daughter's scandal. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it, why is it dropping so fast?" Remembering the mysterious man's words from before, Mr. Ford wavered and pulled out his phone. No, I have to ask him directly. As soon as he dialed the number, he heard a ringtone very close by, followed by a hoarse voice. Mr. Ford? Looking up, he saw a man dressed like a Taoist priest staring at him, as if he had been following him all along, just waiting for him to call. Mr. Ford immediately became wary and narrowed his eyes. Was that you on the phone earlier? The man in the Taoist robe smirked mysteriously. Who was on the phone doesn't matter. Who I am also doesn't matter. What matters is that I can save your daughter, and all you need to provide is money and cooperation. Though he was resentful, Mr. Ford had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and gave a firm nod. Fine. Aside from the incident with Era and Chloe, the other guests were fine, so the show continued as usual. Iris discussed with the crew and then returned to report, the production team isn't providing lunch today, they're saving the food for dinner. We're going to go fishing in the village lake. Leo scratched his head, embarrassed. Okay, but I'm terrible at fishing. Just as he was about to get ready, Vivian suddenly appeared with Zach. They both bowed their heads and apologized clearly. Sorry, Leo, sorry, little Auntie Mimi. Zach looked at Mimi, his face beet red, and his voice was a tiny whisper, as if he were afraid the wind would hear. I'm sorry, Mimi. I shouldn't have pulled your hair before. Can you forgive me? Mimi, being a sweet girl, didn't hold a grudge now that Zach had apologized. She smiled as brightly as the sun. Okay, since you've both apologized, I'll let it go. Actually, I shouldn't have pulled your hair either. But hey, if you do something bad again and don't apologize, I won't give your hair back. With that, Mimi held up a tiny fist and threw a playful punch in Zach's direction. Her words seemed to flip a switch in the little boy's head. Zach quickly nodded. Don't worry, I won't do bad things anymore. Forgiven by Mimi, he happily ran back to show off to his mother. Watching the mother and son from a distance, Mimi let out a soft sigh, secretly pleased. From what she had read of Vivian's fortune, her relationship with her son was not good, and Zach's future was at risk of being ruined by his own show-off nature. But now, after a sincere apology, those tangled threads seemed to be slowly unraveling. The trajectory of their fates had shifted slightly towards a brighter path. Thinking that she had just untied a knot in someone else's life, Mimi grinned, as happy as if she had just caught a big fish. I guess I did a good deed today. Leo, seeing that everything was settled, cheered. Little Auntie, let's go fishing! Mimi's eyes widened slightly. Fishing? After getting a firm nod from Leo, she immediately ran over to Liam. Little big brother, do you want to go too? On the other side, Leo immediately got jealous and shot him a look. It's this brat again. Liam froze, wanting to refuse but afraid of upsetting Mimi. But I can't go near the water. As if reading his mind, Mimi waved her hand. Little big brother, why are you getting shorter? Liam looked down, embarrassed. Mimi leaned in and whispered, her voice as sweet as cotton candy. It's okay. If you hold Mimi's hand, you'll be fine. We'll go together. There's nothing to be afraid of. Seen through, Liam was stunned. Before him was the little girl's bright smile, her small hand held out, innocent and firm. Let's go, little big brother. Liam stood still, his heart in a fierce battle. Behind them, Leo pretended to cough to ease the awkwardness. Seeing this, Mimi's face fell, her sparkling eyes drooping a notch. Does little big brother not want to hold Mimi's hand? Liam was at a loss for words, afraid she would misunderstand, and quickly said, No, it's not that, Just then, Yumi appeared like a gust of wind and snatched Mimi's hand. Mimi, I want to hold your hand too. Yumi then shot a fiery glare at Liam, as if afraid he would steal her little auntie. Zach, not wanting to be left out, ran over and held out his hand. Mimi, can I hold your hand too? Mimi looked left and right, not understanding why her hands had suddenly become so popular. She gave a wry smile. Oh, but Mimi is out of hands. I only have two. I can't hold any more. The live stream exploded with comments like fireworks. Ha ha ha! Is this a children's version of a love triangle? Our little one wants to hold Big Brother's hand. Give her another Big Brother. One is definitely not enough. Suddenly, from the corner of the camera, Li Yang also rushed over. His expectant gaze was fixed on Mimi. He tried to enunciate each word clearly. I want to hold your hand too. Mimi held her forehead in defeat. She looked at Li Yang and then at Zach and seriously suggested, as if assigning a task, Mimi is really out of hands. How about you two hold each other's hands? Zach and Li Yang glanced at each other and got goosebumps, both shaking their heads vigorously, their attitude clear. Oh no thanks. But then a bold idea struck them both, and they simultaneously reached out and grabbed Mimi's shirt. This will work, Li Yang said, as if sealing the deal. I want to do it too, Zach immediately copied. So Mimi's small hands were holding Liam and Yumi, while her shirt was being pulled by Zach and Li Yang on either side. The little girl was stuck in the middle like a piece of candy, sweat beading on her forehead as she asked in confusion, What are you guys doing? Li Yang replied honestly, his face as serious as if he were taking an exam. Holding on to Mimi. Zach also chimed in, I want to hold Mimi's hand too. Watching this, Leo was so angry he was about to explode. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush in and rescue his auntie. You little brats! Just then, Mr. Lee called out, stopping him in his tracks. Mr. Kang, which fishing rod would you like to choose? Leo walked over and grabbed one randomly, muttering, They're all the same, what's there to choose? But Kian didn't think so. He picked up a rod, cleared his throat, and shared his secret. Fishing is all about the feel in your hand. First, you have to build a relationship with the rod. This is my hard-earned experience. Walking behind them, Iris almost burst out laughing at his words and quickly covered her mouth. Build a relationship with a fishing rod? It's obvious Mr. Lee is just trying to keep Leo from bothering Liam and Mimi, men and their schemes. On this side, no matter where Mimi went, Li Yang and Zach stubbornly followed, their hands not letting go of her shirt, their faces as happy as can be. Their laughter echoed along the lakeshore. Mimi tried to dodge left and right, but after a few failed attempts, she sighed and gave up. Fine, whatever. This auntie won't stoop to the level of you brats. As long as you're happy. The unhappiest person, of course, was Leo. Even while he was busy baiting his hook, his eyes were glued to his auntie, as if he were afraid she would be stolen away by the boys. Seeing Mimi and Liam still holding hands, he forced a smile and cleared his throat to urge them on. Little auntie, everyone's in position. Let's get serious about fishing now. Mimi took the rod from her 7th grandnephew and smiled brightly. That's right. Mimi wants to be very serious about fishing. That was all Leo needed. He put his hands on his hips and turned to Liam, marking his territory. Hey, kid, shouldn't you be letting go of my auntie's hand now? He said it like he was shooing him away. Faced with Leo's honey-coated dismissal, Liam's face fell, his eyes filled with a strange gentleness. He held Mimi's hand even tighter, with no intention of letting go, as if she would disappear if he did. His action made Leo's blood boil. This rotten kid is really something else, he thought, gritting his teeth. He looks so cold on the outside, but he knows how to rebel in secret. Leo tried to suppress his jealousy, his lips curling into a fake smile so sweet it could make flowers wilt, and his voice was as sweet as honey, but as sharp as a chili pepper. Liam, aren't you going to go fish with your father? You're just in the way here. Shoo, get away from my little auntie. Hearing her grandnephew repeatedly trying to shoo someone away, Mimi finally had to speak up, her voice soft but surprisingly firm. No, you can't. Big brother Liam can't let go. Be good, 7th grandnephew, and stop making trouble. Leo, looking at his little auntie's determined face, felt like his battery had just died. He sighed and replied reluctantly, Yeah, okay. But inside, he was still as angry as if he had just bitten into a hot pepper. He glanced over at the two of them, and seeing Liam still calmly holding Mimi's hand, he thought irritably, it's not like anyone would die if he just let go. Unfortunately, Mimi had already spoken up to protect the other party, so he couldn't interfere anymore. So Leo had no choice but to sit huddled to the side, an unwilling spectator, watching the young couple hold hands, waves of jealousy washing over him. Beside him, Mimi was struggling to bait her hook, but the more she tried, the more tangled it got. She frowned and muttered, Ugh, why won't it go on? The tangled line seemed to be mocking her, and Mimi almost bit her own finger in frustration, but she persisted, her eyes sparkling with the hope of catching her first fish. After a while, the bait was still lying there, and Mimi sighed in defeat. She turned to look at Liam, her voice as sweet as honey pouring straight into his ear. Little big brother, can you help Mimi put the bait on the hook? Hearing this, Liam immediately nodded without a second thought. Of course. As long as Mimi asked, he would agree to anything. even if she asked him to catch shrimp in the middle of the night. This time, they switched roles. Mimi carefully held the fishing rod, and Liam held the bait. She reminded him anxiously, her voice small but full of concern. "Little big brother, be careful. The hook is very sharp." Liam just smiled softly, his movements swift and gentle, as if he had done this 100 times before. As soon as the bait touched the hook, he had tied it neatly and smoothly, so much so that Mimi's eyes widened in amazement. He leisurely cast the line into the water, the curve of the line sparkling in the sunlight, looking very skilled. Mimi praised him enthusiastically. "Wow, I didn't know you were so good, little big brother." Liam laughed, his gaze as gentle as the morning breeze. "It's just because you're lucky." In his heart, a quiet joy spread, dispelling all his previous anxieties. "I never thought I'd be sitting by a lake, watching the sparkling water, with Mimi chattering happily beside me. I think this is the first time." Lost in his thoughts, he was brought back to reality by Mimi's clear laughter. Mimi has always been amazing, and Mimi's status is very high, you know. Mimi is a great grandaunt. She said it with a puffed-out chest, as if she were showing off a trophy. Liam's eyes widened and he almost dropped his fishing rod. "You're a great grandaunt, but you call me little big brother?" Beside them, Leo was pretending not to care, but his ears were perked up. Hearing this, he immediately turned his head, his expression as curious as an audience member watching a play. He had the same question in his mind. We're all guys here? Why is it that Zach and Lee Yang, who are both older than my little auntie, get called rotten brats, but this kid Liam gets the special treatment of little big brother?" While Leo was questioning his life choices, Mimi tilted her head and looked straight at Liam, her sparkling eyes making the little boy blush, his heart skipping a beat. She explained innocently, her voice as sweet as cotton candy. "My mommy said that any boy who is handsome should be called little big brother. Mimi is a good girl and always listens to her mommy's teachings, even though Mimi doesn't really know what handsome means." Hearing this, Leo almost choked on his own saliva, coughing so hard he sounded like he had swallowed a chicken bone. He turned his head away and sighed to himself. Good heavens, what kind of things does Auntie Jiang teach her child? What's this about calling handsome boys little big brother? Mimi, hearing his cough, turned to him with a worried and innocent expression. "Seventh grandnephew, why are you coughing so much?" Leo cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure after his near-death coughing fit. He waved his hand, his voice strained. It's nothing. Just coughing for fun." But when he saw Liam sitting nearby, his face scrunched up as if he had just eaten a lemon. "I'm annoyed, but I have to admit, that kid is kind of handsome. The kind of handsome that just gets more annoying the more you look at it." With a stomach full of an odd jealousy, Leo tilted his head and asked Mimi, his tone slightly strategic. "Hey, little auntie, let's say I wasn't your seventh grandnephew. If you met me, what would you call me?" Mimi didn't even have to think, replying coolly, "Little big brother." That honey-sweet answer made Leo's face light up, and he grinned as if he had just been confessed to in the middle of a market. He cheered internally. "Oh ho, so my little auntie thinks I'm handsome too." But before he could finish gloating, Mimi added a fatal blow, her clear voice cutting into his heart. "But no matter what, you'll always be Mimi's seventh grandnephew." Thump. All of Leo's confidence, along with his newfound hope, sank to the bottom of the lake. He sat there, stunned, imaginary tears streaming down his face. Mimi, oblivious, just giggled and put a finger to her lips. "What? Stop talking. You have to be quiet when you're fishing, or the fish won't bite." While the atmosphere by the lake was so peaceful you could hear the wind blow, back in the dining room, Chloe was huddled on a chair, clutching a pillow as if afraid someone would take it away. She buried her face in her hands and kept muttering as if under a spell. Don't come over here." Chloe's face gradually twisted, a crazed look in her eyes, and her voice became hoarse and cold, with a hint of madness. "I can make you lose your head once, and I can do it again and again. I'm not scared. I'm not scared of you." She suddenly shot up, startling Era so much she almost dropped her phone. "Chloe!" Era called out in alarm. Chloe turned around, her lips curling into a cold smile. "You wicked woman, having fun with your games?" Era shivered, but still tried to keep her voice soft, as if coaxing a tantrum-throwing child. "Director Who said your father is on his way. Chloe, what's wrong?" Chloe's response was a powerful kick to a chair leg, sending it skidding with a loud thud. She growled, "You wicked woman, aren't you going to get me a glass of water?" Era quickly forced a smile, her voice a tiny whisper. Okay. You sit tight. I'll go right now." The door closed, leaving Chloe alone in the room. She slowly walked over to the window, her dark eyes looking out at where Mimi was happily fishing. Suddenly, the water rippled, and Mimi yanked her fishing rod, her eyes shining. I got a big one." Liam beside her also jumped up as excited as a child getting a present. But before they could celebrate, there was a snap. The fishing line broke, and the bait, along with the fish, disappeared under the water. Mimi sighed in disappointment. Oh man, what a shame. Just then, Chloe's voice came from behind, syrupy sweet but full of thorns. Oh, you're all fishing? What happened, Mimi? You let such a big fish get away. Her smile was soft to the point of being creepy, and her eyes glinted with something unreadable, as if they held a depth greater than the lake itself. Mimi quietly observed Chloe, a look of surprise on her face. A thought suddenly flashed in her mind. The little cat that Chloe killed. Its spirit should be clinging to her like glue. Why has it disappeared now? The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed, and a chill ran down her spine, making her unconsciously flinch. Just then, Chloe's lips curled into a strange, twisted smile. Before anyone could react, from the hand she had been hiding behind her back, she suddenly pulled out a sharp object that glinted in the sunlight. In that moment, Chloe's face seemed to contort, her eyes turning red with a venomous hatred. "Mimi Kong, you can just die for me!" she screamed internally, as if all her pent-up hatred was exploding in one sentence. The atmosphere around them immediately froze. Mimi's big, round eyes widened, her heart pounding like a battle drum. Chloe moved so fast that Mimi didn't even have time to understand what was happening. In that split second, the sharp piece of glass flew straight towards her eye. But just then, Liam appeared like a flash of lightning. He swung his arm, pulling Mimi behind him, and with his other hand, he knocked away Chloe's attack, his voice a thunderous roar. "Don't you dare hurt her!" The strong push sent the piece of glass flying from Chloe's hand, and it clattered into a bush of flowers below. Leo, who had just reacted, lunged forward and grabbed Chloe by the collar, his eyes burning with rage. "You little brat, do you have a death wish?" A wave of guilt and fear washed over him. If I had been just a second slower, Mimi would have been... He blamed himself for not being able to protect her in time. Chloe's attack left the netizens in shock, comments exploding like fireworks. "Oh my god, how did this kid change so fast? She was so well behaved a moment ago, and now she's a little wolf. I'm in love with that look in his eyes. What is this? First, she kills a cat, and now she's trying to hurt someone else. Thank goodness Liam reacted so quickly, or Mimi would have been in real trouble." Faced with Leo's fury, Chloe, far from being scared, just sneered defiantly. "I'm a kid! What are you going to do to me?" Her arrogant words were like pouring oil on a fire, and Leo was so angry that steam was practically coming out of his ears. He raised his hand, his image completely forgotten, just wanting to teach this little brat a lesson she would never forget. You... But before he could, Mimi cut in. "Seventh grandnephew, don't hit her." Leo froze, taking a deep breath to calm himself. He looked at Mimi, his eyes a mix of anger and sympathy. "Little auntie, she almost hurt you with a piece of glass." Hearing this, Mimi went into full-on tiger mode. She clenched her small fists, her voice sharp and full of spirit. "It's okay, little auntie can handle this herself." And without letting anyone stop her, Mimi rushed forward like a tornado and delivered a powerful punch straight to Chloe's face. "You want to scratch Mimi's face? Take this. Anyone who dares to make Mimi ugly is a demon." Smack! A powerful sound echoed. Chloe flew backward and landed with a thud on the ground, her eyes widening before rolling back as she fainted. From a distance, Era saw her daughter get knocked out and screamed, running over, crying. "Oh my, Chloe, what happened? Don't be scared. Mommy will take you to the hospital right now." Suddenly, Mimi's big, round eyes widened as if she had just remembered something terrible. "Huh? Oh no." A very bad feeling washed over her, making the hair on her arms stand on end. Mimi quickly turned, her eyes frantically searching for Liam. "Oh no, I was so angry I forgot to hold his hand. Now it's over. Liam is about to become two Liams." And sure enough, Mimi's fear came true. Liam had already fainted in his father's arms, and his spirit was floating right beside him. Kian, Liam's father, his face full of despair, his voice trembling. "Little auntie, please, save my son." Mimi was stunned, her heart filled with self-blame. "Oh no, it's my fault. I carelessly let go of his hand, and now Liam's spirit has left his body." She looked up and saw Liam's spirit drifting in the air. Mimi quickly waved her hand, her voice urgent. "Little big brother, come down here, quick." But cruelly, every time Mimi's fingertips were about to touch Liam's, the distance between them would stretch even further. She cried out in a panic, "Oh my, what's happening? Who's pulling his spirit away?" Liam's spirit was getting fainter and fainter, moving out of her reach. Mimi was frantic, jumping and reaching out in desperation. "Hey, don't fly away, come back here." Liam's gaze grew hazy, as if his spirit were lost in a flood of memories. He remembered the words of the High Monk from years ago. Your fate lacks fire, and your spirit is compatible with water. To live a long and healthy life, your name must have the character for fire, and you must stay away from rivers and lakes. Otherwise, one day your spirit may leave your body without you even knowing, unless you meet someone with a destined connection who can resolve everything. Liam could only laugh wryly. He never thought that prophecy would come true today. He looked down and saw Mimi panicking below, a wave of sadness washing over him. I finally met her. But why now? Liam's face was filled with sadness, his lingering gaze as if he didn't want to leave the mortal world, or more accurately, as if he didn't want to leave Mimi. He thought to himself, this must be fate. I'm really done for this time. As for Mimi, she was on the verge of a full-blown panic. She watched Liam's spirit grow fainter and fainter, floating higher and higher like a balloon about to break its string. A little big brother. If you fly like that, I won't be able to catch you. How am I supposed to save you now? Her clear eyes began to well up with tears. And then suddenly, click, a bright light flashed in her mind. Wait a minute, my special treasure. Mimi immediately rummaged through her small bag and pulled out a sparkling, flexible rope. Her eyes lit up like a warrior about to go into battle. That's right. With this, I can definitely pull Liam back. Seeing the rope in Mimi's hand, the netizens immediately went wild. What is our little auntie planning to do? Why did that little big brother suddenly become motionless? I heard his father asked little auntie to save him. How is she going to do that? Everyone is wondering, but it's really strange. Mimi's small bag seems to contain the whole world. And now she's pulled out a whip? Huh? What is she going to do? Exorcise a ghost or save a person? Mimi's face was now serious. She closed her eyes and began to chant, her hands over her mouth. As her soft chanting continued, strange symbols began to appear, swirling around her like a magical ribbon of light. Suddenly, Mimi's eyes snapped open, and she swung the whip towards Liam, shouting, "Go!" Instantly, the whip seemed to come to life, flying up, coiling around, and then, whip, it wrapped tightly around Liam's waist. Below, Mimi gritted her teeth and pulled with all her might. But no matter how hard she tried, Liam remained as still as a statue, not moving an inch. Mimi was panting, sweat pouring down her forehead, a single thought in her mind. What's going on? Why won't he move? Is little big brother as heavy as a ton? The exhaustion was starting to make her angry. Humph. What kind of evil thing dares to snatch away little big brother's spirit? This is so unfair. Mimi frowned and thought for a moment before an idea struck her. No, I have to use my third eye to see what's really going on. Done. And just like she said, she took a deep breath and began to chant again. Her voice dropped, becoming much more mysterious. Third eye, open! Through her third eye, Mimi quickly spotted the problem. A strange character was hovering over Liam's head, and a red thread was wrapped tightly around his neck, as if trying to squeeze the soul right out of him. Mimi's eyes widened and she cheered. I've got you now, you nasty little spirit! Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hands as if pulling a thread and chanted a few words. Swish! The red thread was instantly severed. At that moment, Liam's spirit seemed to be released. It stirred and the light around it began to fade. Mimi didn't miss her chance, grabbing his hand and pulling him forcefully toward her. Before Liam could even ask, what the heck was that? Mimi had already shoved his spirit back into his body with a thump, but she wasn't done. From her magical bag, she pulled out a sparkling pill. Little big brother, eat this, quick! The moment the pill touched his lips, a warm energy spread through him. Liam's eyes fluttered open, his breathing slowly steadying. His father, standing behind them, was so overjoyed he was on the verge of tears. Thank you so much, Mimi. The little girl just smiled softly, then sat down next to Liam, her eyes full of concern as she gently reassured him, Little big brother, don't be scared anymore. It's okay now, I'm here. Looking at Mimi's sweat-drenched face, Liam felt a pang in his heart, a wave of guilt washing over him. It was clear that his very existence was just causing this little girl more trouble. It was all his fault. If it weren't for him, Mimi wouldn't have had to risk so much. Noticing the heavy look on Liam's face, Mimi smiled brightly, her voice as light as the wind. The bad guy who tried to snatch your soul will definitely be punished, so don't be sad anymore. Liam only managed a soft, okay. Mimi tilted her head, thinking he was still scared, which made her worry even more. He must have been so scared he can't even smile anymore. Maybe I should do something to cheer him up. And so, without any warning, Mimi leaned in and planted a light kiss on Liam's cheek. Mwah! Liam froze, his entire body going rigid for a second. After getting an unexpected kiss from Mimi, Liam was completely frozen. His heart started pounding like a war drum, and his face turned as red as a ripe tomato. He unconsciously touched the spot on his cheek where she had just kissed him, staring at her with wide, unblinking eyes, unable to say a word. Mimi just giggled, her eyes curving into little crescents. She puffed out her chest and said confidently, "Don't you worry, little big brother. Mimi will definitely find a way to solve this." Liam didn't doubt her for a second. If Mimi said it, he believed it. Okay. He said nothing more, but a rare warmth flickered in his eyes. A small flame had just been lit inside him, something he thought had been extinguished long ago. She held out her hand, and Liam immediately took it, a gentle smile appearing on both their faces. But just as the atmosphere was turning as sweet as cotton candy, bam! In another corner, Leo had reached his boiling point. Seeing his precious little auntie holding hands so affectionately with someone else, he flew into such a jealous rage that his eyes turned red, as if he were about to roast Liam on the spot. Behind him, Iris and Kian had to team up to hold him back. Hey! Hey, calm down, Leo. Don't do anything rash. Let the kid live. Meanwhile, the netizens who had been watching the whole thing unfold were about to explode. What the heck? How is Mimi's whip just floating in mid-air like that? Wait a minute. Did Liam faint because his soul really left his body? No, don't scare me. I'm getting creeped out. If people really have souls, then my faith in science is about to be shattered. It was only then that Mimi realized she had been surrounded by the show's film crew. Everyone's eyes were shining as if they had just seen a superhero step out of a comic book. Mimi asked innocently, her voice soft, why is everyone looking at Mimi like that? But before she could figure it out, the group swarmed her like a hive of bees. One held a mic, another a camera. Everyone was shouting with excitement. Little auntie, what was that just now? The whip just flew up on its own. Oh my god, it was just like a fantasy movie, so magical. Mimi could only blink, not knowing what to say, when Leo cleverly stepped in. He gently put an arm around her, leading her away as he forced a laugh. That was just a special performance. It was a bit of a high-difficulty move, that's all. Nothing to see here. He waved to reassure everyone. Now, everyone calm down. Let's get back to the show. Back to fishing. The crew, hearing this, all said, as if they understood, and then started chattering amongst themselves. So it was a performance? I almost thought it was real. That was close. I was about to believe in magic. That's right, everyone. Trust in science. Long live science. The netizens watching the live stream were also cracking up, the chat box exploding with comments. But at the same time, a mysterious grandmaster was performing a strange ritual. He took out a golden talisman and pressed it firmly onto a meticulously carved wooden doll. Chloe's father, sitting beside him, his face full of worry, asked, "Grandmaster, is it really okay to put my daughter's birth date on this like that?" The Grandmaster just smirked mysteriously. Without a word, he muttered a few strange incantations and then suddenly pointed at the doll, shouting, "Activate." As soon as he finished, the wooden doll began to tremble and then let out a strange, cackling laugh. The sound was so chilling. It sent a shiver down Chloe's father's spine, and he jumped up, screaming, What the heck is that?" Faced with his panicked expression, the Grandmaster, Wu Day, just gave a sinister laugh, his voice hoarse. "It's done. The spirit has been summoned." Chloe's father, half believing, half doubting, shakily took out his phone and immediately called Era. "Hello, how's my daughter? Is she okay?" On the other end of the line, a soft voice replied, "Yes, Chloe is fine now. There's nothing to worry about." Hearing this, his jaw dropped, and he looked at the Grandmaster in disbelief. Is this real? Wu Day's dark arts are actually real? Wu Day, hearing this, laughed slyly, a smug look on his face. He took out another talisman and muttered as if he had just won a great victory. Haha, I never thought I'd encounter the soul of a person who has been righteous for 9 lifetimes. It seems even the heavens are favoring me. He then looked up, his voice full of arrogance. "So, can I get my promotion and raise now, Mr. Ford?" But as soon as he finished, disaster struck. The red thread connecting to Liam's soul suddenly vibrated violently and then snapped with a twang, as if it had been cut. Woody was immediately hit by the backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood and stumbling backward. The wooden doll in front of him also fell to the ground with a thud, its sinister light vanishing. In that moment, he was horrified to see the severed red thread transform into the shape of a wolf. The wolf bared its fangs, letting out a ferocious growl, its blood-red eyes staring straight at him with a warning look. Woody's face turned as pale as a sheet. Just as the red wolf lunged, its sharp claws about to reach him, Woody, in a panic, pulled a protective talisman from his robes and slapped it onto his chest. "No, don't get me!" he screamed, his trembling hand held out to ward it off. The red wisps of energy slowly dissipated, leaving a deathly silence. Wu-Day peeked open his eyes, and seeing nothing had happened, he let out a sigh of relief, sweat dripping down his temples. Phew, that was close. Sitting beside her, Chloe's father wore a look of mixed sarcasm and contempt. What's wrong, Grandmaster Wu? Did your promotion and raise not work out? Wu-Day immediately frowned and shot him a look. After regaining his composure, he tried to reassert his authority, clearing his throat and speaking in a grand manner. You're a mere mortal with limited understanding, so don't ask too many questions. I just intervened to help your daughter. I could have solved the problem completely if she hadn't brought this trouble upon herself. Wu-Day paused, narrowing his eyes at him, his voice as cold as ice. Anyone who dares to provoke me must bear the consequences. The vengeful spirit of that animal has escaped, but it's very likely it will continue to haunt your daughter. Those words left Chloe's father stunned, his face drained of all color. He swallowed hard and then lowered his voice, almost begging. Grandmaster Wu, please help her one more time. Is this price acceptable? Just as he finished, Wu-Day's phone pinged with a notification. You have just received 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, his face immediately lit up, and he grinned from ear to ear, nodding enthusiastically. Of course, of course. Just leave your daughter's matter to me. Meanwhile, back with Mimi, with no one to bother them anymore, the atmosphere returned to a peaceful calm. Everyone eagerly sat down and continued their fishing session. Mimi was also excited, carefully casting her line into the water. Before long, her fishing rod started to shake violently. I got a fish. With Leo's help, she skillfully reeled in a big, plump fish. The funny thing was, the fish didn't struggle at all and even seemed proud to have been caught by Mimi. Seeing their impressive catch, Iris laughed and said, All right, that's enough for today. If we catch any more, Mr. Lee's pond will be empty. Leo, holding 2 large fish, turned to the little girl to show off. Let's go, little auntie. Time to go home and eat some fish. Hearing the words eat fish, Mimi's eyes lit up and she nodded enthusiastically. Okay, let's go. But as the group was about to enter the dining hall, the atmosphere suddenly froze. In front of them was a man holding Chloe in his arms, his expression stern. He glanced at Leo and then spoke. Hello, everyone. I'm Mr. Ford, Chloe's father. Although he disliked Leo, Mr. Ford still had to show some respect to the Kang family. He forced a smile and held out his hand to shake, his tone polite. 7th Master Kang, a pleasure to meet you. But after holding out his hand for a long time, Leo remained as still as a wooden statue, not shaking his hand, not nodding, not even looking at him. Mr. Ford's face immediately darkened. With so many people watching, he had to awkwardly keep his hand in mid-air, both annoyed and embarrassed. Mimi, observing from the side, tilted her head and commented softly, so that's Chloe's father. The ancients used to say, to raise a child without teaching them is the father's fault. For Chloe to have done so many bad things, this man must have been a great teacher. Her words made the netizens burst out laughing. Mimi really never held back. At that moment, Leo sneered, looking straight at Mr. Ford's still extended hand, his voice as cold as ice. No need to be so formal. I think you should be more concerned with re-educating your daughter. He crossed his arms and continued firmly, full of authority. Using a piece of glass to injure someone is something our Kang family will not let slide. You can expect a lawsuit from our lawyers. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Hearing this, Mr. Ford's attitude flipped faster than a pancake, and he immediately counterattacked. My daughter is naturally kind and gentle. If you people hadn't let her eat poisonous wild vegetables, she never would have lost control and done such a thing. Hearing Mr. Ford's unreasonable words, Mimi couldn't stand it anymore. She put her hands on her hips and retorted sternly. Mimi already stopped her. Mimi said that wild vegetable was poisonous, but Chloe and her mother said it wasn't and wouldn't throw it away. Why are you blaming Mimi? Her words made the entire room fall silent for a few seconds. Mr. Ford, of course, wouldn't back down, and he shot back. Then what about the mushrooms? My daughter already reminded you not to pick them randomly. Why didn't you remind her in return? Mimi pouted, her small face filled with defiance. Mimi doesn't play with little kids who don't listen to Mimi. If someone doesn't want to listen, then let them be. The netizens watching this were dying of laughter. Every word out of little auntie's mouth was a critical hit. Leo, standing beside her, watched his little auntie's tiny queen-like demeanor and could only praise her internally. Oh my God, she's so proud and so cute. He gently picked up Mimi and held her in his arms, his voice cold but full of power. I suggest you take your daughter to see a psychiatrist soon, Mr. Ford, before she goes out and causes more trouble for the world. His words were like a knife to Mr. Ford's pride, leaving him stunned on the spot, his mouth moving but no words coming out. Knowing he had lost the argument, Mr. Ford could only swallow his anger and turn to leave. Era, let's go. Before walking out the door, he threw back a resentful parting shot. 30 years of fortune on one side, 30 years on the other. Just you wait and see. After the commotion, the atmosphere finally settled down. At that moment, Kian walked over with his son, his face still filled with emotion. He bowed his head and said, "Little auntie, thank you so much for saving my son today. I don't know how I can ever repay you." Mimi patted Leo's shoulder to be let down, and she replied with a smile as bright as the sun, "It's okay. Mimi saved my little big brother because Mimi likes my little big brother." The entire group let out a collective awe. Hearing this, Liam's face turned as red as a beet, while Leo, beside him, could only facepalm and sigh. This little auntie of mine really has max-level sweet-talking skills. Mimi walked over to Liam, her clear eyes looking at him seriously. What Mimi said before about having a way to help you get better is true. He was surprised, and before he could ask, she continued firmly, "We just need to find the fire spirit, and you'll be fine." The two words, fire spirit, made Kian and Liam's eyes widen, and they both exclaimed in unison, "Fire spirit?" The atmosphere was once again filled with a wave of curiosity. Kian, full of a burning curiosity and amazement, asked softly, "Little auntie, may I ask what on earth a fire spirit is? I remember before, I took Liam to countless temples to find the great master Yongjie. He only said that we could find a fateful opportunity to cure Liam here, but he wouldn't say another word." An image of the great mythical beasts lit up in Mimi's mind. She grinned and explained with a proud tone, "My mommy told me that our dragon kingdom has 4 great mythical beasts: the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise. The vermilion bird represents a blazing fire. When the fire from its body falls to the ground, it will later gain sentience, and people call that a fire spirit." Mimi skipped over and held Liam's hand, her eyes sparkling with a sincerity as if she were taking an oath. "Before we find that fire spirit, Mimi will be your limited edition fire spirit. Mommy said Mimi can make up for what others lack. As long as you don't go near water and always stay by Mimi's side, then there won't be a problem anymore." Beside them, Leo, seeing his precious little auntie being so intimate with someone else, suddenly had a bad feeling. His face immediately scrunched up, full of jealousy, and not wanting to be left out, he quickly rushed over and grabbed Mimi's arm. He put on a super pitiful face and whined, "Little auntie, you just have to help him stay away from water, that's all. Liam doesn't need to stay by your side forever." Stay by her side forever? Leo thought to himself, his heart burning. How can that be? Is he trying to monopolize my little auntie? Not a chance. Mimi seemed to be able to see right through her troublemaking nephew's twisted thoughts. She put on a serious, adult-like expression and lectured him. "There's a lot of water in life, and people can't live without it. Little big brother will grow up. The threat of water to him will also grow stronger." She even patted her nephew's shoulder a few times, actually wanting to give him a good smack. "If Mimi helps little big brother once, I have to see it through to the end. That's called seeing things through. That's what my daddy taught me." Leo, seeing his little auntie's unwavering determination, was so angry that steam was practically coming out of his ears. He jumped up and down. Why did Uncle Jiang have to teach little auntie to be so righteous? He meant she should have been taught to be on his side. After giving her nephew a good talking to, Mimi turned to Liam, her voice suddenly becoming soft and gentle as water. "But this is something you have to promise too, right, little big brother?" Her words were like a flash of light, helping Liam realize the problem. Looking at Mimi's clear, adorable face and her eyes filled with absolute trust, Liam pressed his lips together. He thought he was very willing to play with Mimi, but he wasn't willing to be a weakling for her to save. Protecting Mimi was his own thought, and it had nothing to do with her having to save him. But what should he say? Liam's mind was in a constant struggle. But finally, he held Mimi's hand tightly and made a decision. He would be the most obedient child for Mimi. Liam's words made Mimi scratch her head in embarrassment and force a laugh. I mostly said those things to annoy Chloe's father. Good friends don't need to listen to what outsiders say." Seeing Leo's scowling face as he glared at his son, Kian quickly spoke up for him. "This kid, Liam, has a talent for martial arts. How about you just think of it as the Kang family's little auntie having a little bodyguard? He can do the things for her that she can't do yet." Leo frowned and retorted with a challenging tone. "What kind of bodyguard does our Kang family not have? Where would we find a rare one?" He was about to complain some more when Kian, faster than the speed of light, pulled out a treasure to bribe him. It was an extremely exquisite compass. Leo's eyes lit up like car headlights. He looked at the object in Kian's hand, stroked his chin, and pretended to be high and mighty. "Ah, you have a point. A little bodyguard like me is suddenly hard to find." He clicked his tongue and thought to himself, This compass represents a person of great power. This Kian guy's family is definitely not simple. Leo, of course, would never pass up such a great deal. He quickly took it and then immediately gave it to Mimi. Little auntie, this is the red envelope money Kian has been saving up for future social events. Mimi, completely unaware of the object's grand origins, simply said, that's right. If you see a doctor for someone, you need to get paid. My mommy said that people can't live with the word wronged hanging over their heads. The director appeared at just the right moment like a god and announced, Everyone, you can rest for today. We'll continue the watermelon picking mission tomorrow. The next morning, Mimi was dressed in an unbelievably cute outfit. So adorable it could make you faint. She was as radiant as the morning sun as she waved. Good morning, everyone. Her adorable image captured the hearts of millions of netizens. Countless people were still leaving lively comments about the previous day's events. I heard that little auntie's eldest grandnephew sent a lawyer's letter to Mr. Ford yesterday. He's so cool. Have you all seen the news today? The Ford family's electronics company stock plummeted because of the Chloe incident. I saw a lot of people resigning from Mr. Ford's company today. The Kang family even posted that anyone who leaves the Ford company can send their resumes to the Kang company. It looks like the Kangs are trying to cut off all of Mr. Ford's lifelines. At the same time, at the Ford residence, the atmosphere was extremely gloomy and heavy. Chloe, her face full of anger, sat on the sofa, gritting her teeth and hissing each word as if she wanted to eat her rival alive. Mimi Kang is so annoying? Mr. Ford also added in a cold voice. The Kang family is annoying too. Chloe, seeing her fan count dwindling, was even more unwilling to accept it and quickly grabbed her iPad. I have to live stream. I'm clearly cuter than her. I have to win my fans back. As soon as the live stream connected, Chloe began to defend herself, her voice full of arrogance. I'm also prettier than her. So on what grounds do you all keep praising her? Reading the comments, Chloe suddenly lost her composure. She said without a hint of remorse, So what if I got rid of that rice ball? But didn't she also kill that rabbit? So she still got to eat rabbit meat? On what grounds? Chloe's arrogant and thoughtless words directly caused the last of her fans' admiration to crumble and shatter. So scary. What am I watching? I have to unfollow her right now. Oh my god, look at her cold expression. I'm afraid she might commit a crime someday. Countless comments appeared on the iPad screen. Quit the industry. Quit the industry. Chloe, quit the industry. Quit the industry. Reading the comments, Chloe tried to force out a few crocodile tears, covering her face and crying pitifully, seeking the sympathy of the netizens. Wah! I was beaten up like this, cursing at me, but no one sympathized with her. The screen was filled with the words, "Quit the industry." Chloe was furious and threw her iPad on the floor with a crash. She sobbed and ran to her father, tattling with a resentful tone. Daddy, it's all because of that Mimi Kang. Yes, it must be her. I want revenge. Mr. Ford's expression was no better. He muttered, I can barely take care of myself right now. Suddenly, from the door, a cold laugh was heard from the Taoist priest from before. I see you two both want the Kang family to pay, don't you? Chloe, seeing a stranger appear unannounced in her house, asked cautiously, Who are you? The Taoist priest laughed with a sinister, demonic air. I am the one who will help you get revenge on Mimi Kang. With that, he lightly flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand, and a mass of dark purple energy appeared, enveloping him. Not only that, but behind him, countless wailing, resentful spirits appeared, a truly terrifying and chilling sight. This scene made the father and daughter duo freeze, their faces turning pale as they screamed, Ah! But a second later, Chloe did a complete 180, and a cold smile formed on her lips. She said excitedly, A little scary is fine. Quick, help us take down the Kang family. Mr. Ford was of the same ilk as his daughter. He laughed with anticipation and made a flattering offer. Grandmaster, we're counting on you. After you succeed, you won't be lacking in rewards. The Taoist priest's eyes became dark and deep, and he replied curtly, Leave it to me. As for Mimi, at that moment she was busy working nonstop, helping the villagers harvest watermelons. She held a very large one as carefully as if she were holding a baby and placed it in a bamboo basket. After that, she happily sang a little song to her hard-earned harvest. But out of nowhere, Mimi slipped and fell with a thud. Mimi, covered in dust, sat up, holding her head where it had hit the ground. Ouch, that hurts so much. She had a feeling that something was wrong. Mimi closed her eyes, used her hands to do a quick divination for herself, and kept muttering, Not right, not right. As if she had seen something incredibly terrifying, Mimi's eyes were stunned, wide with worry. A bad omen. Hearing Mimi's cries, Leo ran over as fast as he could, seeing his little auntie sitting on the ground, her face smeared with dirt like a kitten that had just rolled in a charcoal stove. He couldn't hide his worry. "Little auntie, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Mimi calmly looked at her nephew, her voice still a little choked up. "Mimi is fine, but I just fell on flat ground. This means the heavens are sending me a signal that something is about to happen." So Mimi tried to do a divination, and sure enough, it's a majorly bad omen. Leo helped her up and carefully dusted off the dirt on her clothes. Mimi's face was as dejected as a deflated bun, and she thought to herself, "I can't divine the details of major events related to myself. I don't even know if the people around me will be affected." She put on her hat and tried to comfort herself. "Although my mommy said that when this happens, I shouldn't be scared, that once it happens, there will be a way to solve it. But even so, Mimi is still so scared." The worry made her feel flustered, and she held her face and sighed. "Oh dear, what should I do?" The netizens watching this began to guess. What does a majorly bad omen mean? Oh my god, please don't let anything happen to the cute little ones. Or is someone going to be in danger? All the guests left are the ones I like. Please don't let anything go wrong. Liam, seeing Mimi so sad and dejected from a distance, ran over to ask with concern, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Distracted, Liam had raised his hand to wipe his face, leaving a few smudges of dirt. Seeing this, Mimi quickly reached into her small bag to find a handkerchief. "Little big brother, why is your face so smudged? That's not pretty at all." She smiled and held out the small handkerchief to Liam. "Your face is dirty. You should wipe it." Liam was a little embarrassed. He took off his gloves and took the handkerchief Mimi offered. "Thanks, let me do it myself." As he wiped his face, Liam didn't forget to ask Mimi what was bothering her. Hearing his question, Mimi's mood became gloomy again. Her voice dropped with worry. Something is about to happen. Something really big. But Mimi doesn't know what it is, only that it's a bad thing that will affect a lot of people. She said sadly, "Mimi doesn't know what to do and doesn't know if I can solve it." Liam, seeing her bad mood, continuously reassured her. "If you don't know what to do now, that's okay. When it happens, I believe Mimi will definitely find a way." Mimi looked dejected, not sure if she could really solve it. Suddenly, Liam pointed to himself and asked, "So am I going to die?" Mimi's big round eyes looked at him, and she replied loudly with a firm determination, "No, Mimi promised to save you, little big brother. You won't die, little big brother." Liam smiled and looked at Mimi with absolute trust. He continued to comfort her. "If that bad thing happens, I think Mimi will definitely find a way to turn it into a good thing. Just like I've always believed that Mimi would definitely save me." At that, Mimi's mood finally improved. She clenched her fists and replied resolutely, "You're right. If a bad guy comes, Mimi will just beat them until they run away. As for everything else, Mimi will definitely think of a way." Feeling her mood lift, Liam held Mimi's hand and cleverly changed the subject. "I got your handkerchief dirty. I'll wash it and give it back to you." Mimi smiled and nodded enthusiastically. Okay. She even comforted him in return. "Don't you be scared either. Mimi will definitely think of a way to help you." Their intimacy made Leo, standing behind them, exude a strong sour smell of jealousy. After harvesting a good amount of watermelons, the director came over, clapped his hands, and announced today's new mission. "Here we go. Each group of guests will be given 30 watermelons. You'll then gather and take them to the market to sell. Please note, the adults are not allowed to interfere and can only assist the children. The children are allowed to use any means necessary to sell the watermelons at the market price. And I mean any means necessary." The director gave a playful wink and announced the prize. The group that sells the fastest can continue to stay in this small villa. As for those who are too slow, I'm sorry, but you'll have to move out. Those are the rules. The new mission rules surprised the children, and they all let out a collective, "Oh." In contrast to the children's surprise, the netizens were quite excited. Haha, they've been so friendly for so long and suddenly they're rivals. The kids are all stunned. Even Yumi looks like she has no competitive spirit at all. I have a feeling the kids don't even understand what's happening. Haha, I can't wait to see how the kids sell watermelons. After receiving their 30 watermelons, Leo quickly loaded them onto a cart and then excitedly pulled Mimi into the driver's seat. "All right, let's go." Behind them, the director's voice still echoed through the loudspeaker. "This street is already full of watermelon stalls. Your rivals aren't just each other." Just as the director said, both sides of the street were lined with watermelon stalls. As the group was walking, they were stopped by a police officer who warned them, "Hey, you all! Make sure you keep a close eye on the kids. The streets haven't been very safe lately. There have been child kidnappings. So in crowded places like this, you need to be extra vigilant." Hearing the police officer's words, Leo bent down and whispered in Mimi's ear, "Auntie, could this bad omen be about a kidnapper?" A bad feeling rose in Mimi's heart. Mimi doesn't know either. It's possible. Worried, Mimi turned to her friends behind her and warned them, "Absolutely do not follow strangers. If you're in danger, you can find a police officer or you can come find Mimi." Yumi took Mimi's hand and said, "You be careful too, Mimi." Zach, not wanting to be overshadowed, also said loudly, "Mimi, you can't follow strangers either. If you're in danger, you can call me. I'll help you beat up the bad guys." Feeling the sincerity of everyone's concern, Mimi smiled as warmly as the sun. Mimi knows. Thank you." Zach blushed at her smile and thought to himself, "Why am I so happy just from being praised?" Before leaving, Liam also anxiously came over to remind the little girl, "Mimi, if anything happens, you can find my dad. He's very powerful." Hearing this, Mimi couldn't help but look at Kian with curiosity. Under Mimi's scrutiny, Kian spoke up. Liam is still young now. When he grows up, you can also go to him for help." Looking at his son, Kian sighed to himself. This brat used to not care about anything, and now he's learned to care for others. It seems this little guy is growing up. The director spoke up again, urging them on. "All right, everyone, be safe. Get ready to start selling your watermelons." As Mimi was looking for a spot to sell her watermelons, she was deep in thought. She stroked her chin and analyzed the situation like a detective. "Looking at my friends' faces, I can't see anything unusual. Even the adults' faces don't seem to have any problems. The fact that I can't see a problem might be the biggest problem." While she was racking her brain, Leo's voice broke through her thoughts. "Auntie, where should we set up?" Mimi looked around and then pointed to a nearby spot. "Let's go there." The spot Mimi chose was near a dead-end alley, with very few people passing by. After sitting for a while without seeing anyone, Leo grew anxious. "Little auntie, we need a lot of customers to sell things. How are we supposed to sell anything in a deserted place like this?" Mimi didn't seem worried at all. She walked over to the watermelon cart, picked up the scale, and smiled with a confident and mysterious air. "It's okay if there are no customers. With this, we can attract people." Leo was still confused, not understanding Mimi's supreme watermelon selling strategy. He asked, bewildered, "What are you going to do, little auntie?" Mimi didn't answer, just focused her energy and cleared her throat for dramatic effect. The next second, this mini-mogul had picked up the scale and was banging it repeatedly, creating a resounding clang, clang, clang. Then, she raised her voice and shouted, "Take a look, take a gander, don't miss out, folks." It was over. Her cuteness, her cleverness, and her street-smart sales pitch with the scale as a gong made the netizens watching the live stream go wild. "Ha ha ha, this little auntie is amazing! She's using a scale as a gong. That watermelon selling vibe is definitely not to be underestimated. I'm dying of laughter." It was only then that Leo understood, and up until that point he had been as clueless as an alien. He happily pulled out a chair and sat behind her, praising her nonstop. "Oh, so that's what you were doing. You're so smart, little auntie." Seeing the strategy was effective, he quickly followed her lead and shouted, "Hey everyone, take a look, take a gander, we've got big sweet watermelons over here." Their shouts, combined with the divine clanging of the scale, successfully attracted the attention of countless people. A man approached, a big grin on his face. "Hello, little girl. Are you and your big brother selling watermelons here? How much are they?" While Leo was happily helping the man pick a watermelon, Mimi suddenly froze. Her supernatural intuition told her something was wrong. She carefully observed the man. Mimi's gaze hardened, and she made a judgment. "No matter how I look at him, this man is not a good person." Afraid of scaring him off, Mimi decided to act quietly. "I don't have time to discuss this with my 7th grandnephew, Leo. I can only strike directly." Her tiny hands quickly performed a spell. Taking advantage of the man's focus on the watermelon, she blew a truth-telling talisman at him. Mimi approached and pretended to make small talk. "It's about 2 yuan a pound. Are you buying, mister? If you buy a lot, Mimi will give you a discount." The man smiled and nodded, pretending to pick a watermelon. Let me see which one to choose." As he chose, he started asking questions. "Little girl, what's your name? How old are you? Why are you selling watermelons with your big brother?" He's definitely asking with a purpose. Mimi feigned innocence and replied, "My name is Mimi, and I'm 3.5 years old. I'm selling watermelons with my grandnephew, not my big brother." She then began her plan to lead him on and get information. "So, how old are you, and what's your name? Why are you buying watermelons?" Under the effect of the famous truth-telling talisman, the man unconsciously blurted out all his dark thoughts. "My name is Ma Kang, and I'm 25 years old. Buying watermelons is secondary. My main purpose is to see if there's a chance to kidnap a pretty little girl like you." His confession, which went right to the heart of the matter, made everyone around them go on high alert. Kidnap what? What is that man saying? Is he confessing on his own? Leo, quick as a flash, pounced and pinned Ma Kang to the ground. The surprise attack was so fast that the criminal only had time to let out a grunt. After subduing him, he looked at the crowd of onlookers filming and shouted, "Quick! We've caught a human trafficker here! Someone help me call the police!" Less than 5 minutes later, the police arrived and politely gifted Ma Kang a shiny pair of handcuffs. The police chief looked at Leo and Mimi and said sincerely, "Thanks to you two, this escaped trafficker has been brought to justice. On behalf of the police department, I thank you." Mimi grinned and waved her hands politely. No need to thank us, it was the right thing to do." Watching the police and the criminal disappear, Mimi declared with a burst of spirit, "Doing a good deed is really fun. Now it's time to get back to work." Leo replied with an affectionate gaze, "Okay, whatever you say, little auntie." The street ahead was bustling, with vendors shouting everywhere, 3 for 10 wan, come and get 'em! Anyone selling old refrigerators, old TVs? Mimi also shouted loudly, but the clanging of her scale was drowned out by the other noises. After shouting until her voice was hoarse without selling a single watermelon, her spirits fell. What should I do now? Just as she was feeling down, a kind old man holding a red megaphone came over. "Why are you kids still using such primitive tools? In this modern age, everyone uses a megaphone to sell things. It saves a lot of effort." Hearing this, Mimi's eyes lit up. She said politely, "Thank you, sir." Their first encounter with high technology, the two of them fumbled with it for a while, trying to figure out how to use it. "Maybe you press here first, and then here." That's right. That's how you use it." After recording Mimi's clear voice into the megaphone, the two of them sat back on their chairs, turned on the speaker, and leisurely waited for customers. Mimi's unbelievably cute voice kept playing from the speaker. "Sweet and big watermelons, fresh and ripe watermelons, only 2 UN a pound. Everyone come and take your pick. First come, first served, but we've got plenty for everyone." Her incredibly cute voice quickly attracted a crowd to her watermelon stall. "Oh, what a cute voice. Let me see what's for sale." I have to admit, her voice is so adorable. A curious auntie asked, "Little girl, can we have a free sample of this watermelon?" Mimi bent down and easily lifted a large watermelon, stunning the onlookers. "Oh my god, this little girl is so strong. She can lift a watermelon that's at least 4-5 kilo." Mimi smiled and replied, "Welcome, everyone, to have a free sample. I guarantee if it's not sweet, you don't have to pay." She held a hand over the watermelon and continued with a smile, "Next, Mimi will split this watermelon for everyone to taste." The crowd, seeing her pose, smiled and commented, "Look, these two kids might be martial artists." A person standing nearby asked curiously, "She said she's going to split the watermelon, but how is she going to do that without a knife?" Just as he finished, Mimi answered with her actions. She slammed her hand down on the round watermelon. Under the force of her blow, the watermelon quickly split into several even pieces. The bright red flesh looked incredibly appealing. This strange feat attracted the attention of many people. Everyone was amazed by the little girl's skill. "Oh my god, this little girl is so good! She can split a watermelon with her bare hands. That's truly amazing. Wow, that watermelon looks so delicious. So red and juicy, it must be very sweet." Someone couldn't help but swallow and ask, "Little girl, can I have a taste?" Mimi took a piece of watermelon and held it out to the auntie, smiling brightly. "Of course. Mimi has already tasted it, and it's very sweet. Please, have a try." The auntie took one bite and praised it to no end. "Oh, I can't believe how sweet it is. It's really delicious. I'll take 2. Mimi signaled to Leo. Seeing their first sale, he was also cheered up. Okay, coming right up." Gradually, word spread, and soon Mimi's watermelon stall was swarmed with people fighting to buy. "I'll take 1. I'll take 2 over here. Pick the biggest one for me." Mimi stood on a chair, holding the megaphone, and smiled. "There's enough for everyone. Please form a line." Suddenly, a gruff voice cut through the crowd, silencing them. A bald, tough-looking man holding a megaphone warned, "I'm telling you all, if anyone here dares to buy from that kid today, then don't ever come to our area to buy food again." It turned out this man's name was Young Dagat, and he was a well-known figure in this area. He glanced around and warned again, "I'll remember each of your faces. If I see you, I'll beat you." The crowd, hearing this, was scared and put down their watermelons. "Why is Young Dagat here? He's in charge of this farmer's market. This is the only place in the village where we can buy vegetables." An auntie spoke up in protest. "If he doesn't let us buy from him, then how are we supposed to live?" Young Dagat's reputation made the crowd afraid to stay long, and one by one, they left. "We'd better get out of here quickly before he holds a grudge. We can't mess with this guy. But it's such a shame for such a cute little girl to run into a thug like him." Young Dagat's bullying made Mimi truly angry. She frowned, bit her lip, and thought to herself, "This man has really ruined my business. He's a bad person, and I'm not going to let this slide." After chasing away all the customers, the bald man named Young Dagat laughed arrogantly and declared, "I know you kids are on some kind of show, but sorry, the fruits in this town can only be sold by me, Young Dagat. That rule can't be broken, so your watermelons definitely won't be sold today. Mimi refused to back down from this blatant robbery of her customers. She frowned, her tone sharp. It's because you do things like this that your father's health isn't good. The more she thought about it, the more indignant she became, and she pointed a finger directly at young Dagat's face and said loudly, I helped your father before, but if you continue to do these bad things, the consequences will still affect him. Being touched on a sore spot, young Dagat flew into a rage and shot back, What nonsense are you talking about? My dad, he's very healthy. He then repeatedly waved the megaphone in his hand at Mimi as if to ward off evil. Leo quickly hugged Mimi and pulled her back, glaring at him. What are you doing? Young Dagat, embarrassed and angry, yelled at them to go away. Go, go, get out of here. Don't stand in front of my stall and be an eyesore. Just then, from behind, a foot kicked hard into young Dagat's calf. The tough guy turned around and yelled, Damn it, who kicked me? Are you tired of living? But when he saw the person behind him, young Dagat froze. Is that you, Dad? Mimi also recognized the old man who had just appeared, and she cheered, Oh, it's the grandpa who gave us the baby chicks. The old man, ashamed of his son's arrogant behavior, raised his cane and gave young Dagat a good beating. You insolent brat! Who are you telling to go away? My life was saved by that little girl, and you dare to chase her away? Young Dagat, in pain, tried to dodge, crying out. After giving him a good beating, the old man walked over to Mimi, smiled kindly, and said with gratitude, Little one, it's thanks to the medicine you gave me last time. I suddenly had a heart attack before, but after taking your medicine, I gradually recovered. Thank you. Mimi observed the old man carefully and then advised him in a low voice, Your illness still requires rest, and your family needs to do good deeds together. Your face is full of dark energy again. It was only then that young Dagat learned of his father's illness. He guiltily brought over a wooden stool. Dad, it's my fault. You're sick and I didn't even know. Please sit down and talk. The old man sat down but didn't forget to nag his son. So you can't chase away my savior, you hear? More surprisingly, young Dagat walked straight up to Mimi and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you for saving my father. It was my fault just now. I shouldn't have bullied you and made it so you couldn't do business. Mimi showed the magnanimity of a great-grandaunt and replied casually, It's okay. Mimi accepts your apology. Seeing that Mimi had forgiven him, young Dagat grinned and made an offer. That's right, little auntie. How about this? I'll buy all of your watermelons for 2 yuan a pound, so you don't have to stay out here in the sun. His kowtowing and buying all the watermelons made the nearby villagers' jaws drop in amazement. Oh my god, is that the young Dagat I know? Am I dreaming? Why is young Dagat kowtowing to a little kid? Ignoring the whispers behind him, young Dagat still smiled obsequiously at Mimi. Next, why don't you two follow me to the hotel for a meal so I can treat you properly? Although the offer was tempting, Mimi was a righteous person. She waved her hand and refused. No, Mimi has to sell all these watermelons to the residents here. Tell them that I won't let them go without fruit. She then added, Oh, that's right, you should apologize to them too. Whatever Mimi said, young Dagat smilingly agreed, repeatedly saying, Yes, yes, yes. In front of countless people, young Dagat bowed and sincerely apologized. I, young Dagat, apologize to everyone. From now on, I won't let you go without fruit. I was wrong just now, so I apologize to everyone. The people, seeing young Dagat's remorse, also smiled and let bygones be bygones. Mr. Yang, forget it. Your filial piety is very good. That's right, it's a relief that Mr. Yang still has a good son. So we can still buy this watermelon, right? It looks so fresh and delicious. It would be good to buy some to cool off in this hot weather. The crowd gathered to buy watermelons again. Young Dagat, with a worried heart, lowered his voice and asked Mimi, Little auntie, what you said before about my dad having a bad omen because of me, what was that about? Can you please tell me again? Mimi looked young Dagat up and down and then stroked her chin and declared, Your face shows that you have very good luck, but the luck you have is not righteous. She paused for a moment and then asked directly, Also, are you very stingy and petty? Mimi's next words made young Dagat's hair stand on end. Your children and parents' palaces have problems. You lost your mother early, and you'll lose your father in middle age. Also, your chances of having children are very low. This is all because when you used to buy fruit, you always haggled for a low price, which angered an old grandmother. That night, the old lady passed away from illness, but before she died, she didn't forget to leave a curse on you. Mimi didn't stop at young Dagat's pale face, but continued on. Do you have nightmares when you sleep at night? That's because the old lady is looking for you. Although you didn't mean to harm her, this is also related to you. So the dark energy transformed and accumulated in you. Although you have good financial luck, you don't have a good body. so you often get sick and have endless accidents. Young Dagat now knew what fear was. His whole body was drenched in sweat. She got it all right. Last night I dreamed I was standing in front of that old lady's grave. Pointing at the old man, Mimi continued her analysis. Your father is sick, but actually every day he wishes you well and is willing to take on all your bad luck for you. The truth was revealed, and Young Dagat's eyes stung, his heart filled with endless regret. The father who always cursed at him for being greedy and wishing he would just die. I never thought he would secretly pray for my well-being every day, and even want to take away my bad luck. Young Dagat, understanding everything, burst into tears and kowtowed to apologize. Dad, it's my fault for making you like this. The old man helped his son up and advised him gently, Son, I hope you have a good life and don't be so obsessed with making money. Young Dagat cried like a child. Yes. Helping his father up, Young Dagat went to Mimi and pleaded, Little auntie, please, how can I resolve this situation now? Mimi smiled brightly when she saw that Young Dagat had turned over a new leaf and offered her advice. From now on, you should do good deeds diligently. Don't make any more ill-gotten gains. Just earn money with a clear conscience. Oh, that's right. You also have to go to that old lady's place and apologize and help her fulfill her last wish. Only when you do enough good deeds can you eliminate your bad karma. That way, you'll have a baby and your father will get better soon. Okay, I'll listen to you. The old man looked at Mimi with gratitude. Thank you, little grandmaster. Mimi noticed that the dark energy on the old man was much less than before and was secretly pleased. It seems Young Dagat has really changed. Mimi reached into her bag to check her jar of water. Seeing that the water in the jar had increased by a lot, she was even more delighted. Great. Mimi saved someone, so the water in the jar has increased. From out of nowhere, an old lady ran over, fell to the ground and cried, clasping her hands and begging Mimi. Little auntie, my grandson was kidnapped by traffickers 2 days ago, and now I don't know where he is. Can you please help me find him? Mimi, being kind-hearted, couldn't bear to refuse. Do you have a picture of your grandson? It's easier to find him with a picture. The old woman quickly took out her phone from inside her clothes, which held a photo of her grandson. Yes, here's the photo. Mimi also secretly observed the old lady but couldn't see anything. Using her features to predict her grandson's fate is getting cut off, and I can't even see the dark energy clearly. But this dark energy is similar to the kind on my eldest grandnephew Daniel. At that thought, Mimi's expression darkened, and she quickly came to a conclusion. The person who helped Nora do bad things to the one who kidnapped her grandson must be the same person. This made Mimi fall into deep thought. So is the culprit related to that person? Mimi, the genius fortune teller, held the phone tightly, the screen showing a picture of a boy her age. Her eyes focused, her fingers nimbly performing a divination. She announced softly, The boy is in the northwest, still safe in the mountains. Right now, he's sleeping soundly in a place surrounded by cliffs. The crowd watching the live stream and the show's staff stared in amazement. The Northwest Mountains? Isn't that Mount Erniang right here in this village? Surrounded by cliffs? Sounds like some kind of secret cave. The boy's grandmother was so overjoyed she burst into tears. Without a shred of doubt, she immediately turned and ran, her voice trembling. Northwest Mount Erniang, I have to call the police right away. My grandson is coming home. Watching the old woman's retreating figure, Mimi felt a heavy weight in her heart. That dark, ominous aura I saw during the divination, it's not normal. She was worried whether the police officers could handle whatever that was. Mimi turned to her companion, seeking the opinion of her handsome 7th grandnephew, Leo. 7th grandnephew, should we go help them find him? Leo, sensing the unusual trouble, thought for a moment. This was clearly no longer just about participating in a TV show. He replied, Of course, but we have to ask Director Hu first. The show might have to pause its commercials for a bit. Director Hu had just returned to the assembly point. Before he could even turn off his car, the assistant director ran over, his face pale as a sheet, yelling, It's bad! A bad guy in the village kidnapped Li Yang, the second boy. The villagers are calling the police, and his father, Mr. Li, is frantically searching the mountain. What? Li Yang was kidnapped! Mimi's face went pale. She had been divining the first missing boy's location all morning, but hadn't been able to find Li Yang. The shock made Mimi so upset that tears welled up in her eyes. No wonder there was a bad omen. The great misfortune has already begun. I couldn't find Li Yang's location at all. I can't even divine the fate of his father, Mr. Li. For the first time, Mimi felt so helpless. She blamed herself for being useless. Livestream comments. A big fan of babies. Oh my god, I can't stand to see her cry. The last time she argued with that man, I was already heartbroken. Mommy team spirit, my heart is breaking too. Did something really happen to Li Yang? Anti-drama. Don't jinx it. Li Yang is his father's hope. If he's gone, his dad will fall apart. Mimi tried to hold back her tears and looked at Director Hu with determination. I want to go find Li Yang, and I want to find the other little boy too. I want to catch the bad guys. Just then, Kian also returned. After hearing what had happened, he also suggested to Director Hu, "We finished selling our watermelons. I'll take Liam and little Auntie referring to Mimi with me." Director Hu was still hesitating when Leo cut in with a grin. "Don't worry, we signed a contract. If anything unexpected happens, we'll take responsibility." Kian also nodded. "That's right, we can sign a contract too." The two adults' decisive attitude made Director Hu give in, and he just reminded them, "Then you two must be careful." Kian immediately went to the village police station to talk. He nodded firmly. No problem. We definitely won't interfere with your work." With that, he held up 4 sets of action uniforms, the kind of protective gear, or professional climbing gear, and distributed them to the group. "Change into these. It's better for moving around." As soon as Leo put it on, he was sweating like a pig, complaining nonstop. "So hot! Oh my god, this outfit could turn a person into charcoal." Mimi quickly changed, rummaged through her small handbag, and took out a talisman, giving it to Leo. "Wear this, 7th grandnephew, and you won't be hot anymore." Leo, half believing, half doubting, tucked the talisman into his pocket. Whoa! In an instant, he felt a cool sensation. "Is this really magic?" he stammered in surprise. Next, Mimi distributed talismans to the whole group. She specifically instructed Kian, "This is for you. It can lower your temperature, but you don't need to wear it because your fate already lacks fire. Your body temperature is already very low." Kian took it, a look of interest in his eyes. "Thanks." Seeing the police officers behind them staring at the pile of talismans, Kian grinned and asked Mimi, "Do you have any more of these talismans? We're going with the police, so can we share some with them?" Mimi generously fanned out a thick stack of talismans. "Is this enough?" The police officers grinned and nodded enthusiastically. One of them placed a gun in Kian's hand for self-defense, along with a walkie-talkie. "This is a radio, and this is for you, Mr. Kian, for self-defense. Let's go." In the village, Mr. Lee was sobbing in the comforting arms of the villagers. "It's my fault. It's all my fault." As soon as he saw the police and Mimi's group, he cried out, "Officer, you're finally here. You have to find my son." The police officer comforted him. "Don't be sad, sir. We will definitely find your son. Please calm down." Mimi didn't hesitate, taking Leo's hand and heading straight for the mountain path. On the way, she stopped by 2 sparrows perched on a branch. "Hello, little sparrows. Can you help Mimi with something?" The sparrow tilted its head and replied to her with a series of chirps. Mimi took a handful of rice from her bag, and as she placed it in her hand, she spoke to them in their language. The sparrow immediately flew down to her palm, and as it ate, it chattered away with her. While waiting for little Auntie Mimi to finish her detective work, Leo turned to Liam and whispered, "I really don't understand a thing." "You don't understand either, right, little Liam?" Liam replied softly. "No, I don't," Leo exclaimed in surprise. "What? You don't understand either? Then can you tell me what my auntie is talking about with those sparrows?" Liam shot him a faint, disdainful look. "Mimi is asking the sparrows where Li Yang went, who took him, and if they can lead the way." Leo was still half believing, half doubting, not knowing if Liam was just guessing or for real. But Mimi's next words made his blood run cold. "The sparrow said it saw the person who took Li Yang, and it can lead us to him later. Are you two ready?" Leo looked at Liam with a look of utter adoration. "Wow, how did you know all that?" Liam was tired of Leo's naive expression and thought to himself, it was so obvious. How could he not have guessed? No wonder he could be good brothers with someone like Zane and get so thoroughly deceived. It all makes sense. Liam said seriously, "I'm ready." Leo also quickly nodded. "I'm ready too, let's go." As soon as he finished, the sparrow flew from Mimi's palm, leading the way. The group of 4 carefully followed. Ahead of them was a massive cliff face. At the same time, in the production crew's logistics room, the assistant director was laughing with a sinister smile, reporting on the phone, "The formation is all set up. I guarantee we can suck all the luck out of these celebrities." With the enthusiastic guidance of a local sparrow, Mimi's rescue team easily reached the cave where Li Yang was being held. Just as expected, the entrance was guarded by a single soldier who looked extremely bored. The 4 of them hid behind a rock and quietly observed. Liam whispered, his voice serious, "Is Li Yang in there?" Mimi nodded with a curt, She didn't hesitate, immediately taking out 4 blue invisibility talismans from her bag, high-quality ones she had drawn herself, and distributed them. "Put these on, quick." Thanks to the protective talismans, the group casually walked right past the guard. He was still sitting there, grumbling about everything, his tone as tragic as if the whole world owed him money. "Oh man, making me sit here and guard by myself is just torture." This whole gang is as big as an army, and I'm the only one on gate duty. They really know how to pick 'em." Hearing his comical complaints, the four of them suppressed their laughter and slipped inside. Inside the cave, it was as dark as ink, with only the rustling of bats flying by, which made even the famously brave Leo shiver. As they were walking, bam! They hit a dead end of solid rock. "What's this? A dead end?" Liam was surprised. "Are we lost?" Leo looked around, his expression clearly bewildered. While everyone was confused, Mimi had already activated her little detective mode. She remembered her experience from the ancient books she had read. Her small hands felt all over the rock face opposite them. In less than a few minutes, she found a strange spot. "There's a mechanism here," Mimi cheered happily. Without waiting for anyone to stop her, she pressed it. Click, clack, a heavy sound echoed, and a secret door slowly opened, revealing a long staircase bathed in the brilliant light from countless lamps inside. Leo marveled. "I can't believe a place like this still exists in the modern world." Kian, walking and observing, his brow furrowed. An ancient tomb. What are the kidnappers doing with the kids in an ancient tomb? As they went deeper, a sudden voice was heard. Mimi stopped and listened. Inside, a threatening voice said, "Are you going to be my subordinate or not? If you don't, I'll throw you to those bats." She carefully peeked her head out and was shocked. She whispered in surprise, "Is that Chloe? She's here too?" At that moment, Chloe was standing with her hands on her hips, her face arrogant, and she declared to Li Yang, "I'm much more powerful than Mimi Kang now, you know." Despite her monologue, Li Yang remained silent. This attitude immediately angered Chloe. "I'm talking to you. Why aren't you answering me?" With that, she raised her hand to teach Li Yang a lesson. Li Yang closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate. But just as Chloe's hand was about to reach him, Mimi, quick as a flash, intervened. In the darkness, Mimi's hand secretly fought against Chloe's. The pain that shot through her made Mimi frown. How is she so strong? This isn't normal. Chloe, her eyes red, was also a bit scared when her hand was blocked by an invisible object. "What's going on? It feels like something is blocking me." Taking advantage of her opponent's distraction, Mimi didn't hesitate and delivered a powerful punch straight to Chloe's face. Chloe cried out in pain. Clutching her stinging face, she spun around and yelled furiously, "Mimi Kang, is that you? How dare you come here?" She ran to the door of the next room and called out, "Master! Master!" The Taoist priest rushed out and Chloe said excitedly, "It's Mimi Kang! Mimi Kang is here!" The Taoist priest looked around, saw nothing, and said irritably, "Chloe, I told you I'm doing something important. Can you please stop acting like a child? If you have time to be paranoid, you might as well go drink some more of your father's blood so you can evolve into a complete Zhangshi sooner." Mimi, eavesdropping, felt uneasy. So Chloe was poisoned by a Zhangshi, that's why she's like this. The Taoist priest, seeing Chloe was still suspicious, coaxed her. "Chloe, we still have important things to do. Don't worry. Master still has his master's ultimate move, and we also have the wolf demon. If Mimi Kang dares to come, she definitely won't be able to win. Master wants to complete the mission soon. Who knows? Yingo might be hiding among these children." Hearing the name Yingo, Mimi's expression became wary. Yingo? Isn't that one of the legendary Zhangshi kings? That's from the prehistoric era. How could he be among these children? Absolutely not. She silently refuted the Taoist priest's words. His sweet words made Chloe completely believe him. She gritted her teeth. "That's right. We still have the wolf demon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye is so powerful, he'll definitely defeat Mimi Kang for me. I want to become powerful too." This conversation was completely overheard by Kian. He secretly took out his phone and recorded the entire incident as evidence. After Chloe and the Taoist priest had left, Mimi and Liam finally removed their invisibility talismans. "Phew, they're finally gone," Mimi said with relief. "Li Yang, it's me, Mimi." Li Yang never thought he would see Mimi again. He held her hand tightly and cried out, "Mimi!" Behind them, the cries of the other children still echoed. Li Yang quickly comforted them. "Don't cry, someone is here to save us." Mimi took a wooden doll from her bag and coaxed them in a classic style. "Little ones, I am the great hero Woody. I am here to save you." The children looked at the object Mimi was holding, and then huddled together and cried even louder. Mimi was at a loss, her face blank. What's going on? Why are they crying even harder? Just as she was at her wit's end, Liam stepped up to save the day. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking like a brave hero. "Hello, everyone. I am Woody the Superman. Don't cry, you are all brave children. Although you have been poisoned by the bad guys, Woody the Superman and the great hero Woody have brought the antidote. You must drink it, you hear?" The children, hearing Superman and antidote, immediately believed him and obediently took the medicine. Leo looked at Liam with admiration. Using a cartoon character that the children loved to win them over, This kid was really smart. After taking the medicine, the children all gathered around Liam and asked a barrage of questions. Woody the Superman, can we go home? Woody the Superman, I miss my mommy. Liam, holding the invisibility talisman Mimi had just given him, did like a leader. Of course we're going home. Now we have to get you all out of here. Remember to hold on to your invisibility talismans. No matter what you see or hear, you can't make a sound, you hear? The group all nodded and did as they were told. Mimi led the group back to the exit. As they were walking, thump, the group suddenly ran into Chloe, who was coming back. Chloe was leading the wolf demon, Bye-Bye, and she ordered, Big Bye-Bye, your nose is very sensitive. Go find Mimi Kang. The white wolf sniffed the air. And then it suddenly looked straight at where Mimi's group was standing and gave a dangerous smile, as if to say, Found you. Mimi's face went pale and she quickly covered her mouth, screaming internally, It's over! The big white wolf is about to find us! The heavy, thudding footsteps of the giant wolf cut through the silence, each sound like a hammer blow to Mimi's chest. She held her breath, her small body hidden behind a large rock. The massive white wolf, its fur as white as snow, sniffed a few times and then suddenly stopped. Mimi's whole body was tense, ready to react, which actually meant she was preparing to chant a spell. But in the next second, the seemingly ferocious animal wagged its tail, blinked its sparkling golden eyes, rubbed its head against the rock, and then, like a little puppy, it gave a playful grin. Mimi almost burst out laughing and praised it silently. Oh my god, this big white wolf is so cute. What a good boy, he has the potential to be my friend. After sniffing and being affectionate with Mimi's hiding spot, the white wolf voluntarily turned and walked away, not exposing her location at all. From a distance, Chloe was furious. She gritted her teeth and yelled at the wolf, You useless beast! You can't even smell Mimi Kang's ragged scent! Overcome with anger, she rushed over, pushed the white wolf hard, and yelled, What are you still lying here for? Go find her! Provoked so crudely, the big white wolf no longer maintained its puppy-like demeanor. It let out an annoyed growl, and then quickly turned and pounced on Chloe. The fight was on. Chloe was startled and furious. Ah, you beast! Let me go! Do you believe I'll kill you? Her declaration clearly had no effect on a wolf in a rage. Mimi, seeing the opportunity had come, immediately led the trembling, hidden group of children. She blinked and signaled to those behind her. Let's take this chance and run! The children rushed towards the dark cave entrance. As soon as they got out, the police were already waiting. Hearing the hurried footsteps, a police officer shouted, They're out! Escaping from hell on earth, the children burst into tears of joy. That's great, we're alive! The police quickly arranged to take the children back to their families. One of them approached Leo and Kian, his voice full of gratitude. You've worked hard. Thanks to you, everything went so smoothly. Kian calmly handed over the clip he had filmed inside the cave. Hello, officer. I have some confidential information I need to discuss with you privately. The officer looked at the clip, his expression immediately turning serious. Okay. This will be extremely helpful to our investigation. Mimi turned to Liam. My little big brother, you take the other kids and go. Mimi has to throw them off our trail. Liam, knowing her abilities were beyond ordinary, was at ease but still reminded her, you be careful. Leo, her 7th grandnephew, insisted on going with her. Let me come with you. Mimi shook her head vigorously. You can't come, 7th grandnephew. Ordinary people can't participate in magical battles. Leo anxiously reminded her, his voice like a wise old man. Then you be careful, little auntie. Mimi followed the old path back deep into the cave. She saw Chloe still struggling with the big white wolf. Stay still, her shrill scream echoed. Mimi secretly followed behind, looking for an opportunity to break the spell. The Taoist priest, who was busy muttering incantations, was suddenly disturbed and said gruffly, I told you not to cause trouble. Why did you let it out? Chloe had already lost her composure, her red eyes bulging. I let it out to find Mimi Kang. Didn't you say it was very powerful? But I don't think it's powerful at all. It just knows how to fight with me. The Taoist priest's face scrunched up at Chloe's ear-piercing screams. I told you! Mimi Kang can't get in here! But Chloe wouldn't listen. She was so angry she was on the verge of tears. I told you Mimi Kang is here. Why don't you believe me? Do you want to die at my hands too? The Taoist priest sighed in defeat and gave in. Fine, I'll believe you this once. He took a talisman from his pocket, began to perform a spell, muttering incomprehensible incantations, and then threw the talisman forward. Bam! A sea of fire suddenly erupted. In the light of the fire, Mimi's previously invisible figure suddenly appeared as clear as day. The old Taoist priest was extremely surprised. Whoa! She really is here? Well then, let's see how you handle the true Samadhi fire that my master passed down to me. Burn to death. Ah! In the midst of the raging fire, Mimi was extremely calm. She made a hand sign and muttered a spell. Rain, come! Rain, come! As soon as she finished, a downpour of rain fell, quickly extinguishing the fire the old Taoist priest had summoned. This scene made him so stunned he almost fell over, his tongue tied as he stammered in disbelief. My true samadhi fire was taught to me by my master with great effort. How can it be so easily extinguished? Mimi waved her finger, laughed disdainfully, and said a single, devastating sentence. You've been tricked. What true samadhi fire? In my eyes, it's not worth a penny. The Taoist priest, embarrassed and angry, turned to the big white wolf and ordered, Big Bai, go get Mimi Kang for me. Faced with the giant wolf, Mimi acted as if she were seeing her best friend. She jumped up and down, waving to greet it. The Taoist priest, who thought Mimi was about to be turned into a snack, was shocked when the big white wolf did a complete 180 and pounced on him instead. It bared its sharp fangs and growled with rage, having chosen its side. Bitten hard, the Taoist priest cried out, You stupid thing! What are you doing on top of me? Let me go! At that moment, Chloe suddenly went dark, and countless black and red demonic auras enveloped her. Her nails suddenly grew long and terrifyingly sharp. Mimi Kang, today I must get rid of you. Chloe rushed towards Mimi, letting out a terrifying laugh. Today, I'm going to chop you up just like I chopped up little rice ball. Ha ha! Mimi immediately performed a spell and a golden shield appeared. As soon as Chloe's nails hit the defensive layer, they shattered. Chloe had tried her best but couldn't break Mimi's golden shield. Instead, she was hit by the backlash. Her eyes showed her unwillingness. I've become an extremely powerful juncture, so why can't I get rid of Mimi Kang? The Taoist priest, on one side struggling with the big white wolf, was also secretly observing the battle. He was sweating bullets, thinking, how is that shield thicker than the magic my master performed? What is this little girl's background? Mimi, taking advantage of Chloe's distraction, quickly counterattacked. She jumped up high and then viciously delivered a blow to Chloe. Under her blow, Chloe was knocked out cold. Mimi lightly landed on the ground, took out a rope, a special rope, of course, tied Chloe up, and then threw her aside. Little cat rice ball hasn't gotten its revenge yet. I'll keep Chloe for now and deal with her later. After that, Mimi dusted off her hands, her cold gaze turning to the Taoist priest. He was trembling and could only plead with the big white wolf one last time. Go, go, my good boy! Go kill Mimi Kang for me! I'll give you her meat! The big white wolf gave him a mocking smile, which made the Taoist priest's face turn red with anger. Damn you, you stupid dog! With no other choice, he could only stand up and run towards a nearby secret door, pleading, Senior sister, save me! This is not the time to be in seclusion. Hearing Mimi's footsteps getting closer, he became even more frantic, his hands continuously banging on the secret door, screaming in despair. Senior sister, come out! Only you can control this wolf demon. Quick, help me deal with that brat Mimi Kang. Mimi gave a cold smile. You're the next one to be dealt with. As soon as she finished, Mimi transformed into a war god and delivered a powerful punch straight to the Taoist priest's face. The result was predictable. The man hit the floor in a single note, joining Chloe in unconsciousness. The little girl leisurely took out a second rope, tied him up like a rice dumpling, and then threw him to the side, dusting off her hands in satisfaction. That's one down. Next, the little hero approached the secret door, fumbling for a way to open it. According to Wu Di, the legendary senior sister was definitely inside. After searching for a while without finding a secret button, Mimi clicked her tongue. Well then, I'll just use the fastest way. She took a few steps back to get a running start, channeled all her energy into her small legs, and delivered a thunderous kick. No matter how sturdy the secret door was, it had to surrender to this explosive force. In an instant, a huge hole appeared. Inside, Wu Di's senior sister, who was diligently cultivating, was startled by the loud explosion. Before she could figure out what was happening, she saw a little kid casually walk in. You brat, how did you get in here? She asked in horror. Mimi's eyes were now focused on the area behind the woman. There, a little girl was being held in a formation of intricate talismans. Recognizing the abnormality, Mimi questioned her. Are you refining her? Why are you doing that? Huajiaodi quickly stood in her line of sight and explained with a self-righteous tone. She's a jiangshi. I'm refining her so she can help me exorcise evil and save the world in the future. She said that, but inwardly, Huajiaodi was starting to feel uneasy. She thought to herself, where did Wu Dai and the others go? This little girl is not simple. I have to be careful. Immediately, her attitude flipped faster than a pancake, and she put on a kind face. Little one, my name is Huajiaodi. You can call me Auntie Hua. Come on, say it. She held out her hand to shake Mimi's, but in her palm were hidden sinister wisps of green energy. At the same time, the little girl behind her also started to show signs of agitation. Mimi was very cooperative, holding out her hand and introducing herself. I'm Mimi Kang. But just as their hands were about to touch, Mimi suddenly changed her move with lightning speed. She used her bare hands to break the restraining chains and then bluntly exposed her. You're a bad person. You just want to use the Zhangshi to do evil things, don't you? The event happened so fast that Hua Jiaodi didn't have time to react. The chains broke and she was immediately hit by the backlash, blood splattering everywhere. You little brat. Are you asking for a beating? Mad with anger, Hua Jiaodi summoned countless demonic red auras, her eyes turning white as she yelled, Go! Go kill her for me! Faced with a life or death situation, our Mimi was as calm as ever. She leisurely took out a brilliant golden talisman, and facing the swirling red mass of energy rushing towards her, she whispered, Absorb. As soon as she finished, the talisman in Mimi's hand suddenly transformed into a bottomless mouth, greedily swallowing all of Hua Jiaodi's poisonous essence without leaving a trace. Witnessing this, Hua Jiaodi was so horrified that her tongue was tied, and she stammered, Soul? Soul-guiding talisman? How can that be? Those were all my precious treasures that I worked so hard to cultivate. In less than a minute, her trump card had been completely neutralized, and Hua Jiaodi's mind was in a turmoil. In her desperation, she suddenly saw the white wolf standing there, as if she had just found a lifeline in a raging river. She cheered and yelled, That's right, I still have this wolf. My good little Bai, go kill her for me. In response to her call, the white wolf let out a roar that echoed through the cave. Each step it took shook the earth, its presence majestic. Hua Jiaodi laughed smugly. Ha, this time that brat is done for. But life isn't a dream. Her smile vanished in an instant when she saw the great white wolf, instead of baring its fangs and claws, happily pouncing on Mimi, demanding affection with its wagging tail. Hua Jiaodi was so angry she screamed in despair. How can this be? You treacherous white wolf! My sect gave you premium steak, treated you well. How can you betray me at such a critical moment? Are you worthy of my master's efforts in raising you? Faced with her righteous accusations, the white wolf just snorted, gave her a disdainful look, and then turned back to snuggle with Mimi. The little girl giggled and tried to push away its huge head. Stop it, stop licking me, I know you were a good spy. My face is covered in your stinky drool now. It stinks so much. Hua Jiaodi was as stunned as a phoenix that had turned into a chicken. Spy? Seeing her rival still confused, Mimi, while stroking the white wolf's head, explained for him. That's right. Bai has always been a member of our family from the mountains. Actually, the white wolf was also thinking to itself, I was just going to go down the mountain to find Mimi, but I didn't expect her to find me first. Well, I'll just enjoy this for now. Realizing this little brat's power was not to be underestimated, Hua Jiaodi started to break out in a cold sweat, and was about to take the opportunity to sneak away and call for her master's help. But she had only taken a few steps when she was hit by a powerful force that sent her flying back. The culprit was none other than the little boy she had been refining before. Mimi waved and greeted him in a very friendly manner. You're out? Seeing Mimi treat her biological weapon like an old friend, Hua Jiaodi scrambled to her feet and, suppressing her pain, asked, Why are you so nice to a Zhangshi like that? It has sucked the blood of countless people, killed so many children, and is full of murderous intent. With your high power, why don't you just subdue it? Hearing Hua Jiaodi twist the truth and blame him for all sorts of terrible crimes, the poor little boy could only shake his head repeatedly, his tears streaming down his face as he protested. No, it's not true. Mimi quickly ran over to comfort him, her small face full of worry. There, don't cry, Mimi knows everything. The little ghosts have already tattled to Mimi. It's not your fault. It was all that wicked woman's doing. Receiving such timely sympathy, the little boy suddenly smiled through his tears, his mouth making a few garbled, sounds as if he were trying to express his sincerest gratitude to the little girl. On the other side, Hua Jiaodi looked at Mimi with eyes full of hatred, her mind racing. In that case, I'll use an illusion spell to activate the Zhangshi. Mimi Kang, you can just wait to be torn to pieces. Immediately, a strange illusion spell shot from Hua Jiaodi's eyes towards the little boy. In an instant, the boy's pupils turned a blood red, and without a word, he lunged at Mimi, attacking her relentlessly. Mimi, while gracefully dodging his attacks as if she were on a stroll, didn't forget to remind him, Hey, snap out of it. The little girl then added a very sharp comeback. This low-level illusion spell? It's so easy to break. With that, Mimi's fingers danced in the air, drawing a supreme-level purification talisman. Taking advantage of her opponent's opening, the little girl quickly slapped it onto the boy's forehead. Instantly, his mind became calm, and he was freed from Hua Jiaodi's control in a single note. With the small matter taken care of, it was time for the big one, dealing with Hua Zhaodi. Mimi swung her wooden sword, her spirit high as she declared, "Today I will sever your path of cultivation so you can never do evil again." Faced with this firm verdict, Hua Zhaodi felt her whole body go limp, as if her soul had been sucked out. She held her head and screamed in horror, "What? I've cultivated for so many years. Am I really going to be so easily disabled by a little brat who still smells of milk?" When the restraints were severed, the two Zhangshi siblings were completely free. They rushed to thank Mimi. The little girl waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. You two are free now. You can go wherever you want." But the two Zhangshi children, one shaking their head, the other waving their hands, looked reluctant to leave. Mimi frowned in confusion. "So what do you two want?" So the little girl signaled for the Zhangshi siblings to bend down. "Don't be scared, I'm just going to help you talk." With absolute trust in their savior, the two of them obediently bowed their heads. Mimi placed her small hands on their foreheads and a warm spiritual energy began to spread. In an instant, the two siblings were able to speak clearly. The boy clasped his hands and said respectfully, "Greetings, my lord. I am Ying Fang, and this is my younger sister Ying Diao. Thank you for saving my sister. I am willing to be a beast of burden to repay you." Ying Jiao was full of gratitude, her face so sincere she was on the verge of tears as she choked out, "Miss, I will never forget your great kindness, even in death. I am willing to be a beast of burden to repay you." Hearing this, Mimi waved her hands frantically, shaking her head like a drum. "Oh no, no. You two are Zhangshi now. You can't be beasts of burden." But Ying Fang and Ying Diao had already made up their minds. With a thud, they both knelt, their expressions one of utmost sincerity. "Please accept us, miss. I can be your study companion. That's right, I can also be your handmaiden." Mimi quickly helped the two ancestors up and gently advised them, "You really don't have to. You are all free now. Why would you need to be anyone's servant?" Seeing Mimi repeatedly refuse, the two Zhangshi siblings started to play their final card, putting on a pitiful expression, their eyes welling up with tears. Seeing this, Mimi finally gave in. Sigh, all right, don't cry anymore. Let me go discuss this with my 7th grandnephew. After all, I'm just staying at his family's house." Just then, Leo walked over, and hearing this, he pretended to be offended. "Staying at our house? What are you talking about, little auntie? You are the great-grand-aunt of our Kang family. We're all one family. It's our house, so you live here. Who dares to say you're just staying?" He bent down slightly, glanced at the two Zhangshi siblings who were putting on a show, and then turned to Mimi. "Do these two want to follow you, little auntie?" Mimi nodded. "That's right. I also want to take them with me to teach them how to cultivate properly." Leo waved his hand and approved. "Then pack your bags and let's go. Our house is huge. Raising a few more people, or a few more Zhangshi is no problem." But looking at the two siblings' strange appearance, he was a bit hesitant. "But if they go out looking like this, they'll definitely be a trending topic. Do you have any transformation tricks, little auntie?" "Piece of cake," Mimi replied, and she reached into her magical little handbag, pulled out 2 transformation talismans, and with a swish, threw them at Ying Fang and Ying Diao. In an instant, the two Zhangshi siblings had been upgraded to a very sleek, modern style. Seeing everyone get a makeover, the white wolf behind them also growled, demanding its rights. Mimi looked at its huge body and suggested, "Bye-bye, you're too big to walk around like this. You should transform too." In less than 3 seconds, under Mimi's magical hands, the majestic great white wolf had transformed into an unbelievably cute, fluffy puppy. It seemed to be quite pleased with its deceptive appearance and kept barking excitedly. It was only then that Leo glanced over at Chloe, Woody, and his senior sister, who were tied up like rice dumplings on the floor, and asked with a tilt of his head, "So what about these villains?" Little Auntie Mimi thought for a moment and then decided to go big. She would destroy that bizarre blood pool to cut off the supply of ferocious Zhangshi. Then, pointing at the 3 people on the floor, she suggested clearly, "Let's just hand these bad guys over to the police." Receiving the report, the police team quickly arrived to take them away. Before they left, Mimi carefully handed Kian 3 truth-telling talismans with a reminder. "These are truth-telling talismans. Once you put them on, they won't be able to lie." Kian took them, his voice as firm as a nail. "No problem. These 3 will definitely face a bitter end." Seeing the respectful attitude of the head of the Dragon Bureau towards a little kid, the 2 police officers beside him were completely stunned. "Hey, is Mr. Kian really the head of the Dragon Bureau? Why does he look like that kid's disciple?" Seeing his colleague being so nosy, the other police officer quickly pulled his sleeve and advised, "Just stop it, man. Mind your own business if you want to live." Just then, Mimi felt a warm touch on her hand. It was the spirit of Chloe's cat. She cheered with delight. Rice Ball, is that you? The cat looked at her with a smiling and grateful expression. Thank you, Mimi. The bad guy has finally gotten what she deserves. I'm going now. With that, Rice Ball transformed into a ray of light and flew away to be liberated. Mimi smiled, waved her small hands in goodbye, and then hugged the white wolf and sighed. It's all over. Let's go down the mountain. The next morning, while Mimi was still lost in her dreams, she felt something wrong on her body. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the annoying face of the white wolf. Its mouth was holding two small chickens which were cheeping continuously. Mimi shot up, grabbed the dazed wolf by the scruff of its neck, and scolded it. Bye-bye, what are you doing now? Let go of Big Yellow and Little Yellow right now. Being scolded, the white wolf looked hurt and thought to itself, how can Mimi dote on these two chickens? I'm clearly number one. Seeing the big wolf still stubbornly refusing to cooperate, Mimi pretended to be furious. Let them go, or Mimi will get really mad. With no other choice, the white wolf reluctantly let go of its two preys. As soon as they were free, Big Yellow and Little Yellow were so angry their feathers stood on end, and they immediately rushed to settle the score with the white wolf, creating a chaotic chase scene. Seeing the excessive noise, Mimi was about to run over and cover Leo's ears, muttering, Be quiet, seventh grandnephew is still sleeping. But it was too late. The cheep and the commotion had woken Leo up. He had just opened his eyes, not yet sure where he was, when bam! The white wolf's fat body crash landed right on his face. Leo was so scared he screamed for help as if he had just seen a monster. Mimi quickly hugged the white wolf and looked at her nephew with a guilty expression. I'm sorry, seventh grandnephew, it's my fault. I couldn't control him, and he made such a mess and woke you up. Having just recovered, he immediately put on a bright smile and flattered her. It's okay, it's not Mimi's fault. It's that thing's fault for being so naughty. Besides, it's time for me to wake up anyway. Seeing that her seventh grandnephew wasn't blaming her, Mimi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. As soon as she put the white wolf down, Mimi immediately transformed into a powerful auntie. She put her hands on her hips, her face serious, and declared, I'm about to get really mad. I'm going to count to 3, and you all better come over here and sit still. 1. Before she even got to 3, the white wolf, sensing the murderous intent from Mimi, was more obedient than a pet dog, curling up and sitting still, not daring to breathe too loudly. Mimi cleared her throat a few times, got into character, and then began to mediate. Seeing as this incident was clearly Bye-Bye's fault, Big Yellow and Little Yellow will now be allowed to peck you once as a warning. After that, you have to make up and absolutely no more fighting. With Mimi's backing, Big Yellow and Little Yellow proudly strutted over and gave the white wolf a good, hard peck on the leg. Seeing the big wolf cooperating and taking the punishment, Mimi's anger completely vanished. She stroked its head and grinned, praising it. Good boy, that's what good kids do. Leo, standing beside them, held his phone and bent down to coax her. Little auntie, our family misses you so much. How about we take a picture and send it to them? Mimi nodded. Of course, now let's all smile big, haha. Leo excitedly sent the picture to the family group chat to show off. But instead of being praised, he was met with a barrage of criticism from the Kong family members. You rotten kid, get away from the little girl. If you hurt her, you'll have to answer to me. Is that Leo? Why does the little girl look so thin lately? I suggest Leo not be in the picture. He's so annoying to look at. I just want to see my little auntie. Someone even went so far as to send back a photoshopped picture, completely cutting out Leo, leaving only a sparkling Mimi. Leo read the messages and was so angry he was about to explode. But then he comforted himself with a smug thought. They're definitely just jealous of me. His competitive spirit aroused, he pulled Mimi in for a flurry of pictures. Little auntie, let's take a few more. I have to make them so jealous they die. Seeing her nephew's competitive spirit, Mimi could only force a smile and cooperate. Seeing he had no intention of stopping, she had to tug on his sleeve and pull him back. Don't take any more pictures, seventh grandnephew. Mimi decisively suggested, how about we do a video call? That way we can see each other's faces more clearly. Leo was as if he had just woken up. Oh, that's right, I forgot. So the two of them quickly sat down at the table and started a group video call. As soon as the screen lit up, Mimi happily waved. My good grandnephew, my good grandniece-in-law. Mimi misses you all so much. Mrs. Kang smiled kindly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the screen. We miss you too, Mimi. By the way, is our seventh grandnephew being good? Mr. Kang, standing beside her, didn't forget to add a powerful reminder. If he's being too naughty, Mimi, just give him a good smack on the butt for me. Don't hold back. Hearing this, Mimi put on a very thoughtful expression, and then her young voice said, Seventh grandnephew is a little stubborn sometimes, but most of the time he's a good boy, so I can't hit him on the butt. Her wise old man-like defense of her nephew made Leo unable to hold back his laughter. Just as the atmosphere was getting cheerful, the second brother, Michael King, also joined the video call. Mimi suddenly froze, her small eyebrows furrowing as she saw the strange aura surrounding him. There's trouble. I have detected a mass of dark energy following my second grandnephew. Mimi asked with concern. Second grandnephew? Haven't you received the protective talisman Mimi sent you? Michael was a bit taken aback. He never expected this young auntie to read him so quickly on their first meeting. He replied politely, Greetings, little auntie. I received the talisman. I'm keeping it very safe. Don't worry, my head is still on my shoulders. Hearing this, Mimi was frantic and leaned close to the camera. No, you have to wear it. You and all your other brothers too. Her voice became very serious. And second grandnephew, the feng shui in your place is terrible. The negative energy is so heavy. You should move. Michael, of course, was a stubborn young man and didn't pay much attention to this kind of supernatural talk. He casually glanced at the curtains. Negative energy? It's probably just because I haven't opened the window. With that, he stood up and pulled back the curtains, letting the sun stream into the room. He thought that would be the end of it. But Mimi's eyes were not so simple. She pointed and said, That painting is in the wrong place. You can't hang it opposite the window like that. Michael still stubbornly refused. It's fine, little auntie. Don't worry about me so much. Seeing her second grandnephew's indifferent attitude, Mimi could only sigh to herself. He really won't cry until he sees the coffin. But for the safety of the whole family, she persisted. Then at least you have to put the protective talisman on your bedside table, right? All your other brothers too, okay? Michael still cleverly refused. Little auntie, my bedside table is not for those kinds of things. Seeing his son contradict everything Mimi said, Mr. Kang, who had been holding it in, had finally reached his limit. He flew into a rage and yelled through the screen, You, second brother! Little auntie is an elder in our family. Have you thrown all the family rules in the trash? Do you need me to come over there and teach you a lesson? Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become as tense as a drawn bowstring, Michael could only force a laugh to get through it. He awkwardly compromised, muttering as if chanting a sutra. I didn't forget. I'll go put it away right now. Being scolded by his father in front of so many people, Michael's face was burning with embarrassment. He began to grumble to himself, full of resentment. On what grounds do I have to bow down to a child? Who does she think she is? But looking at the skyrocketing number of followers, he changed his tune and flattered her. Little auntie, your fan count is amazing. After this show is over, you'll definitely gain at least 5 million more fans. Hearing that huge number, Mimi's big round eyes widened, and she asked in surprise, Oh, that many? Do that many people like Mimi now? It's true, they are all true fans who love you very much. Hearing this, Mimi was overjoyed and cheered. That's great! She couldn't wait another second, and ran to find her precious glass jar. Seeing the water level inside was hundreds of times higher than before, Mimi's heart bloomed. She jumped up and down and muttered with determination, Mimi must continue to film the show. That way I can help my mommy and daddy wake up sooner. Just then, a knock-knock was heard at the door. Leo called out enthusiastically, Come in! Kian and Liam, who had just appeared at the door, said politely, Sorry to bother you. Liam walked over to the little girl and whispered, Mimi, my mom wants to see you for a moment. Mimi was stunned and blinked, asking, Huh? Your mom wants to see me for what? Seeing Liam's beet red face, he quickly held his phone out to Mimi, his voice trembling with shyness. It's just a greeting. Don't be scared. Mimi looked at her little friend's strange expression and started to get suspicious. She thought to herself, It's just a greeting. Why is this handsome little big brother blushing like he's been drinking? On the screen, Liam's mother, Evelyn, was smiling brightly and waving in a very friendly manner. Hello, little auntie. I'm Evelyn, Liam's mother, and also a die-hard fan of yours. Mimi took the phone and replied with a sunny smile. Hello, ma'am, mother of the little big brother. After a few lively questions, Evelyn seized the opportunity to seal the deal. When you're done filming, you must come visit Liam's house. With her carefree personality, Mimi didn't think much of it and nodded. Of course. Hearing the answer he had been waiting for, the weight on Liam's heart finally lifted, and a small smile appeared on his handsome face. She agreed to come to my house. That's great. Evelyn, seeing her son's meaningful smile through the screen, could only scold him internally. You rotten brat. You even used your mother to get closer to her. So smart. In the middle of their lively chat, the director suddenly appeared and announced, It's time. All guests, please hand in your phones. We have to go back to the village to continue filming. Before hanging up, Evelyn didn't forget to say one last thing. Then I won't disturb you any longer, little auntie. I'm really looking forward to your visit. Mimi waved a very cute goodbye. Yes, ma'am, goodbye. As soon as they stepped out the door, Leo and Mimi were both stunned by the huge crowd that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Leading this army was young Dagat, the representative of the group of people Mimi had helped. Seeing the little girl's small figure, young Dagat shouted loudly, "Greetings, little auntie!" followed by a chorus of enthusiastic greetings. It turned out the whole group had agreed to wait until Mimi was done with her work before approaching her to express their gratitude. These were all families who had been reunited with their loved ones thanks to little auntie's great powers. Look, everyone was looking at Mimi with sparkling eyes of gratitude, their hands full of all sorts of local gifts, from baskets of chicken eggs to bags of newly dug potatoes. An old lady in the group, recounting her story, was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She tremblingly handed a small gift to Mimi and choked out, "Little auntie, thank you for saving my grandson. This is a small token of our gratitude. We hope you will accept it. We country folk don't have anything valuable, but in the future, if you ever need anything, just say the word, and we brothers and sisters swear we won't refuse." Faced with this overwhelming affection, Mimi's eyes also stung. She was very understanding and replied softly, "Mimi just did what she had to do. If Mimi were kidnapped by bad guys, my mommy and daddy would probably be just as worried as all of you." To please everyone while still adhering to her professional principles, she humbly went over and only accepted a few fruits from the basket of gifts, as a small token to balance the karma between them. Seeing this, young Dagat spoke up to help his little auntie out. "The thought is enough, everyone. Let's not delay little auntie's filming any longer. Let's disperse, brothers and sisters." The group reluctantly waved goodbye. Mimi also grinned and waved her small hand in return. "Bye-bye, everyone." But amidst the warm atmosphere, a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes were hiding behind a door, secretly watching. It was the assistant director, his face full of hostility. He gritted his teeth and muttered, blaming the two good-for-nothings Huajiaodi and Wu Dai for ruining the sex mission. But then he smiled smugly. Even if that brat Mimi Kang has some skills, once she steps into my formation, she'll have no choice but to surrender." Just then, Director Hu broke the atmosphere with his loudspeaker, loudly announcing the new rules of the show. "Announcement! Announcement! For the next recording, the production team will implement a 3-no policy: no food, no supplies, no assistance. Everyone has to survive on their own. The villagers will be the judges. Whoever performs the best will be given a good person card. Whoever collects the most cards will have a golden opportunity to participate in Mimi Entertainment's Superstar project, along with a huge investment. The detailed agreement is here. Please review and sign this life and death waiver. Good luck, warriors." Everyone was glued to the plan they had just been given. The title immediately caught everyone's eye and made them pause. Mimi Entertainment's Superstar Creation Plan. Iris frowned and muttered with a look of suspicion. Mimi Entertainment? That name sounds so strange. Where did this company come from? Why have I never heard of it before? Just as she finished, they both froze, a flash of realization hitting them. Wait a minute, Mimi Entertainment? That name sounds familiar. They both turned to look at the bewildered little Mimi and silently guessed, could this be a family company that little auntie's family just set up? Not wanting to keep everyone guessing for long, the online detectives quickly went to work. The comment section was buzzing. "Everyone, I just checked. The legal representative of Mimi Entertainment is Leo Kang. It's over. With such a huge backing from the Kang family, the title of a star is practically guaranteed. It doesn't matter how low your starting point is." Meanwhile, the main character, Mimi, seeing everyone staring at her, could only look left and right in confusion and blink her big, round eyes. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Still full of questions about Director Hugh's words from before, she tugged on Iris's sleeve and asked softly, "Auntie Iris, what are the rules of this game? What's a good person card and an agreement?" Seeing her adorable expression, Iris couldn't help but laugh. She squatted down to the children's level and patiently explained, "We have to actively help the villagers with their work to become the most liked guest." She then gave a playful wink. "Whoever wins will receive a secret prize, and we can give that prize to someone we like. Do you understand?" Hearing prize, the kids were immediately excited. Except for the boy from the Liam family, the other 3 children all shouted in unison, "We understand." It was only then that Mimi ran over to Director Hu and timidly asked, "So can Yingfang and Yingdiao participate too?" Director Hu looked at the 2 siblings standing timidly under a tree in the distance with expectant eyes. He nodded. "Of course they can participate too." Mimi was overjoyed, her smile as radiant as the sun. "Really?" She quickly ran over to the 2 of them and urged them on. "You two should join me. Doing good deeds will be very beneficial for you." Of course, the two of them listened to Mimi's every word. The boy, Yingfang, silently resolved to do as many good deeds as possible to repay this little friend. And so the race to do good deeds officially began. Everyone threw themselves into helping the villagers. As for the dynamic duo, Leo and Mimi, they received a mission from an old lady in the village to go up the mountain and pick mushrooms. The two of them were full of spirit, puffing out their chests and guaranteeing, "Don't you worry, ma'am, we'll complete the mission perfectly." As soon as they said goodbye to the old lady, the two of them shot straight up the mountain. On the way, Mimi, with her heaven-sent luck, continuously discovered fresh mushrooms hiding under the trees, and even happened to meet an unbelievably cute little squirrel. Mimi waddled over and waved her small hand to greet it. When it came to mushrooms, tubers, and the like, Leo was a complete newbie. He didn't know much, so every time he picked something, he would run over to his little auntie for her opinion. If Mimi just waved her hand, he would immediately throw it away without a second thought, afraid of picking a poisonous mushroom and sending the whole family into the next life. After a long morning of hard work, Mimi finally met her quota. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and cheered with satisfaction. The basket is full! But the heavens just had to play a joke on them. The sky, which had been as clear as a cat's eye, suddenly darkened, and black clouds gathered as if for a market day. Mimi observed the weather, her expression suddenly turning serious. "Seventh grandnephew, this is not good. It's about to rain hard." Leo looked up and, still seeing the bright sun, scratched his head in confusion. "Really? I still see the sun shining." Mimi's heart was on fire, a bad feeling rising within her. She quickly urged him on. "That's right. Believe your little auntie. We have to go down the mountain right now." Hearing his little auntie's command, Leo didn't dare to say another word. To him, Mimi's words were more accurate than the central weather forecast. He quickly knelt, offering his broad back. "Quick, little auntie, get on my back. We have to race the heavens." After walking for a bit, it turned out his little auntie's words were absolutely right. The black clouds had already covered the path home, and the air was thick with the smell of rain. Mimi's heart was burning like a house on fire. She thought to herself, "If it rains now, little big brother will be in danger. Seventh grandnephew, we have to go faster." "Okay, leave it to your seventh grandnephew. I'll go at top speed," Leo replied seriously. On her seventh grandnephew's back, Mimi took the opportunity to do a quick divination, but strangely the result was a blurry void. She started to get flustered. "Normally my predictions are always spot on. Why am I getting no signal this time? This is so strange." Just as the first raindrops were about to fall, the two of them finally made it back. Mimi jumped off and immediately grabbed a nearby staff member, asking urgently, "Have you seen Liam?" Just as she finished, Kian, his face contorted with worry, ran out of the house with Liam in his arms. "Here, thank you for your concern, little auntie." Mimi rushed over and held Liam's hand tightly. Feeling the warmth from his small hand, the boulder in her heart finally lifted. She let out a soft sigh of relief. "Okay, this is good. Don't be scared anymore." Just then, the downpour began. Liam held Mimi's hand tightly, and the two of them quietly watched the white sheet of rain. "It's raining." Standing beside them, Leo watched the intimate scene, the smell of sour jealousy rising in the air. He let out a long huff, his face pouting because he had been left out. Meanwhile, Kian, seeing Liam was safe, grinned from ear to ear like a flower blooming in spring. About 2 hours later, the clouds parted, the rain stopped, and the sun began to shine again, as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing that everything was okay, Mimi finally let go of Liam's hand. She gave him a very bright, encouraging smile. "Then you have to keep it up. Let's go do our mission." Seeing her let go so decisively, a look of disappointment flashed in Liam's eyes. He replied reluctantly, but in his heart he was screaming, "I wish it would rain a little longer." Mimi enthusiastically continued her mission. As soon as she reached Mrs. Zhao's gate, she called out cheerfully, "Grandma, Grandpa, we've brought back some wild vegetables." Hearing Mimi's clear, bird-like voice, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao quickly ran out, smiling kindly. "Is that little Mimi? Come on in, dear." The little girl was very understanding and politely offered the basket of vegetables to Mrs. Zhao with both hands. "Look, Grandma and Grandpa, they're so fresh. We'll come back tomorrow to pick more mushrooms. Eating mushrooms after the rain is the best." At the mention of mushrooms, Mimi dreamily thought of her favorite chicken and mushroom soup. But as soon as Big Yellow and Little Yellow heard the words chicken and eat, their 3 souls and 7 spirits flew away. They frantically clucked and clucked, as if they had just seen the Grim Reaper. Seeing the 2 little ones so worried, Mimi quickly stroked their heads to comfort them. "Don't worry, Mimi isn't going to eat you. Don't be so tense." Mrs. Zhao grinned and immediately took out a good person card and handed it to the little girl. "You're such a good girl, Mimi. This is your reward." Remember to come over for dinner tonight. Holding her first card, Mimi was so excited she felt like she could fly. Really? Your cooking is just like home. Her sweet as honey words made Mrs. Zhao fall for her completely. Her heart melted at her cuteness. I just want to give you all the cards in my house. Not only Mrs. Zhao, but also the entire online community watching the live stream were smitten. Comments exploded like rain. Director Hu should have organized these kinds of games sooner. I can't believe our little auntie has such a high-level sweet-talking skill. Wah! I want to be praised by little Mimi, too. Amidst the sweet atmosphere, someone noticed something was wrong with little Yumi. Everyone go look at Yumi. She's also feeding chickens, but for some reason, Grandma Wang's chickens have all gone crazy. Just then, a shocking scene occurred at Mrs. Zhao's gate. A massive army of chickens, ducks, and birds appeared out of nowhere, causing a commotion in the area. The strange thing was, the target of this army was right where Mimi was standing. Everyone's jaw dropped, their eyes wide in disbelief. It was only then that Mimi remembered her disastrous ability. She quickly covered her mouth. Oh no, it's over! Mimi forgot that I can't just say what I want to eat. She frantically waved her hands to shoo away the feathered army. Go home, everyone! Mimi doesn't want chicken and mushroom soup anymore. Rejected so bluntly by their crush, the whole flock of chickens, ducks, and birds looked utterly disappointed and dejectedly waddled away. This once-in-lifetime scene made the netizens watching the live stream laugh until they cried. The cameraman also quickly panned his camera to not miss a single divine moment. The white wolf, holding a pitch-black, ominous-smelling flag in its mouth, scurried back. It barked continuously, its tail wagging furiously as if it were reporting a great achievement to Mimi. Seeing her four-legged big brother return, Mimi thought he was just being hyper again and said with a slight scolding tone, "Bye-bye, what are you doing now?" Hearing this, the white wolf used its special move, jumping up on its hind legs and shoving the black flag in Mimi's face so she could see it clearly. On the flag were a series of strange, chilling characters and writings. Seeing her big brother being so serious, Mimi also stopped smiling, squatted down to look, and then said with a deadpan expression, "This flag looks so ominous. It's not a good thing. Did you bring it from an ancient tomb? This is a very bad item." The white wolf let out a few arfs from its throat, as if it were recounting its crime-fighting journey. Hearing the dog's report, Mimi was startled and asked, "You said you found it in the village? How can that be?" Leo, standing beside them, also felt a chill run down his spine. He seriously suggested, "Isn't this flag an unclean thing? Then, little auntie, you should have Bye-Bye do another sweep to see if there are any more. We'll gather them all and destroy them at once to be done with it." Mimi nodded. "Let's find them all and destroy them." Meanwhile, in a closed room, the assistant director was staring at a surveillance camera screen with bloodshot eyes. Seeing his meticulous plan being ruined by a dog, he was so angry he slammed his hand on the table, his teeth grinding. "Damn it, how was that flag found? Where did that dog come from?" Fuming, he shakily took out his phone and called his big boss. "Master, it's bad! The flag has been exposed, master!" On the other end of the line, a hoarse voice like a crow's caw echoed. "Don't worry, I've already set up a rain formation, which will also wash away the scent on the flag. Losing one flag is not a big deal. You just need to go plant another one." The old man didn't forget to remind him in a mysterious tone, "Tonight at 12 is the auspicious time to activate the formation. I've already prepared the sacks to collect the luck. Wu Dai and Hua Zhaodi have already been caught, so if you mess up too, you'll be in deep trouble. You hear me?" The assistant director, hearing this, nodded repeatedly. I know. You can trust me, master. I'll go plant a new one tonight. I guarantee everything will still go smoothly." Hanging up, he thought smugly, "My master is amazing. He can even make it rain from so far away. I definitely can't let him down." When the moon reached its zenith and the clock began to count down to a new day, inside the room, Mimi and Leo were still fast asleep, dreaming sweet dreams, completely unaware that death was knocking at the door. Only the white wolf, the guardian of the group, suddenly opened its eyes. Its ears perked up as it scented the approaching danger. The white wolf climbed onto Leo, its small paws continuously patting his owner's face. Seeing him lying there like a log, it grew anxious and let out a few loud barks to wake him up, but it seemed all its efforts were in vain. Leo was still deep in his slumber, his snores echoing through the room, and he was even drooling, as if he were dreaming of some delicious food. With no other choice, the white wolf transformed back into its original large form. Looking at its owner's oblivious state, it suddenly had a dark idea. A wicked smile formed on its face, and it aimed its rear straight at Leo's face and then let out a loud hoot. Not only that, but it then enthusiastically rubbed its butt on his face, as if to make him savor the full flavor of the freshly baked delicacy. Leo let out a few choked sounds, his face turning as black as a pot. and then he shot up, yelling, "You damn bye-bye? Are you trying to assassinate me with that smell? It stinks so bad!" The loud noise also woke Mimi up. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "What's going on?" As if he had just remembered the important matter, Leo gave a wry smile and reminded her, "Little auntie, it's time to go catch that flag planter." Hearing this, Mimi was wide awake. She quickly patted her chubby cheeks to chase away the sleepiness. "Oh, that's right. I have to get up." She immediately called Liam, Yingfang, and Yingdiao to go with them. After each of them received an invisibility talisman from Mimi, the group quickly vanished into the darkness to wait for the right moment. A while later, a sneaky figure appeared. He carefully looked around before leaving the filming area. Mimi's group silently followed behind. After half an hour of walking, the man snuck into an abandoned house deep in the mountains. It was only then that the assistant director, Wei Guanjing, officially revealed himself. He took out a strange black flag, chose a prime location, and then planted it firmly in the ground. "Done. I just have to wait until 12 for the formation to activate, and the luck of everyone in here will be mine. Hey, my master will definitely reward me handsomely for this." He was laughing smugly when Yingfang and Yingdiao, under Mimi's command, suddenly appeared behind him. This jump scare nearly made Wei Guanzheng wet his pants. He jumped up, his face drained of all color. "Ah, what the heck is that?" Seeing Mimi's group just appear out of nowhere, he stammered in horror. How are you all here? Were you following me?" Wei Guanzheng couldn't believe his eyes, and he pointed a trembling finger. "The path up here is all mud. You didn't even leave a single footprint. How could you have followed me?" Leo puffed out his chest and laughed smugly. "Of course, it's because my little auntie is better than you. With her protecting us, if you want to harm anyone, you can just wait in line for the next life." Mimi, standing beside him, was no less feisty. She playfully made a face and stuck out her tongue, which made Wei Guanzheng's blood boil. Seeing his evil plan had been exposed, Wei Guanzheng quickly took out a smoke bomb from his pocket and sneered, "If you're so good, then catch me? I'm not going to let you catch me that easily." With that, he threw the object at Leo's group. A dry boom echoed, and thick white smoke billowed out, obscuring their vision and leaving them all blind. The pungent smoke made the whole group cough violently, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Mimi, covering her nose, whimpered, "Cough, cough, my eyes sting so much. They're about to turn into a fountain of tears." Taking advantage of the chaos, Wei Guanzheng was about to jump out the window to make a quick escape, silently cursing his perfect plan for being ruined at the last minute. But life isn't a dream. Just as he thought he had reached freedom, Yingfang and Yingdiao appeared as if from out of the ground. They shouted in unison, "Don't even think about running!" and each grabbed one of his legs, pulling him back. Not only that, but the white wolf also appeared to provide a very harsh backup. At first, it just intended to playfully gnaw on Wei Guanzheng's other leg. But seeing that wasn't enough, it transformed back into its large form and pinned him to the ground. Its thunderous growl and sharp fangs right at his neck made Wei Guanzheng so scared he almost fainted. He stammered, begging for his life. "Ouch, big brother, please spare me, I won't do it again." Mimi, finding the smoke still too annoying, rummaged in her clothes for a talisman and muttered, "Wind, come here, blow this nasty smoke away." As soon as she finished, a strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and swept away all the thick smoke, returning the fresh air for the group to breathe. When the smoke cleared, Mimi's expression became serious as she looked at the spot where Wei Guanzheng had planted the flag before. "This evil formation can't stay." She decisively used her small hands to break the flag in a single note. A dry crack-crack sound echoed, and the flag shattered into several pieces. Taking advantage of their opponent's dazed state, Qian took the truth-telling talisman from Mimi, slapped it onto Wei Guanzheng, and began his interrogation. "Billet, who told you to do this? What is this formation? What's your purpose?" Under the effect of the truth-telling talisman, Wei Guanzheng was as obedient as a puppy and confessed everything. "It was my master who told me to do it. This is a luck-stealing formation. The little demon that Zane used to suck a little of Leo's luck before was just child's play." He laughed smugly, his face as if he had just won the lottery, and continued to confess. "This formation is the real deal. It can completely wipe out the luck of everyone inside so my master can have it all. Once my master finishes refining the elixir of immortality, I'll also get a share and live forever, haha." Liam, who was now playing the role of a field reporter, held his phone to record the evidence and asked sternly, "What's your master's name? Where is he? How did you two meet? Besides these cheap tricks, what else have you two done?" Wei Guanzheng, his eyes glazed over, his mind in a daze, confessed everything. "Master has never revealed his real name. We all just text online. The group has successfully controlled a host of list stars to suck their luck, and has also made my master more and more powerful. Mimi, standing beside him, immediately caught the ridiculousness in his words. She pouted, her eyes full of disdain. What's the use of being that powerful? If you do bad things, the heavens will just send a few crispy lightning bolts to strike you down. Hearing this, Wei Guanzheng laughed maniacally as if a nerve had been touched. The heavens? Are you talking about the heavenly Tao? The spiritual energy is depleted, and human faith has hit rock bottom. The heavenly Tao has long since retired and doesn't care about the mortal world anymore. The gods in heaven, some have been reincarnated as mortals, some are in a deep sleep. As long as my master steals the divinity of those reincarnated gods and shares it with us, then re-establishing the order of the three realms and my master becoming the new heavenly emperor is just a matter of time. Ha ha ha! Seeing his crazed expression, Mimi was stunned and muttered, "There's actually someone crazy enough to want to replace the heavens? Your master must be seriously delusional." Qian bent down, exuding a cold, murderous aura. "So which gods have you caught?" Wei Guanzheng laughed with satisfaction. "We've found the matchmaker god. As long as I accumulate enough mission points, I'll be rewarded with his red thread. With it in my hand, whoever I tie it to has to be my wife. Hehe." Hearing the words "found the matchmaker god," Mimi suddenly froze. She immediately remembered when Daniel was entangled in a bad romantic fate. So the person behind the scenes, pulling the strings and ruining her brother's happiness, was that perverted master. Mimi was so angry that steam was practically coming out of her ears, and she cursed, "That man is so disgusting, so vile." Qian patiently dug for more. "Do you know any other secrets of the sect?" Wei Guanzheng then shook his head like a machine. "That's it. Master only painted a picture for us up to that point. He even looked up and challenged them. It's useless for you to catch me because I've never killed anyone or burned down a house. As for these supernatural formations, as long as I don't admit it, the law can't do anything to me. Nya nya." Hearing his arrogant tone, Qian's face darkened. He replied coldly, "Who said they can't do anything? You think you can do these bizarre things and the country has no way to deal with you?" Wei Guanzheng laughed with delight, his arrogant attitude making everyone around him itch to punch him. He boasted, "Not a chance. You're too young to do anything to me. As soon as my team sees their boss is missing tomorrow morning, the police will be here. Then I'll sue you all for illegal detention." Seeing his arrogant face, Qian didn't bother to waste his breath. He moved as fast as lightning and delivered a decisive knockout blow. Wei Guanzheng only had time to let out a pained grunt before he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Not only that, but Qian also took out a rope and tied him up tightly, as if he were wrapping a rice dumpling for the new year. Mimi standing beside him, her big round eyes full of worry. "Hey, is what he said true? If we hold him like this, will we go to jail?" Liam immediately spoke up to reassure his little auntie. "It's okay. Someone will be here to pick him up soon." Mimi was confused. "Who? Who's so efficient?" Liam turned and calmly explained like an expert. "My dad has already submitted an application to establish a supernatural management bureau. These kinds of otherworldly cases will be handled by specialists. According to the law, his actions aren't enough to warrant a long prison sentence, but because of the supernatural element, the bureau will take him in for a thorough investigation." Seeing his son, who was usually as quiet as a mouse, now explaining things so clearly to his little auntie, Qian was amazed. The old father was so moved he was on the verge of tears, thinking to himself, "My son's bad luck has made him so withdrawn. To see him willing to speak a long sentence like this is a fulfillment of a lifetime." Mimi, after hearing this, was still confused. "What's supernatural? I've never heard of that management bureau. Oh my, I feel so out of the loop." So she made a very firm decision. "No, after this is over, Mimi has to go to school. If I don't know anything like this, it's so embarrassing." Leo, seeing this, chimed in with a flattering tone. "That's right, little auntie. After the show is over, we'll go to kindergarten. I promise to pick the best, most expensive school for you." Hearing school, Mimi's face lit up like a headlight. "Yeah! Yumi and I have already agreed to go to school together." With that, she turned to look at Liam with sparkling eyes. "Hey, little big brother, are you going to school?" "Of course," Liam replied curtly but firmly. Mimi was overjoyed and held out her hand to Liam, smiling as brightly as a flower. "That's great. Then we'll all tear up that kindergarten together. It's going to be so much fun." Liam also couldn't hide his anticipation and gently took Mimi's small hand. Witnessing his little auntie being so intimate with a strange boy right in front of him, Leo immediately flew into a jealous rage. He quickly pulled Mimi away and didn't forget to give Liam a cold glare. He thought to himself, "This little brat, every time he sees my little auntie, he blushes. He's definitely up to no good." After dealing with Wei Guanzheng, Qian dusted off his hands and stood up, looking very relaxed. You all can go back to sleep. I'll stay here and wait for someone to come for the handover." Hearing this, Leo, as if he had struck gold, immediately scooped up his little auntie and ran off, his face scrunched up as if he were in debt. "Hurry up, we have to go fast. Can't let that brat stare at my little auntie for another second." Mimi was still very innocent and waved her small hand in goodbye. "Good night, little big brother." Liam also smiled in return, as gentle as can be. "Good night." Who would have thought that later that night, the heavens would decide to pour down rain? Kian, with no other choice, had to carry his son and climb onto the roof, banging on Leo's window. Mimi was already deep in her dreams by then, while Leo, who had just finished his personal hygiene and was about to go to bed, was startled by the strange noise. As soon as he looked out the window, his heart almost jumped out of his chest when he saw the ominous faces of the father and son duo pressed against the glass. Leo quickly opened the window, muttering nonstop, "What are you two doing? The front door is right there. Are you trying to be burglars or something?" Kian put on a guilty but calculating expression. "Sorry, it's raining too hard. Liam had to come seek refuge with little auntie." Hearing this, Leo's face turned as black as a pot. What kind of rain is this? So perfectly timed. That brat can only survive if he sleeps next to my little auntie. What a lucky guy. Although he knew they were both still young and sleeping together was not a big deal, Leo was already worried about 10 years from now. The ancients used to say that at the age of 7, boys and girls should be separated. And now, thinking about the prospect of my little auntie being snatched away in the future, he scratched his head and screamed internally, "This is so annoying." Finally, he reluctantly made a condition. "Come over here, but you can only hold little auntie's hand." Liam obediently hugged his pillow and walked over, nodding enthusiastically. He climbed into bed and gently touched Mimi's hand, his heart pounding, his affectionate gaze fixed on the sleeping little girl as if he wanted to memorize her. Seeing that not-so-innocent look, Leo immediately threw a teddy bear down, blocking Liam's view, and with his hands on his hips, he warned him seriously, "You are forbidden to cross this line, you hear?" Liam replied with a very obedient, "Yes, sir," but who knew what he was really thinking. Leo sat beside them, his chin in his hand, keeping watch, his heart restless. When little auntie grows up, this rotten little brat will definitely try to snatch her away. This is so annoying. After a while, sleepiness washed over him, and Leo's eyes drooped before he quickly collapsed onto the bed. But even in his dreams, he kept muttering, "Little auntie, no, that brat is not a good person." At that moment, Leo's hand accidentally pressed on Mimi's hair, which made her a little uncomfortable. On instinct, Mimi snuggled closer to the warmth beside her, her small hand unconsciously resting on Liam, creating a scene that would make any shipper squeal. Liam, who was dozing off, felt a strange warmth. He startled awake, and the first thing he saw was Mimi's small face nestled right next to him. In that moment, his little heart skipped a beat, and his face turned bright red with embarrassment. When did we get so close? Liam's whole body went rigid, not daring to move an inch for fear of waking the little girl. He silently reminded himself, "Don't move. Absolutely don't move. If she wakes up, it'll be so embarrassing." In contrast to the excited atmosphere, right next to him was Leo, innocently sawing logs, his snores echoing through the room, his limbs flailing as if he were fighting in a dream. Liam glanced over and sighed at the man's terrible sleeping habits. He thought to himself, why would they let such an unreliable adult with such a terrible sleeping posture take care of Mimi? Just then, Leo suddenly swung his leg, about to throw it over the two children. In less than 5 seconds, Liam, quick as a flash, perfectly positioned himself and delivered a swift kick to the man's leg, sending it in another direction. Ouch! That hurts! Leo was wide awake, shooting up like a spring. His face scrunched up as he held his throbbing leg, feeling as if it had just been crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder. Liam, after his deed, had quickly closed his eyes, pretending to be fast asleep as if nothing had happened. Leo looked around, and seeing that Mimi had to squeeze over to Liam's side because of a lack of space, he suddenly felt very guilty. He scratched his head and blamed himself. I must have been sleeping too soundly and taken up all of little Auntie's space. As for his sore leg, he just comforted himself that it must have been a cramp from all the exercise. But a few seconds later, the sour jealousy in his heart suddenly resurfaced. Seeing Mimi lying so close to that brat, his possessiveness flared up. No, little Auntie can't lie so close to this brat. So Leo carefully took Mimi's hand and gently pulled her away from Liam's danger zone. After arranging her properly, he was finally at ease and pulled the blanket over himself to go back to sleep. After the man's snores started up again, Liam slowly opened his eyes. He scooted a little closer, gently touched his head to Mimi's, and whispered, "Good night, Mimi." The little boy smiled and then also drifted off into a sweet sleep. The next morning, Leo woke up out of habit. He had just stretched and yawned when Liam's greeting startled him. "Good morning." Looking out the window and seeing it was still pouring, Leo's mood soured. It's still raining. That rotten little brat is still clinging to my little auntie. He got out of bed and didn't forget to turn back and give him a cold warning. Good morning, you rotten brat. I'm going to go cook. Don't you dare do anything to my little auntie, you hear? Liam replied politely. Yes. The cameraman, who had already been waiting outside, seized the opportunity as soon as Leo appeared. Mr. Kang, is little auntie awake yet? Is it convenient for the crew to come in and film now? Remembering that Liam was still inside, Leo was startled and quickly slammed the door shut. Good heavens. If the public catches a glimpse of the rotten brat and little auntie sleeping in the same room on a live broadcast, my career will be over. With that, he put on a serious expression to find an excuse to refuse. No, absolutely not. If you want to film anything, just film me. Film me first. Being so bluntly rejected, the cameraman scratched his head in suspicion. That's strange. Mr. Kian also said we couldn't film Liam. What's wrong with everyone today? Leo waved his hand and cut off his suspicion. Nothing's wrong. In short, just film me first. I'm sure the public will be happy to accept it. With that, he turned to look straight into the camera, gave a divine wink, and whispered, Right, my darlings? His confident and charming demeanor immediately sent the netizens into a frenzy. Oh, look. It seems Leo knows he's very handsome, but he doesn't have to show off like that. Oh my god, I was just going to say his looks are as amazing as ever. But as soon as he appeared, it was like he was trying to rearrange the whole world. Where's my little girl? Leo just activated his charm mode in 1 second. Someone bring the little one out to save our eyes. Faced with Leo's handsome attack, the cameraman finally had to surrender and whispered in his ear, Filming is not a problem, but whatever you do, don't let the live stream's popularity drop, or the audience will all switch over to watch Yumi. Hearing this, Leo immediately went on high alert. No! How can I let my little girl's fame be stolen by Yumi? A bold idea entered his mind. Leo smoothed back his hair and said mysteriously to the cameraman, Wait a few seconds, I'll be right back. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Leo appeared in a completely new look. He was wearing a black tank top, skillfully showing off his toned muscles. Then slowly, he put on an apron. This action made the netizens swoon. Oh my god, how can a man be so unethically handsome? Why did you appear behind a screen and not in my arms? Leo leisurely took some eggs from the refrigerator, intending to show off his fried egg skills. Every camera angle was helpless in its attempt to downplay his handsome appearance. The comments kept jumping. This man knows our psychology too well. Wow, look at those muscles. Oh, I can't look anymore. But Leo is so handsome, it's driving me crazy. Meanwhile, the man himself was extremely pleased, thinking to himself, haha, with this move, the fans will have no choice but to be mesmerized. Inside the small room, Liam was still holding Mimi's hand tightly, with absolutely no intention of letting go. He lay there, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, letting memories wash over him. From a young age, his special constitution had kept him confined to dry spaces, where the sound of rain was a distant luxury. But strangely, since he had been with Mimi, the patter of rain outside no longer made him tremble with fear. For the first time in his life, Liam was able to calmly listen to the sound of the heavens. How should he describe this feeling? It was both new and a little addictive. He then turned to look at Mimi, who was sleeping as peacefully as a little angel right beside him. Looking at her from such a close distance, Liam's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, how can such an adorable creature exist in this world? She's pretty when she's awake, and even more so when she's asleep. I wonder if those chubby, bun-like cheeks are as soft as cotton candy. Overcome with curiosity, Liam carefully reached out to give them a little pinch. But life isn't a dream. Just then, the white wolf pushed the door open and burst in like a god. As soon as it saw Liam about to mess with Mimi, it immediately bared its sharp fangs and growled as if to say, does this little human brat dare to touch my precious? Today, if I don't teach you a lesson, I'm not a white wolf. But Liam was no slouch either. He quickly grabbed the white wolf's leg, pulled it to the side, and then frowned and reminded it, Don't be so loud. Mimi is sleeping. If you wake her up, I won't forgive you. The white wolf huffily went over to the bed, its eyes like bullets as it stared at Liam, as if it were guarding against a thief. Fine, for Mimi's sake. I'll spare a commoner like you for now. After a good long sleep, Mimi finally showed signs of waking up. She looked left and right with a still sleepy face. Why is everyone here? Seeing its owner was awake, the white wolf immediately tattled with a series of pitiful arfs. Mimi laughed and stroked its head to comfort it. That person was chased away? I know, be good now. She looked up at Liam and asked curiously, Little big brother, is it because it's raining that you're staying here? Liam honestly nodded. This is the first time I've really listened to the rain. Mimi smiled as brightly as the morning sun. The sound of rain is so nice, it's perfect for sleeping. But the smile on her lips suddenly vanished when she realized something was wrong. Mimi quickly did a divination, her eyebrows furrowing. That's strange. This rain is just like the last time. No matter how I calculate it, I can't see when it will stop. Looking at the downpour outside the window, Mimi's heart suddenly felt restless. Could it be that the bad luck is still lingering? Or is something terrible about to happen again? The sky above was as if someone had accidentally spilled an inkwell, and dark clouds gathered, blocking out all the light. The rain just kept pouring down without a care. Mimi, on one hand, was still holding Liam's hand tightly, as if afraid of losing a treasure, and on the other hand, she was busy stuffing her breakfast into her mouth. Looking at the white sheet of rain outside, she sighed, her small face filled with worry. It's not good for it to keep raining like this. The way it's raining so stubbornly, even Mimi can't predict when it will stop. This is so strange. Seeing his little auntie so worried she couldn't even eat properly, though she was still eating, Leo quickly transformed into a good nephew and comforted her. Little auntie, we just defeated those evil child kidnappers and completely destroyed their wicked formation. All the bad luck must have gone away with them. Don't worry so much. You'll ruin your beauty. But his comforting words were no match for his jinx. The next day, it was still raining. On the third day, the fourth day, the water began to rise, flooding the fields and making the crops cry out in despair. The farmers who went to check on their fields were dejected, sighing, "Oh heavens, at this rate my rice pot will turn into a porridge pot. If we lose the harvest this year, we'll have to eat dirt. What kind of weather is this, as fickle as an ex-lover?" Unable to sit and wait any longer, Mimi's heart was on fire. She slammed her hand on the table and made a shocking decision. "This won't do. I have to go ask the rain god what the heck he's doing." Her innocent words made the whole group freeze for 5 seconds, and then all turned their curious gazes to her. Leo asked in a flurry, "How are you going to contact him? Are you going to use a special spell or a spiritual hotline?" The netizens watching the live stream were just as frantic. "This is getting serious. Is our little auntie really going to call the rain god? I can't wait to hear her secret spell. I wonder if I have to pay a copyright fee to learn it. If it rains anymore, I'm going to grow moss. Little auntie, go save the world." So the whole group trudged out the door after Mimi. The cameraman also stuck close, not leaving her for a second. Mimi stood in the middle of the rain, cleared her throat for a moment, and then suddenly looked up at the sky and shouted, "Rain god, oh rain god, it's me, Mimi, please answer me right now." In the eyes of those around her, Mimi's behavior was no different from a child playing an innocent rain-calling game. Iris, watching this, laughed so hard she almost dislocated her jaw. She never thought the little auntie's so-called spell would be so straightforward. But the only response to her enthusiastic call was the relentless sound of the rain. After waiting for a long time with no change, Mimi began to question her life. Why is there no reaction? Am I standing in the wrong position, or is the signal bad? Not giving up, she adjusted her stance and tried her luck again. "Rain god, oh rain god, it's me, Mimi, please answer me." Just as she finished her second call, the sky finally deigned to react. But strangely, only Mimi's special eyes could see an ancient stone tablet suddenly appear in the void. On it were carved a few lines of text that made her jaw drop. "The rain god has been reincarnated. The earth god is in a deep sleep." Mimi was stunned for a few seconds, trying to process this information. He's retired and he's sleeping? So who's going to turn off the water for me? Just as she was at the height of her confusion, a mysterious book appeared out of nowhere and landed with a thud right in front of her, like a dramatic invitation. Mimi held her breath, her eyes glued to every line of text, as if she were afraid the prophecy would disappear if she blinked. And what a relief. Inside was the real deal she was looking for. It turned out the Book of Life and Death had already arranged the schedule of rain, wind, and lightning for the next 60 years. The text was clear as day. Longtai City, Sion Town, Yide Village. On the 15th, heavy rain for 5 days. Water level will rise to the edge of the forest. After reading, Mimi quickly turned to look at Leo and asked a question that left him bewildered. "Hey, grandnephew, what's this place called again?" Leo, though he didn't understand a thing, still replied obediently, "Yes, it's Chung Village in Yuan Town." "Then where is Yide Village in Sion Town, Longtai City?" Mimi continued her interrogation. Leo scratched his head and thought for a moment. "Ah, it's right next to our Chung Village. The two are adjacent, little auntie." Hearing this, Mimi's eyebrows furrowed into a knot. She stroked her chin and mused like a wise old woman. "That's so strange. I was clearly asking about the rain here. Why would the divine tablet show me information about the neighbors?" Suddenly, a flash of lightning went off in her mind, and Mimi's face turned deathly pale. Oh no, this is bad! A landslide is no joke. If mud and rocks come tumbling down, we'll all be wiped off the face of the earth. If the divine book answered like that, there's only one possibility. The location of the heavy rain has been changed, and the epicenter of the landslide is this very village. Sweat started to pour down her face. Mimi frantically grabbed Liam's hand and ran inside to announce, "Everyone, run! We have to evacuate immediately. Get the old folks and go. Hurry up or you won't even have time to be reincarnated." The news hit like a thunderbolt. The director, hearing this, his face drained of all color, stammered, "Mud. Mud from the mountain is coming down. The legendary mudslide? But an evacuation? It's pouring right now. It's a huge problem to move the old people in the village. The roads are slippery and traffic is at a standstill. What are we supposed to do now?" While the whole crew was spinning in a chaotic mess, a distinctive thwack, thwack, thwack sound suddenly echoed from the sky, getting closer and closer, drowning out the sound of the rain. Leo paused, his sharp ears picking up the sound. That sound, so familiar and so expensive. It sounds like not wanting to keep the people waiting any longer. The roar of an engine cut through the tense atmosphere. Everyone rushed out to see, and they were shocked. In the sky were 2 helicopters slowly descending, and on the ground, a fleet of expensive-smelling off-road vehicles had just arrived at the filming location. Leo and the director were still confusedly greeting the guests when a pair of long legs stepped out of a car. It was the eldest brother, Daniel Kang. Hearing that the family was in trouble, he didn't say a word and flew straight over to back up his little auntie and his foolish younger brother. He smiled brightly, a perfect, handsome man smile. "Little auntie, I'm not too late, am I? I've been binge-watching the live stream. As soon as I saw it was dangerous over here, I flew over to save the day." Mimi, seeing Daniel as if she were seeing a savior, waved her small hands frantically. "That's great! Eldest grandnephew, quick, take everyone away! We have to retreat immediately." Being called upon by his little auntie, Daniel didn't forget to shoot his younger brother Leo a smug look. "Did you hear that? Little auntie is praising me." Hey, hey, hey. Leo was no slouch either and stuck out his tongue in response. Little auntie praises me every day." The two brothers' bit of gunpowder but also super cute competition for affection made the netizens swoon. The people couldn't help but exclaim, "That's lightning-fast response. The Kang family really spoils Mimi to no end. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter at the two brothers fighting for affection. But is little auntie's prophecy really that scary? Is a mudslide really coming?" Some were worried, some were believers. But looking at Mimi's track record of 100% accurate predictions, most chose to believe her to save their own skin. Soon after, the rapid evacuation began. The Kang family's bodyguards were truly top-notch, helping the old people and gently reminding them, "Be careful, everyone. Just hold on to us." An old man, as he climbed into a car, grinned, showing his toothless gums. "Oh my old bones aren't suited for flying. It's a good thing you guys have these tough cars." It was truly a race against death. The group had only just left when Mimi's prophecy came true. The roar of nature echoed, and a torrent of mud and rocks came tumbling down, sweeping away and crushing everything in its path. Looking down from the plane, Mimi and Iris's group, their faces drained of all color. Even the netizens watching live were scared out of their wits. "Oh my god, it's a real mudslide. Thank goodness we got out in time, or we'd all be done for. Where are the members who were doubting Mimi before? They must have all gone silent now, right?" Iris looked at Mimi, her voice trembling with gratitude. "Mimi, thank you so much. Without you, we would have been in real trouble." Vivian held Zach tightly, shivering as she looked at the terrifying scene below, and added sincerely, "Thank you so much, Mimi. My son and I really owe you our lives." Faced with a shower of praise, Mimi just humbly shook her head. She let out a soft sigh, her small face filled with thought. "You don't have to thank me. Actually, I've revealed a heavenly secret. This disaster was not originally aimed at our village. I don't know what wicked person interfered and did such a heartless thing." Leo put on a rare, serious expression and nodded, making a very insightful guess. "It's highly likely that the person behind this is the old master of those minions who were caught before. He must have felt that our little auntie had become a major obstacle to his dark plans, so he had the evil idea of sending her off." Hearing this, Mimi fell into a deep thought. She remembered her mother's words with a maturity beyond her years. "My mommy said that whenever a disaster that takes the lives of countless creatures and people occurs, it's all a scenario that the heavens have already arranged." Mimi looked down from above at the land she had just left, her small eyes filled with a heavy heart. "This time, I saved the people in the village, which can be considered as pulling the fate of the whole village back onto its original track. But what about the people who were supposed to suffer that disaster? Will the heavens be angry that I interfered and give them another set of problems? The more she thought, the more her little head spun. It was clear that she had already learned a heavenly secret. To ask her to turn a blind eye was a real test of her patience. So she turned to Leo and blinked, asking for his opinion. Tomorrow, I want to go to Yide Village in Xi'an Town, Longtai City. Is that okay? As long as the great Mimi spoke, Leo was the type to treat her words as the law of the land, agreeing without question. He stroked her head dotingly and declared, "Of course, little auntie can go wherever she wants." And so, following the call of destiny and the script, the film crew decided to pack up and go to Yide Village to film the next episodes. As soon as they arrived, the whole group was greeted with such a warm welcome from the locals that they almost suffocated. The villagers even went all out, printing a bright red banner with the words, "Welcome to the Daily Life Show." The village chief grinned and held out his hand to introduce himself very professionally. "Hello, I'm the chief of Yide Village. Welcome everyone to our our peaceful little corner of the world." Our director also knew what to do and stepped up to shake his hand. On the other side, the village chief was as happy as can be, talking nonstop. "I've heard that your show is planning to help sell our agricultural products, and our village is full of red pomegranates. Later, I'll invite the whole crew to have a taste and get to know each other." While everyone was enjoying the friendly atmosphere, Mimi suddenly froze for 5 seconds. She was startled, her small round eyes wide with shock. "Huh? What the heck is this? Why is there a dark, ominous aura of sin on the foreheads of all the villagers here? Could it be that the mudslide from before wasn't an accident, but the heavens trying to clean up this den of disaster?" Just then, the friendly village chief also noticed Mimi. He bent down and chuckled. "My, isn't this the famous little auntie from the internet?" He pushed up his glasses and put on a kind, Buddha-like expression. "Little auntie is so cute. Come, let me take you to pick some pomegranates to sweeten your voice." Mimi saw right through his fake facade, clearly seeing his dark and sinister thoughts. His smile was no different from a horror movie to her, but to catch a bigger fish, Mimi immediately activated her Oscar-winning actress mode and smiled with an innocent charm. "Okay." So Yumi ran over and took her hand, excitedly. "Let's go together." Zach, not wanting to be outdone, also ran after them. "Let me come too." Liam, though still maintaining his cool and quiet demeanor, silently stuck close to Mimi like a shadow. The 4 children held hands and chattered away, looking like they were on a peaceful outing. Behind them, the village chief and his accomplices secretly watched, a sinister, villainous smile on their lips. A while later, the group was led to a vibrant red pomegranate orchard. He said generously, "Now you can all eat as much as you want." With that, he picked a huge pomegranate for each of them. Yumi and Zach, 2 newbies who had never picked pomegranates from an orchard before, their eyes lit up with excitement. "Thank you, sir. Wow, this one is huge." Mimi looked around the pomegranate orchard. While everyone was still admiring the scenery, only she could feel the gloomy and strange atmosphere of the place. It was clear that the whole pomegranate orchard was exuding a sense of danger. Rustle. Hearing a strange noise from the nearby rocks, Mimi held her breath and looked over, and the first thing she saw was a snake's tail slithering away. Her face immediately froze, and her small hands unconsciously tightened their grip on her bag strap. A single line ran through her mind. "This place is so scary." Liam, the golden bodyguard who was always on duty, immediately sensed his friend's unease. Seeing Mimi's strange expression, he whispered, "Is there something wrong with this village?" Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, a young punk, a few years older than Mimi, appeared from behind, a leaf in his mouth, his attitude one of complete indifference. He stared at Mimi and then made a sarcastic comment. "Oh, is this a little city miss? Her skin is so smooth, so different from us country bumpkins." Feeling his predatory gaze, Mimi got goosebumps and shot back, "Don't look at me like that. I don't like it." Not letting his friend be bullied, Liam immediately showed his manly side, stepping in front of Mimi, his face as cold as steel, and growling at the other guy. "You heard her? Mimi said she doesn't like it." Just then, the village chief, hearing the news, rushed over to intervene. "Liu Jie, you should talk less. If you have nothing to do, go home and rest. Don't go around causing trouble." But this Liu Jie was used to being arrogant and didn't know the meaning of fear. He tilted his head and shot back. "You're a real big shot, village chief. You even dare to manage me?" The village chief, seeing this, didn't dare to push it and backed down with a conciliatory smile. "Well, our village is still filming, you know. It's a source of income for the whole village. I just want to leave a good impression on the audience, for the good of everyone." Liu Jie, hearing this, still maintained his apathetic attitude. He shrugged and turned to leave. "All right, since you put it that way, I'll give you some face and not cause any more trouble. I'm going home to lie down. After Liuja's figure had disappeared behind the trees, the village chief finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Liam and Mimi with a guilty expression. I'm sorry, you two. That kid is just a bit difficult. I've already given him a good scolding on your behalf. Don't take it to heart. Let's disperse for now, and we'll gather for dinner later. Mimi was now holding Liam's hand tightly, her heart as heavy as if ants were crawling on a hot pan, and she just managed a curt okay to get through it. While waiting for dinner, little Yumi was struggling with the pomegranate the village chief had given her face red with the effort of peeling it. When Mimi walked in and saw this, she quickly intervened with a very serious tone. Yumi is a good girl. Listen to me, you absolutely cannot eat this pomegranate. Little Yumi tilted her head, her face full of confusion. Huh, why can't I eat it? I can smell it. This pomegranate is definitely top-notch, super sweet. Mimi was still firm, repeating her warning as if she were afraid her friend would fall into a love trap with the pomegranate. No matter how sweet it is, you can't touch it, you hear me? Hearing this, Yumi looked at Mimi and then at the tempting red pomegranate in her hand. Although her stomach was rumbling and her mouth was watering, out of respect for her little auntie, she reluctantly said, I know. The netizens watching the live stream up to this point exploded with debate. This is a real dilemma for little Yumi. Choose her pomegranate lover or listen to her best friend? Oh my god, I feel so bad for her. What did the pomegranate do to deserve this? But everyone, look closely. What kind of red is that? It looks so strange, like it just came back from a beauty salon with a new dye job. Something is definitely up. If I were the owner of this orchard, I'd live stream and sell these pomegranates, and I'd be selling out in no time. Looking at the juicy pomegranate in front of her, Yumi's heart ached. She sadly whispered to it as if saying a final goodbye. Pomegranate! Yumi wants to eat you so bad, but Mimi said I can't. Please don't blame me. With that, she closed her eyes and handed the pomegranate to Mimi with a look of utter despair. Fine, I won't eat it anymore. You can have it all. Mimi took the pomegranate with one hand and stroked Yumi's head with the other, comforting her like a baby. Good girl. Our Yumi is so good. If you can resist temptation like this, then when you grow up, you'll be the one tricking people, not the other way around. Praised so sweetly, Yumi immediately threw the pomegranate behind her and grinned from ear to ear, looking unbelievably cute. Seeing this, Zach, standing beside them, not wanting to be outdone, quickly held out his pomegranate. I'm not eating it either. You can have it too. With that, he froze, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, just waiting for Mimi to bestow upon him a word of praise that would bring him good fortune, just like she had with Yumi. It was true. This group of children could give up a pomegranate, but they absolutely had to have face and praise. Looking at Zach's innocent face, Mimi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not wanting to disappoint her friend, she immediately put on her big sister act, reached out to ruffle his messy hair, and gave him a high-flying compliment. Zach is a good boy. If you keep this up, you won't have to worry about being bullied when you grow up. But while praising him, Mimi didn't forget her duty as the big boss and seriously reminded him with a firm tone, it's not just these two. You absolutely cannot touch any of the other pomegranates either. You hear me? Zach and Yumi, as if they had been programmed, replied in unison, Yes, ma'am. If Mimi says we can't eat it, then even if we're drooling, we definitely won't eat it. Seeing her two friends being so obedient, Mimi decisively threw the two dangerous pomegranates away and then waved her hand. Mimi has some important business to discuss with my 7th grandnephew. You two should go back to your mothers for now, okay? Okay. See you later, Mimi. The two of them replied enthusiastically. Although she had agreed to let them go, looking at Zach and Yumi's figures, Mimi still felt a little worried. To be on the safe side, she turned to the two bodyguards with them and instructed, Ying Feng, Ying Diao, you two please keep a close eye on them for me. If you see any of their hands getting close to a pomegranate, just slap it away for me. Receiving the imperial sword from their little boss, the two of them immediately stood at attention and accepted the order. Roger that. You can count on us, Mimi. After dealing with her friends, Mimi waddled inside. At that moment, Leo was with Liam. Seeing the small figure approach with a very serious expression, without a hint of playfulness, he knew something was up. Little big brother, can you please call your dad over for me? Mimi's small eyebrows furrowed, and her voice dropped with a mysterious tone. This village looks peaceful on the outside, but in reality, there's a very big problem.